Imagine being reborn in a fantasy world teeming with monsters and hunters. You'd think it's your big break, until you realize your family in this realm is flat broke. Somehow you awaken a system and become a beast tamer. Great, right? Except, you can't afford a beast because, well, you're still broke. Finally, you get your hands on a beast, but it turns out to be just your pet turtle. On the bright side, your girlfriend is both super hot and super rich. This sounds interesting, right? Well, this is the roller coaster life of our protagonist. Armed with a turtle and dating out of his league, how on earth will he navigate this wild world? Before we dive into our tale, hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. It's easier than taming dragons, I promise. This story takes place in Zhengzhou City on May 20th, 2024. Like in many MMORPG games and Manhwa, a huge purple portal opened in the sky. A loud alarm sounded, announcing that another space rift had appeared above Zhengzhou. Monsters emerged from the portal and began attacking the citizens. A team of superpowered humans, much like the Avengers, arrived to fight these monsters. They were the 3rd Division of the Korean Defense Force, known as Hunters. These Hunters possessed powers like super strength, super speed, elemental control, and more. The Hunters joined the battlefield and started killing the monsters, quickly gaining the upper hand. However, a powerful gold-tier monster appeared, the Wolf King of the 6-eared wolf tribe. After killing a powerful hunter, it looked at the humans and said, "These insignificant humans are still resisting. Wiping you out is only a matter of time." Saying this, it joined the battle and began killing human soldiers like ants. Nothing survived its claws. The leader of the hunters was shocked to see a gold-tier monster and wondered if this was a high-level portal. The Wolf King laughed and told the hunter's leader that it was too late to realize this. Before they could engage in a battle to the death, someone appeared at high speed. It was a high-ranking official who asked the 3rd Division Hunter Group to leave the Wolf King to him and go handle the other monsters. This high-ranking officer was Mr. Wenyuan, and his presence motivated all the hunters. The battle between the Wolf King and Mr. Wenyuan began. After clearing the portal, the 3rd Division Hunter leader returned to report to her superior. She reported that with Mr. Wenyuan's help, they successfully defeated the invading 6-eared demon wolf tribe. Her superior praised her for her work, but was worried because this was yet another new rift, and it was still only a C-class one. This was the 6th one in the past 10 years. He feared that at this rate, Zhengzhou wouldn't hold out for long, though it was beyond their control. The superior announced that starting this year, Wuda Martial Academy would exempt awakened individuals from cultural exams, and the academic admission score for martial artists would be cut in half. He ordered the 3rd Division Hunter leader to check on the academy's progress. At Wuda Martial Academy, the bell rang, signaling the end of the first class. A boy noticed his friend daydreaming and asked why he wasn't paying attention again. He teased him, saying that if he failed to get into Wuda Academy due to low academic scores, it would be embarrassing. His friend, still lost in his daydream, replied that it would be amazing to sit next to a beauty like Yanran. The girl he was referring to was Lin Yanran, the top beauty of the academy. While everyone's attention was on her, her attention was focused on our protagonist, seated next to her. Yanran smiled and asked him, since graduation was approaching, if he planned to attend the Literary Academy, or Wuda Academy. Our protagonist, Su Bai, lost in his books, replied that he didn't know. He explained that if he went to the Literary Academy, his grades were only average. Besides, in these chaotic times, what use were foreign languages and advanced mathematics? And if he chose Wuda Academy, his family wasn't wealthy enough to afford all the supplements. Plus, he had no special abilities or talents, and was wondering himself where he should go. Su Bai was frustrated, thinking that since he had crossed into another world, he should have some kind of fate-altering opportunity, or awakened system. Yes, you heard it right. He was from another world, but he was beginning to doubt whether he had even transmigrated at all. Yanran, with her gentle voice, called Su Bai and suggested, "Why don't you join me in applying to the Literary Academy? I have a way to guarantee your admission." "What?" Su Bai asked in shock. Yanran asked him to keep his voice down. Just as she said that, a system window popped up in front of Su Bai's eyes. He was shocked, wondering what this was and how it just appeared. The system was bound to him as the host, displaying his stats. His species was Ordinary Initial Stage. He was currently level 18 and 18 years old. His stats showed 4 points in physique, 5 in agility, and 5 in mental strength. He had a trainer trait, meaning he could use any living being as a trainee, and the system would automatically detect suitable contracts. His current trainable limit was 1. His talent was evolution, allowing infinite evolution for all contracted trainees, with no upper limit to level progression, even breaking through racial limits. The trainee's hidden values and abilities would feed back to him, with higher levels providing a greater feedback ratio. Known levels were categorized as ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, lord tier, mid-tier, and divine, with each level having initial, intermediate, and advanced stages. Seeing this information, Subai realized that this was his system. Yanran, confused, saw Subai staring into the air and asked if he was okay. From her reaction, he understood that no one else could see it except him. He grabbed Yanran's hand and told her he was fine. Yanran blushed when he touched her hand, but all the boys in the class became angry, shouting for Subai to get his filthy paws off their goddess. One particularly angry guy shouted, "Subai, watch how I'll teach you a lesson." But a beautiful teacher stepped in, asking everyone to calm down, and just her words were enough to settle the class. The teacher announced, "I have good news. Zhengzhou Martial Academy just posted on their website that, starting with your class, awakened individuals are exempt from cultural exams and can directly enroll in Zhengzhou Martial Academy. Students with preliminary martial artist physiques will also have their academic requirements cut in half." Hearing this, the whole class cheered with excitement, thinking they could definitely get into Wu Da Academy now. As the class ended, the teacher asked students who had already awakened abilities or had a martial foundation to come to her office to register. Hearing the news, Subai thought, "This is interesting. I just got my abilities, and I'm already exempt from exams to get into Wu Da Academy." Seeing him deep in thought, Yanran wondered if he was really considering Wu Da Academy. The scene then shifted to outside, where Subai was walking home. He appeared normal on the outside, but Subai had something that set him apart. He was not originally from this world. He had transmigrated into this strange world 17 years ago. In this world, on September 18, 1906, a massive space rift had suddenly appeared in the sky. From this rift emerged countless strange beasts that soon rampaged everywhere. Armies from various countries fought against these alien creatures, and it took 3 months to eliminate the beasts from the rifts. However, as long as the rifts remained, new batches of alien beasts would periodically emerge. To counter this, humanity decided to send death squads into the rifts to explore. They discovered a vast, boundless land beyond the rifts, and to prevent the endless flow of alien beasts, military forces from various countries constructed bases within the sky rifts to defend against the beasts at their source. A new era for humanity officially began. On March 6, 1907, the second sky rift appeared. On May 7, 1907, the third rift appeared, then the fourth, and then the fifth. Over the following century, the number of rifts increased, and their appearances became more frequent. Now, rifts have spread across the globe, with each one harboring different alien beast species. Scientists named the battlegrounds behind the sky rifts the battlefield of 10,000 races. Meanwhile, Earth's spiritual energy began to recover, and humans gradually awakened martial abilities and supernatural powers. As the battles intensified, conventional weapons frequently failed on the battlefield, while the power of awakened individuals grew. Eventually, they replaced traditional weapons as the dominant force. The war between humanity and the 10,000 races continues to this day. Judging from the reforms at Zhengzhou Martial Academy, Subai sensed that the situation in Zhengzhou had become quite dire. "Since I've got this system now, I might as well use it to protect my family in this chaotic world." He knew that if he wanted to quickly enhance his strength, the fastest way was through the military-supported martial academies. Luckily for him, he had awakened the trainer ability. With just one trained beast, he could get into the academy without taking the exam. Looking at his balance, he hoped that the 2,000 yuan he had saved over the years would be enough. When he entered a beast shop, he noticed there was no system notification, leaving him confused. The system had said it would automatically detect something suitable, so why was there no reaction? A shop staff member welcomed him and asked how she could help. Subai told her he was a beast trainer and asked what kinds of beasts they had. Pointing at a black cat, the staff member told him, "It's pretty ordinary but high-priced. It has the bloodline of a nether cat and can easily reach the silver rank. It's selling for 36,000. Subai was shocked at how expensive one ordinary black cat was. The staff member then showed him a 4-eared dog with the bloodline of the 6-eared demon wolf, selling for just 33,000. She showed him many beasts one after another, and with each beast, the price kept increasing. Finally, she turned to Subai and asked which one he thought was best for him. But when she turned around, Subai was nowhere to be found. He had left the shop thinking, "Are they robbing me? Just because it has a bit of beast bloodline, it's this expensive? And where's my system? Isn't there anything suitable for me here?" Disappointed, he returned home. Just as he entered, a system notification appeared, saying, "Detected a suitable beginner taming creature. Little turtle, do Do you want to tame it? Subai was surprised that the system was finally responding. When he saw the name Little Turtle, he looked over at his dad's pet turtle, wondering if that was the creature the system was referring to. Immediately, the turtle's information popped up. It's tamed beast. Name is Little Turtle. Common level initial stage beast. It has traces of the Xuanwu turtle bloodline and can grow infinitely and eventually slay gods. Its average attributes, such as constitution, defense, spirit, and speed is 2. Its ability is turtle shell defense and eating is its evolution method. Subai was intrigued by the system's response and the potential of this little turtle. Subai was shocked to discover that his little turtle had profound, limitless growth potential, ultimately leading to the slaying of gods. He jumped in happiness, shouting, "Now that's more like it. How much would this be worth? I'm not trading it, no matter what." He was thrilled, but his happiness didn't last long. Because he was making so much noise, his sister, Su Xia, came out of her room. When she saw him holding the little turtle like that, she angrily shouted, "Subai, what are you planning to do with little 8? That's Dad's treasure." Subai quickly let go of the turtle and told her he hadn't done anything. Just as he released it, the turtle immediately jumped into a grocery bag, eating all the food from the bag in an instant. Both Subai and his sister were shocked by the little glutton. Su Xia asked Subai why the turtle was eating so much, especially since they had just fed it that morning. Watching it devour everything, Subai remembered the system notification and realized that the turtle's appetite had increased and that it might be evolving. He told his sister he was going to find it more food. Half an hour later, Subai's mother and father came home, shocked to see the state of the house. They asked Subai if the house had been robbed. In just half an hour, the little turtle had eaten all the food in the house and was now chasing Su Xia for her last snack. Subai's father was too shocked and asked him, "Is this really our little turtle? Can turtles run this fast?" Subai then explained what was happening. The entire house had turned upside down in just half an hour. This situation made Subai think, Dad and Mom already have a hard time as it is. I'd better not tell them little 8 is a bottomless pit. He decided to handle it himself. Meanwhile, after devouring everything in the house, the little turtle finally stopped. Su Xia was very angry at it, but as the turtle seemed satisfied, a huge robotic turtle form suddenly appeared from its body. Subai was shocked and asked, "Is this glutton finally full, or is it about to awaken its bloodline?" The scene then shifts to day 2. Little Turtle's explosive growth had come and gone, but its Xuanwu bloodline still hadn't awakened, and it had started eating even more. This was why Subai had come back to the pet shop again. When he entered, there were already 2 guests inside. When the shop staff member saw Subai, she asked if he had decided on what he wanted. He told her he wasn't here to buy this time. Getting closer to the staff member, he said, "I have exotic beast blood. Are you guys buying?" The staff member was shocked and asked him to confirm if he really had exotic beast blood. Hearing the words beast blood, one of the guests said goodbye to the other guest and immediately approached Subai. That man was the shop owner. He told the staff member to leave it to him and take care of other tasks. He then approached Subai and said, "Young man, come this way, and let's sit down for a chat. You said you have exotic beast blood. Do you mind if I examine it?" Subai handed him the beast blood and told him to go ahead. When the pet shop owner smelled the beast blood, he was shocked. "It's really exotic beast blood, and high quality too," he exclaimed. He asked Subai how much he wanted for it. Subai thought that it took so much effort to draw that small amount of blood from Little Turtle, so it had to be worth at least $100, right? But before he could say $100, the shop owner offered him $1,000. "What, $1,000? Subai responded in shock. Seeing his reaction, the shop owner misunderstood, thinking Subai was angry at the low price and actually knew how much it was worth. Laughing, the shop owner said, "Just a joke. Such a high-quality product is, of course, worth $10,000. In shock, Subai shouted, $10,000? The shop owner misunderstood again, thinking Subai was getting angry at the low price, and raised the offer to $15,000. Subai was stunned and covered his mouth, thinking, who would have guessed that Little Turtle is so valuable? It's getting difficult to keep my smile hidden. He turned around to hide his excitement and said, "Fine, it's a deal. If I didn't need the money, I wouldn't sell it at all." After getting the money, he left the shop, with the shop owner personally seeing him off and saying, "Take care, young friend. If you come across such good stuff again, you're always welcome to come to me." Walking away, Subai looked at his balance and was thrilled. He hadn't thought exotic beast blood was worth so much. 15,000 had just fallen into his lap like that. Little Turtle could be proud of himself this time. While he was walking, he suddenly got a call from his teacher, Ms. Lee. She told him that the results for cultural studies had just been released, And there was also an important announcement. She asked him to please drop by the school that afternoon to fill out his application form, and not to be late. Subai tried to ask Ms. Lee what the important announcement was, but there was no reply. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't reply. It was because Subai's old phone had no signal again. While talking, Subai hadn't noticed that he had wandered into an alleyway. Suddenly, a system warning notification popped up in front of him, telling him that there were 3 people nearby who bore great ill intent toward the host. They were currently within 10 meters. The notification read that Enemy 1's level is Beginner Cultivator. Enemy 2's level is Ordinary Person. Enemy 3's level is Ordinary Person. Subai was shocked to see the notification, and when he turned around, he saw 3 people behind him with weapons. He had been marked by thugs. The leader of the thugs was the same guy Subai had seen in the pet shop talking to the owner. The thug leader demanded that Subai hand over his belongings, assuming that, judging by the pet shop owner's attitude, Subai must have something valuable on him. Subai felt unlucky, but told the thugs that he had gone to the shop to sell something, not to buy. However, Subai had no intention of handing over the money. He thought that if the thug leader was only at the level of a beginner cultivator, he stood a chance. The thug leader insisted, telling Subai to just hand over the money. Subai replied, "Fine, I'll hand over the money," and took his little turtle out of the bag, instructing it to retract into its shell. Immediately, little turtle hid in its shell, and Subai threw it like a rock at the thug leader. The thug leader used his baseball bat to defend himself, angrily shouting, "You little bastard!" But before he could attack, Subai quickly moved and kicked the thug leader in the groin, nearly incapacitating him. The thug leader fell to the ground in pain. The other 2 thugs were shocked to see their leader like that, and chased after Subai, shouting, "How dare you touch our boss!" Subai and Little Turtle immediately ran away. While running, Subai asked his turtle if the baseball bat hurt him. Little Turtle replied that it just felt itchy. It couldn't speak human language, but Subai could now understand its words. The 2 thugs caught up and lunged at Subai. Seeing them close, Subai asked Little Turtle to latch onto his fist. Little Turtle immediately latched on, and Subai used it like a boxing glove, punching one thug in the face and sending him flying. Then, he turned around and smashed the 3rd thug's face into the ground. The thug leader, still in pain, managed to stand up and said, "You little bastard, I'm gonna kill you." Seeing him get up, Subai asked Little Turtle to get back into its shell. Little Turtle immediately hid in its shell, and Subai, with full force, threw it at the thug leader, hitting him directly and knocking him out in one hit. After defeating all of them, Subai picked up his bag and warned them not to mess with him. But suddenly, he noticed Little Turtle rummaging through the thug leader's belongings. Little Turtle found a bottle and immediately started drinking from it. Seeing this, Subai ran toward Little Turtle shouting, "What are you drinking? Did you find something good?" He snatched the bottle from Little Turtle to check it. It turned out to be a chi blood potion worth tens of thousands. Suddenly, Little Turtle started experiencing difficulty, and its body began to glow. The potion was enough for a cultivator to absorb over a whole month, but Little Turtle had consumed it all in one go. Subai worried whether Little Turtle could even digest it, but then he was surprised. Not because of Little Turtle, but because his own body started glowing as well. He felt an intense surge of strength. He immediately checked his status window and found that he was now a mid-stage ordinary level hunter. His level had increased along with that of his tamed beast. His constitution was now 16, with a base attribute value of 10 points and 6 attribute points inherited from his tamed beast. He now had 2 talents. The first was evolution, which allowed his tamed beast to undergo unlimited evolution, with no limit to its grade, even up to the mythical grade. The attributes and talents of his tamed beast would be inherited by him to a certain extent, with higher grade beasts providing greater inheritance. The second talent was Turtle Skin Defense, which consumed a certain amount of physical energy to activate. When activated, a layer of turtle skin would cover his body, greatly increasing his defense. Subai was surprised to see the amazing effect of the Chi Blood Potion. His attributes had increased significantly, and he had even gained a new talent. Not only did Subai level up, but his little turtle also leveled up. Little Turtle's grade was now mid-stage ordinary, though the Xuanwu bloodline had not yet awakened. However, upon reaching the bronze grade, the bloodline would partially activate, greatly increasing its attributes. From an average of 2, Little Turtle's attributes had increased significantly. Its constitution was now 32, defense was 38, and both agility and spirit were 10. Little Turtle now also had 2 talents. The first was Turtle Shell Defense. When activated, it allowed the turtle to retract fully into its shell, forming a defensive posture that increased its defense by 300%. In this state, It could not move or attack. The second talent was Turtle Skin Defense, which consumed a certain amount of physical energy and increased its defense by 50% to 100%. Subai was shocked to see Little Turtle's body grow larger, with a constitution of 32 and defense of 38. He remembered learning in class that even power-type beasts typically had attributes around 30 when they were high-stage ordinary grade. He couldn't imagine how amazing Little Turtle would be once it awakened, given how powerful it already was without awakening. Little Turtle was very proud of itself. Subai then picked up Little Turtle, saying, "All right, you've eaten your share. Let's leave this place quickly." The scene then shifts to the school. Teacher Lee told the students that the results for cultural studies had been released and that she would be consolidating their application intentions. She also announced that a special recruitment teacher from Wu University would be coming to the school to evaluate candidates for their special abilities. As with last year, there would be 2 guaranteed admission spots. While filling out the application, Yanran asked Subai if he had thought it through, and if he was applying for Wen College or Wu University. Subai told her that it would be Wu University. He was determined to get in. Yanran was shocked and asked, "Subai, didn't I tell you to apply for Wen College with me? Those who enter Wu University must go to the battlefield. Do you know how dangerous that is?" But Subai replied, "There has to be someone who goes to the front lines. So, this suits me just fine." He smiled at Yanran and told her that his reason for going to the front lines was to protect someone important to him. He was referring to his family, but Yanran misunderstood, thinking, "Someone important? Could it be me that Subai is talking about?" Suddenly, a teacher came over and asked Yanran which academy she was applying to. Yanran didn't respond right away. Subai thought she probably hadn't awakened any special abilities and had never trained physically, so she would likely choose Wen College. After some thought, Yanran told the teacher that she hadn't made up her mind yet and wanted to think about it a little longer. Teacher Lee reminded the students that this was a crucial decision for each of them, advising them to take their results home and discuss their choices with their parents. She informed them that they must submit their application intentions by midnight. With that, class was dismissed, and everyone returned home. Later, Yanran returned home, and while she was taking a bath, she called Subai. Blushing, she told him that she had decided to apply to Wu University as well. Subai, who was cleaning his house at the time, was surprised to hear that Yanran had applied to Wu University. He asked her if she was joking, but Yanran replied that she had made her decision and also wanted to send him a surprise. While they were talking, Subai noticed Little Turtle stealing food again. He told Yanran that he had something important to handle and would talk to her later. As soon as he ended the call, he yelled at Little Turtle, calling it a good-for-nothing for eating so much. The scene then shifts to the next day. All the students gathered in the stadium, and Teacher Lee was on stage, warmly welcoming military martial arts instructor Zhang Kai. He was their principal as well as their senior. Instructor Zhang came onto the stage and told the students, "1 year ago, 126 people entered this school, and 65 of them are still alive. 2 years ago, 98 people entered, and only 32 of them are still alive. 3 years ago, 86 people entered, and 11 of them are still alive." Hearing this, all the students felt a chill. Instructor Zhang continued, saying he wasn't trying to scare them, but wanted each one of them to understand that being here was not something to be proud of. They would face myriad challenges: duty, responsibility, danger, and the task of protecting their country. He told the students that Wu Da is a place where the strong are cultivated, and asked if they wanted to be among their ranks. "Yes!" all the students shouted. Instructor Zhang smiled and said, "Very good. I look forward to your performances in the examination." After the speech, the students began returning to their classes, but Teacher Lee asked Subai to stay. She and Instructor Zhang approached him. Confused, Subai asked if there was an issue. Instructor Zhang confirmed his name and then informed him that a space had been reserved for him at Wu Da. He told Subai to head there immediately to prepare for the entrance examination. Subai was shocked to hear that someone like him, a broke student, had a reserved spot. Instructor Zhang confirmed it and mentioned that a vehicle was waiting for him at the school's entrance. Everyone was surprised to hear about Subai's reserved spot. Some complained that it was favoritism, while others were jealous, wishing it were them. Subai took the bus and arrived at Wu Da Academy along with other students. They were all amazed by the academy's grandeur. An instructor was waiting at the entrance and asked the students to follow him. Along the way, the students noticed a huge rock pillar in the center of the academy. The instructor told them that it bore the school's motto. Subai was impressed by the grand motto. The instructor then took them to collect their uniforms and guided them to the dormitories. He showed them the male dormitories and told them they could rest there for a while and change into their uniforms. He informed them that someone would announce the examination time shortly. Subai went to his assigned room, room 303. As he approached, he heard a voice from inside saying, "In the early stages of martial arts training, resources are the most important." Subai announced that he was here, but there was no response. Inside, he found 3 roommates. A red-haired boy took out a bottle and said, "My father managed to purchase 3 drops of extremely rare monster blood at U Mountain. He asked an experienced pharmacist to make it into 3 bottles of top-quality medication. This isn't something you see every day." The other 2 boys were amazed, with one asking, "Is this what rare monster blood looks like? I've never seen it." The other added, "I've bought similar products, but it's also my first time seeing something like this." While they were talking, Subai entered the room. He introduced himself as Subai, who had also been assigned to dormitory 303. The red-haired boy introduced himself as Han Jiagang and said, "So you're Subai. Everyone's here then." He introduced the other 2 boys as Tao Jiajun and Fan Chaoan. Subai said, "It's nice to meet you all." Jiagang smiled and told him he didn't need to be so polite. They were all dorm mates after all. He asked Subai to come over and take a look, explaining that Han Jiagang's father had sent him some rare monster blood. Proudly, Han Jiagang told Subai that his father had to send people all over the country to acquire it. When Subai heard U Mountain and 3 drops mentioned, he wondered if it could be the same blood he sold to the pet shop owner. He asked Han Jiagang if such rare blood was expensive. Han Jiagang boasted, "Not really. Each drop only cost around 30,000, so not even 100,000 in total. It's practically spare change." Hearing it was sold for 90,000, Subai became very angry, thinking, "That slimy bastard. I sold it for 30,000, and he sold it off for nearly 100. Blasted middlemen." While they were talking, a commotion erupted outside. The students from the dormitory were going crazy after spotting a super beautiful girl downstairs. A guy commented that he was voting for her in this year's beauty contest, saying, "That figure, those legs, she's our goddess." When the dormitory warden saw the girl, she asked who she was looking for since this was the men's dormitory. Subai's roommates were amazed, saying, "Wu Da really is something. She's amazing." They all wondered why she came. The girl, as it turned out, was Yanran, Subai's future waifu. She told the warden that she was looking for Subai. The warden turned to the dormitory and shouted, "If there's a Subai, come out! There's a pretty girl waiting for you downstairs." Hearing this, Han Jiagang and the others looked back, surprised that their roommate, Subai, was the one she was looking for. They all swarmed him, amazed at his luck, unable to believe that the school's beauty came just to see him. Fan Chaoan commented, "Brother Subai might be more than he seems." When Subai went downstairs, Yanran complimented him, saying, "Subai, that uniform suits you." She moved closer, adjusted his clothes, and said, "Now you look even more handsome." Subai started blushing with her so close. Seeing Yanran help Subai adjust his clothes, all the boys from the dormitory grew jealous, shouting, "Die, you lucky bastard! Don't lay a finger on our goddess!" Yanran then mentioned the reserved spot at Wu Da and asked if he was upset. Subai told her he wasn't, but he had planned to sit for the test himself. Then he patted her head, saying, "Still, you did it for me, so thank you." Yanran laughed and told him she was worried he'd be angry, but was grateful he thanked her instead. She handed him a bag, saying, "The entrance examination is the day after tomorrow. I prepared some pills for you." Subai, surprised, told her she'd helped him enough, and that she should save them for herself. But Yanran ignored his excuses and ran off after saying goodbye. The students from the dormitory were furious, muttering, "Who is this guy? Did he touch her head? Find out who he is. He's competing for her heart." When Subai returned to his room, Han Jiagang and the others started calling him brother, with newfound respect, surprising him. They started massaging his shoulders, asking, "Who was that goddess?" Confused, Subai asked, "What goddess?" Jiagang chuckled, "Brother, you're too humble. We're talking about the goddess you were just talking to." Subai told them they were high school classmates. Hearing that, Han Jiagang moved closer and said, "Brother Su, since we're dorm mates, I'm sure you could convince that goddess to bring some of her friends over." Subai hesitated before replying. Seeing him hesitate, Han Jiagang suggested that, since it was Subai's first time meeting them, they should take him out for a good dinner and chat. Without waiting for Subai's response, they finalized the plan and told him to rest up and get ready to go out that night. Then they all left the room. Watching them decide on their own, Subai thought, "These guys are really interesting." He then picked up his bag, took out Little Turtle, and let it out to get some fresh air. Checking the bag Yanran had given him, he found a blood essence potion. Little Turtle's eyes lit up at the sight of it. Seeing that Little Turtle liked it, Subai laughed mischievously and asked if it knew what it should do after consuming it. Little Turtle, scared of Subai's expression, seemed hesitant. Later, Subai and his roommates went to a high-end hotel. Seeing the place, Subai asked Han Jiagang, "Don't you think coming to such a fancy hotel is a bit too much?" Han Jiagang laughed and told Subai to relax and enjoy himself, leaving the rest to his brothers. In the room, Han Jiagang raised his glass, saying, "I, Han Jia, feel extremely lucky to have met you all at Wuda, especially an amazing person like Brother Su. A toast to you all." Subai asked them to take a seat, saying, "Since we're all dorm mates, there's no need to be so formal." Once they settled down, Subai told Han Jiagang that he was high school classmates with Lin Yanran, so he could probably arrange for her to introduce some of her friends, but they could discuss that in the future. Subai then told Han Jiagang that he needed his help. Han Jiagang asked, "What do you need help with?" Subai took out a vial of red blood essence and placed it on the table, saying, "It's not a big deal, really. I just have some rare monster blood and would like your help with it." Both Jiajun and Fan Chao were shocked to see it. Looking at the potion, Jiajun said, "Han Jia, Brother Su's monster blood seems to be of even better quality than yours." Han Jiagang examined the vial and told Subai that this blood was better than anything he had ever seen. Han Jiagang pulled out his smartphone, telling Subai that the blood was extremely rare and that he would call his father to send someone over to evaluate it. Subai told him not to rush and suggested they enjoy their meal first, but Han Jiagang had already dialed his father's number. When Han Jiagang's father answered, he immediately began nagging, "Little Jia, you've burned through your pocket money again, haven't you? I sent you to Wu Da to get stronger, not to waste time." Han Jiagang quickly cut in, "Dad, I don't want money. This is serious. My classmate has 7 drops of precious rare monster blood that he wants to sell. It's of even higher quality than the 3 drops you got last time, so I couldn't decide on a price." "What? 7 drops?" his father asked in shock. "Are you sure it's better quality than last time?" Han Jiagang confidently invited his father to come and see it himself. Hearing his son's certainty, his father said, "Send me your location. I'll send Master Chao over immediately." An hour later, Han Jiagang's father arrived with Master Chao. When Master Chao examined Subai's monster blood, he remarked, "This is simply exquisite. It's the purest monster blood with the highest energy content I've ever seen. I could make incredible things with this." Han Jiagang's father looked surprised and asked, "Master Chao, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?" Master Chao replied, "Not at all. Even with the best equipment, the value of this blood would only increase." Han Jiagang, amazed, exclaimed, "Damn! Brother Su, who knew your monster blood was this OP?" Master Chao approached Subai and, with respect, said, "Young man, what's your price for this monster blood?" Subai told him that his friend had advised that this blood shouldn't be sold for money, only exchanged for blood essence of equivalent value. Hearing this, Han Jiagang's father said, "Subai, since you're classmates with little Jia and I'm your senior, I wouldn't dream of shortchanging you. I'll take it all, and you'll get 14 bottles of blood essence in return. How does that sound?" Subai agreed and thanked him. Han Jiagang's father smiled and asked Subai if he would like to join the Han family, promising to provide him with resources for free. Subai thanked him for the offer but explained that he wasn't planning on joining a family just yet. Han Jiagang's father pressed him to reconsider, but suddenly, a loud voice came from outside. It was Yanran, who opened the door and said, "Subai said he didn't want to join a family, so no one is allowed to force him." She was visibly angry and asked Han Jiagang's father if he understood. Subai was surprised to see Yanran there and asked her why she had come. Yanran replied that she was there to settle her own business, but hadn't expected to run into him. Seeing Yanran's attitude, Han Jiagang's father grew angry, but Master Chao quickly intervened and informed him of Yanran's background. Han Jiagang's father was shocked and frightened upon learning her background. He quickly explained to Yanran that it was all a misunderstanding, saying that Subai and his son were just classmates and good friends. Hearing this, Yanran calmed down and asked Subai if he was heading back to school, suggesting they go together. Since Subai had finished his business, he agreed, said goodbye to everyone, and left with Yanran. Watching them go, Han Jiagang called out, saying he was going back to school as well, and started to follow, but his father stopped him. Han Jiagang's father advised him to build a good relationship with Subai, because the Han family's future might depend on it. He also instructed him to keep a safe and respectful distance from Lin Yanran. Han Jiagang was stunned, realizing that his friend Subai and the goddess Yanran were indeed very impressive. 2 days later, at the military training field at Marshall University, all the freshmen gathered on the university grounds. Instructor Zhang addressed the students, announcing that over the next few days, they would participate in freshman special training, which would take place in the battlefield of all races. Hearing this, many students were scared, asking if they were really going to the battlefield of all races for training. fearing it was far too dangerous. Failing the training was one thing, but losing their lives was another. Instructor Zhang reassured them, saying the area designated for their training had already been cleared, and that the instructors would ensure their safety. He continued, explaining that they would be divided into groups of 50, each led by a bronze-level instructor, who would act as their homeroom teacher and assign their training tasks. He wished all the freshmen a victorious return. After the announcement, Yanran came running to Subai, very excited, and told him they had been assigned to the same class. Subai smiled and asked if she arranged that on purpose. As they talked, a female instructor appeared and called for Class 8 to gather. Class 8 was the group that included Yanran, Subai, and his roommates. The red-haired instructor introduced herself as Liao Yuxin, their special training instructor. All the boys were going crazy over the beautiful instructor. Instructor Liao told them that she would be the one assigning all their training tasks, and their first task was to write a will. The students were shocked to hear this. Instructor Liao explained that they had one day to write their wills and would need to be at the teleport plaza by 8 a.m. the next day, as they would be departing for the battlefield of all races. The students were scared. One student exclaimed, "Is there really a risk to our lives? I still want to carry on the family line." Another said, "I'm going to write my will. There's so much I need to leave for my parents." Hearing this, Yanran asked Subai if he had any plans. He told her he didn't have much to prepare and would head back to the dorm first. While both Yanran and Subai were relaxed, Han Jiagang and the others were anxious. With the battlefield ahead, they felt there was a lot to prepare. When everyone returned to the dormitory, Han Jiagang invited Subai, saying that since they were heading to the battlefield the next day, he was taking the boys out for a good time that night. He asked Subai to join them, but Subai declined, saying he had other things to take care of, and told them to go enjoy themselves. Han Jiagang understood and agreed. As he was leaving, he noticed Subai's little turtle eating in a corner. He patted the turtle and said, "Brother Su, your little pet turtle is something. Its shell is tough." Subai told Han Jiagang that the turtle was named Little 8, but that it had a bit of a gluttonous side. Little turtle didn't like being called a glutton, pouting in response. After that, Han Jiagang and the other two roommates left the room. Meanwhile, Little Turtle finished its plate and asked Subai for more food. Subai said, "You little glutton. All you think about is eating. Fine, I'll let you eat all you want today. But once we're on the battlefield of all races, you'd better perform well." He gave Little Turtle more blood essence, which it immediately drank. Subai laughed and told Little Turtle to slow down, reassuring it that no one would take the food away. As he was feeding Little Turtle, a system notification popped up, congratulating him because his pet, Little Turtle, had leveled up to a high-rank ordinary exotic beast. Due to this, Subai's level had also increased, and Little Turtle had gained a new talent, Heavy Strike. Subai checked the status window and saw that his tamed beast, Little Turtle, was now high-rank ordinary. Its attributes had increased significantly. Physical strength was 64, defense was 78, agility was 20, and mental strength was 20. It now had 3 talents: Turtle Shell Defense, Turtle Skin Defense, and Heavy Strike. The new Heavy Strike talent consumed stamina to increase attack power by 100% to 200%. The more stamina consumed, the stronger the attack. Subai then checked his own status window and found that he had also leveled up to high-rank ordinary. His physical strength was 28, with 15 as his base strength and 13 points inherited from his beast. His agility was 19, and mental strength was 34. He now had 3 talents: Infinite Evolution, Turtle Skin Defense, and Heavy Strike. The new talent worked the same as Little Turtle's, consuming stamina to enhance his attacks. Subai was amazed, realizing that the blood essence was incredibly effective. Little 8 leveled up again, and these stat boosts are insane. He looked at Little Turtle and said, "Nice, Little 8. When we get to the battlefield of all races, let's go all out together." Now, both Subai and his Little Turtle were ready for the battlefield. The next day, all the students gathered in the field. Instructors reported to Chief Instructor Zhang that all trainees were geared up and ready for battle. Chief Instructor Zhang ordered a soldier to open Teleport Formation 1 and prepare for teleportation. The teleport formation activated, ready to transport students to the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. Seeing such a huge teleport formation, the students were amazed, saying, "Only Martial University has something like this." Yanran, feeling worried about Subai, told him to be careful once they were on the battlefield of all races. Subai reassured her, saying they would complete the mission safely. They wished each other good luck and approached the teleportation formation. Instructor Liao advised them to relax their bodies and prepare for teleportation. One by one, the students entered the formation and were instantly transported to the military base within the battlefield of all races. They were surprised by how epic the military base looked and how quickly they arrived. Instructor Liao stood at attention and asked Group 8 to quiet down. She apologized to Lieutenant Hunter, saying, "They're just rookies who haven't seen much." The man in front of her introduced himself as the Deputy Lieutenant of Military Base F-269 and told the students they could call him Deputy Lieutenant or Sir. He continued, "Here, I don't care if you're a student or an instructor. On my turf, you follow my orders." He asked if they understood, and everyone shouted, "Understood, sir." Seeing the lieutenant, Han Jiagang muttered, "So what if he's a deputy lieutenant? What's the big deal?" Subai pointed out the scar on the lieutenant's face, noting it showed he was an experienced officer. The lieutenant then informed the students they were in luck because his team had just returned from a battle. Their first task would be to clean the battlefield and, while doing so, eliminate any remaining phantom cats. He said it was the perfect job for rookies to get their first taste of battlefield experience. With a serious expression, he added that eliminating the phantom cats would earn them military merit points, which could be exchanged at the logistics department for blood vitality powder and various grades of body tempering elixirs to strengthen themselves. Hearing this, Jiajun got excited, exclaiming, "Truly, fortune comes with risk." Han Jiagang added, "No wonder so many risk their lives to come to the battlefield of myriad clans." Seeing them eager, the lieutenant smiled and said, "You little brats look ready to give it a try. Good. Move out immediately. Follow me." Everyone was thrilled. As they followed the lieutenant, Subai thought to himself that he needed to gather enough military merit points to exchange for elixirs. Little 8 would have a feast as well. The lieutenant first led them to some injured soldiers, explaining that these were the wounded, just back from the battlefield. Seeing the injured soldiers, Jiajun asked if they had been hurt while dealing with the phantom cats. Han Jiagang replied, "No way. Aren't phantom cats the weakest beasts? How could they be so terrifying?" Seeing the injured soldiers, some students grew scared and exclaimed, "Even the weakest phantom cats are this dangerous? How am I going to survive and make it home?" "Enough chatter," Instructor Liao shouted. She asked them if they thought the battlefield of myriad clans was a playground, reminding them that since they enrolled at Wuda, they must always be prepared to face danger. Yanran, seeing the injured soldiers, was scared and asked Subai to stay close to her once they were on the battlefield, as she didn't want anything to happen to him. Subai, understanding the danger, decided to stay vigilant in the myriad clan's battlefield and reminded Yanran to be careful too. When they arrived at the gate, a soldier reported to the deputy lieutenant that they were currently executing their assignment to guard the northern gate and that they had killed 35 ferocious beasts attacking the camp that day. The lieutenant praised them for a job well done and ordered them to open the main gate, allowing the recruits to see what the myriad clan's battlefield truly looked like. At the deputy lieutenant's command, the soldiers opened the main gate. Instructor Liao told the students that with Deputy Commander Hunter leading the team, this was a rare opportunity and encouraged them to make sure to perform well. "Understood, Instructor," everyone shouted. Seeing the students' energy, the lieutenant smiled and said, "Brats, you've all left your wills at the mail depot, right? Because from this moment on, you will be constantly walking with death." When the main gate opened, the students saw soldiers battling fierce beasts. Han Jiagang was amazed, exclaiming, "Is this what a battlefield is like? How gruesome." One of the soldiers fighting the beasts turned around, noticing their captain. He approached, saluted, and asked why the captain had personally come. The lieutenant told him to talk less and assemble a team of soldiers to help protect this batch of students. The soldier replied, "Yes, sir," and left to gather a team. Instructor Liao explained to the students that they would be heading to Area F-260, where there was a patch of forest. Most of the monsters there had already been killed, and their mission was to retrieve the monster cores from the human cats in the area. After the explanation, the lieutenant stepped forward and shouted, "Rookies, are you ready?" "We're ready, sir," all the students replied in unison. Meanwhile, the assembled strike team received orders to follow and protect the students. As they began moving, the strike team leader approached Instructor Liao and assured her there was nothing dangerous about clearing out a battlefield. Laughing, he remarked that sending these newbies to the front lines would be a waste, as they would be like nobodies on the battlefield. He then turned to Captain Fu and asked why he was personally leading the team. Captain Fu replied, "Strike team leader, you talk too much. Don't ask pointless questions." Hearing this, the strike team leader stopped. Instructor Liao thanked Captain Fu for his assistance, and he responded, "It's nothing. These students are all warriors on the battlefield. It's my duty to protect them." Meanwhile, at Didu, the highest military command post in Long, a soldier rushed to report an urgent issue to the senior officer. He informed him that there was a latest report from the battlefield of all races. A large horde of monsters had broken through the defenses. Currently, 12 powerful golden-ranked individuals from the Yuming Cats tribe were involved in the fight, attacking 12 military camps in the southwest, from D128 to D140. The senior officer instructed the soldier to determine the monster's direction and send word to the other camps to prepare for an attack. The new students from Wu Da are entering the battlefield to practice their skills. They are Long's future. They must be protected at all costs. Meanwhile, at Area F-269, all the students arrived at the battlefield they had to clear. Instructor Liao told them that when clearing a battlefield, time was of the essence. Every minute they stayed was another minute they were in danger. Hearing this, everyone immediately got to work. Subai and Yanran were working together. Yanran told Subai that the hides, blood, flesh, claws, and teeth of the Yuming cats could be used to make weapons and medicines. Subai replied, "No wonder so many people would want to come to such a dangerous place. There are rare materials everywhere. My little turtle is going to eat well again." Looking at his inventory, Subai decided he would collect a few more cores and exchange them for blood spirit essence, thinking that would help little turtle level up again. But while checking his inventory, a sudden system warning popped up, alerting him to extreme danger. 164 Yuming cats were rapidly approaching, obviously hostile, and only 3 kilometers away, in the southwest forest. The system advised him to stay on guard, marking the threat as a 5-star high-level threat, with a life-threatening danger level of 4 stars. Subai was shocked, as the last time the system gave him a warning, it was only for a beginner-level martial artist. This was a 5-star life-threatening situation. Seeing Subai's alarmed expression, Yanran asked what was wrong. Without explaining, Subai ran to Instructor Liao, who was in a tree, and told her he sensed a large horde of monsters moving towards them from the southwest. Hearing this, Instructor Liao looked in that direction but saw nothing. She came down angrily and said, "Subai, this is a battlefield, not a playground. Do you know what will happen if you cause mass panic?" Subai tried to explain that he wasn't joking, and that there really was a horde of monsters approaching. Hearing the commotion, Captain Fu came over. Looking sternly at Subai, he said, "Subai, you say you can sense monsters, but I can guarantee there are none within 2 kilometers. Subai insisted, explaining that there were over 100 Yuming cats 3 kilometers away, moving towards them. Captain Fu didn't believe him, and asked if Subai thought his senses were sharper than his own. Instructor Liao told Captain Fu not to waste time on this, suggesting that Subai might be overreacting, as it was his first time on a battlefield. While no one else believed Subai, Yanran did. She told Captain Fu that no one should make a judgment before verifying the truth. Left with no choice, Subai stepped forward and pleaded with everyone to believe him, insisting that the monsters were getting closer. He explained that, as a monster tamer, he had an extraordinary sense for danger. Instructor Liao was surprised to hear that Subai had such a skill. She asked why the school hadn't recorded it. Subai replied that he was guaranteed a place at Wu Da, so his special abilities hadn't been noted. The students were shocked to hear that Subai had special abilities. One guy said, "If Subai has the ability to tame monsters, why haven't I seen anything he's tamed?" While they were talking, a loud noise suddenly came from the southwest. Some students came running, shouting that Yuming cats were indeed approaching. Instructor Liao asked if they were sure, and the students confirmed that a whole lot of them were on their way. Hearing the news, Captain Fu ordered everyone to form a defensive formation. He instructed the messengers to contact the base and request reinforcements. The messenger returned with an update from the base. The surrounding camps were also under attack, so no reinforcements could be sent. Instructor Liao asked Captain Fu if there were truly over 100 Yuming cats, expressing concern that the students couldn't fight them without support. Captain Fu drew his weapon and confirmed that Subai's senses had been accurate. He could now sense the approaching horde of monsters himself. He ordered the strike team leader to assign 4 soldiers to protect the students. Subai, wanting to join the fight, told Captain Fu there was no need to protect him. Suddenly, a Yuming cat, a monster at the early bronze stage, appeared and immediately leaped to attack. Captain Fu and the soldiers started shooting at the monsters, ordering a retaliatory defense to protect the students. However, the regular soldiers were no match for the Yuming cats, which were more like tigers than cats. Nevertheless, Captain Fu and the instructors managed to kill some of them. Captain Fu instructed everyone to stay in their defensive formation, saying, "As long as we can withstand their initial attack, we'll be able to beat them." While they fought, some monsters sneaked past and attacked the students. The strike team leader shouted for the students to watch out. As the monsters closed in, the students raised their shields and chanted, "By the honor burning in my chest, my country will never fall." As they chanted, their bodysuits began glowing, forming a magical barrier around them. Before the monsters could reach the students, two stood at the back and moved forward to take on the attackers. The first student was Jiang Mani, an early bronze stage hunter. She told her partner to keep the monsters restrained while she shot them down. Her partner, Luo Yong, also an early bronze stage hunter, fought with a longsword and told Mani, "It's just a bunch of cats. There's nothing to be scared of. I'll deal with them." Instructor Liao recognized them as the holy archer Jiang Mani and the divinely powerful Luo Yong. She remarked, "This batch of students is really something." Subai was amazed by how powerful and impressive they were, with their advanced weapons, while his only weapon was Little Turtle. Seeing Mani and Luo Yong, the other students grew excited. Jiajun commented, "This blockhead is really powerful. He looks even more formidable than Brother Su." While everyone was focused on Mani and Luo Yong, they didn't notice a soldier struggling with a monster. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the forest, causing everyone to cover their ears. When the sound ceased, a large monster emerged from the forest, and all the Yuming cats knelt before it. The new monster was the king of the Yuming cats, a middle silver stage beast with a constitution of 45, agility of 88, and spirit of 43. Captain Fu was shocked to see the king of the Yuming cats, and couldn't understand why a silver stage cat king had appeared here. He immediately ordered the messenger to contact the base again and request reinforcements. Unaware of the monster's strength, Mani and Luo Yong charged at it. Luo Yong jumped to attack with his sword, while Mani supported him by restricting the monster's vision. When Instructor Liao saw them charging at a silver stage monster, she was terrified and shouted, "Mani, Luo Yong, come back now. This is a silver stage monster, not your plaything." But it was already too late. The king of the cats made its move and struck with its claws, taking down both Mani and Luo Yong in a single attack. They fell to the ground, losing their weapons. Instructor Liao urged them to return, but Captain Fu told her it was too late. He ordered his soldiers to provide cover fire as the king of the Yuming cats leaped again, aiming to strike down the soldiers. The king of the Yuming cats jumped again to strike Mani and Luo Yong, who were injured and unable to defend themselves. However, before it could touch them, something shining green shot through the air at high speed and struck the king of the Yuming cats in the face, sending it flying. Everyone was confused about what had just happened. That green shining object turned out to be Subai's little turtle. Everyone was shocked to see a flying turtle and asked what it was. Instructor Yu explained to the others, "It's a turtle that hit the king of the Yuming cats." When Han Jiagang saw the little turtle, he immediately recognized it as Subai's beast. Subai stepped forward to defend Mani and Luo Yong, saying, "As expected, this entrance is still a bit awkward." He introduced himself as Beast Tamer Subai, and the little turtle as his beast. He then told Mani and Luo Yong to handle the smaller monsters, while he would deal with the Cat King. The other students were stunned at the sight of Subai and his turtle. They wondered if this turtle was really that impressive, and if the Cat King was truly knocked away by it. Yanren was overjoyed to learn that the turtle was actually Subai's beast. When the king of the Yuming cats got back up, Subai told his little turtle, "Show this wild cat what you can do." On his command, the little turtle charged at the king of the Yuming cats with lightning speed. Mani, astonished by its speed, asked, "How is Subai's turtle running so fast? Is that even a turtle?" Captain Fu, who was shooting at the Yuming cats, was surprised when he saw the little turtle fighting the king. He hadn't expected Subai to have such power. Instructor Yu, fighting beside Captain Fu, admitted that she hadn't expected it either, saying, "Subai's beast taming is indeed a bit different." Captain Fu turned to the students and commanded, "Since Subai has already distracted the Cat King, focus your attacks and clear out these nether cats." On his command, the students immediately began killing the Yuming cats like ants. Meanwhile, the king of the Yuming cats, furious at the little turtle, used demonic flames to strike it with its claws. The attack landed squarely on the little turtle's shell. Instead of injuring the turtle, the king of the Yuming cats lost all its claws. The little turtle had used its shell defense ability, which increased its defense by 300%. Captain Fu was shocked to see a normal-grade creature withstand the Silver Cat King's crushing claws. He marveled at the little turtle's insane defense but quickly refocused, realizing that now wasn't the time to be distracted. Captain Fu immediately moved towards the king of the Yuming cats and ordered his soldiers to cover him. "While the Cat King is occupied, I'll finish it," he shouted. While the king was busy fighting the little turtle, Captain Fu sneaked up from behind and jumped at it, aiming for its abdomen, its known weak spot. With all his power, he struck the king with his fire sword, yelling, "Prepare to die!" The king of the Yuming cats screamed in pain and lashed out with its tail, striking Captain Fu and sending him flying. Captain Fu's attack missed the abdomen. Undeterred, Captain Fu got back up and charged at the king again, shouting, "Once more! Beast, it's either you die, or I live." Seeing Captain Fu charging in, Su Bai told the little turtle to use its ultimate move. Hearing this, the little turtle's body began to shine, and it started spinning rapidly. Jia Jun and Fan Chao, watching, were confused and asked, "What kind of ultimate move is this? Why is the turtle spinning in place?" Ignoring their confusion, Su Bai sprinted toward the spinning little turtle. He had read in a book that the Cat King's weak spot was its abdomen. Timing his move perfectly, Su Bai kicked the spinning little turtle like a football, aiming directly at the Cat King's abdomen. The little turtle flew toward the king like a bullet at high speed. Before the Cat King could strike Captain Fu again, the little turtle hit the king squarely in the abdomen with a solid impact. Little Turtle's attack sent the Cat King flying far away. After hitting the Cat King, Little Turtle landed like a superhero. Captain Fu was shocked that Su Bai had actually hit the weak spot. He moved closer to see if the Cat King had survived. On the other hand, the Cat King was bleeding heavily, but somehow managed to stand up again. It let out a loud roar towards the sky before collapsing. Finally, the Cat King was dead. Seeing this, everyone jumped with joy, cheering. "The Cat King has been defeated." Captain Fu, injured and in disbelief, asked, "Did we really win?" Yanran ran to Su Bai and hugged him tightly, exclaiming, "Su Bai, you're amazing! You defeated the golden-level Cat King." Su Bai was surprised by the sudden hug from Yanran. Everyone gathered around him, praising his incredible feat. Jia Jun jokingly asked Su Bai where he got the turtle, saying he wanted one too. While they were busy talking, Little Turtle took the opportunity to search the Cat King's body for something to eat. To its delight, it found a yellow beast core. Excited, it was about to eat the core when Su Bai noticed it. He shouted, "Little Turtle, what are you sneaking off to eat now?" But before he could stop it, Little Turtle swallowed the yellow beast core. Su Bai was annoyed, but before he could say anything, a black shadow appeared in the sky. Everyone was confused and asked, "What's that in the sky?" Captain Fu immediately recognized it and warned the group, "This is dangerous. The Cat King's final howl has summoned its kind." Instructor Yu asked, "Could an even more dangerous beast be approaching?" Meanwhile, at the base operations center, a soldier reported to the commander, "According to the frontline energy wave analysis, Base F-269 is detecting a large number of unknown-level beasts. It's becoming extremely dangerous." This was the same base where Su Bai and the students were stationed. Suddenly, the commander received news that Hu Lin's daughter, Yanran, was among the trainee students at Base F-269. Wen Yuan, who delivered the news, urged the commander to provide immediate support. The commander agreed without hesitation, saying, "I'll dispatch a scout company to escort Mr. Wen to the battlefield." However, Mr. Wen refused the escort, saying he couldn't wait and would head there himself. Before leaving, he turned to the commander and said, "Within 20 minutes, I hope reinforcements will reach the battlefield." Hearing this, the commander assured him, "I'm giving the order now." The commander was deeply nervous. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he thought to himself, if Hu Lin goes mad, the entire Jiangzhou won't be able to handle it. He immediately issued orders to send reinforcements. Back at Base F-269, as the black shadows covered the sky, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared, glaring at the group with rage. A loud voice echoed, "Foolish humans, lowly species." Hearing the voice, Instructor Yu was stunned and asked Captain Fu, "How is this possible? It can actually speak human language." Captain Fu, equally shocked, replied, "This is impossible. A beast that understands human language must be at least golden level. It shouldn't be here." He immediately ordered everyone, "Quickly form a defensive formation. Place the injured in the center." Suddenly, the black shadow descended to the ground beside the Cat King's dead body. From the shadow came a furious voice, "Lowly species, how dare you slaughter my kind?" The shadow then began devouring the Cat King's body. The students were horrified and disgusted as they watched the monster eat the Cat King. Captain Fu, seeing the creature, said, "This is absolutely impossible. How could something like that appear in this area?" Suddenly, Su Bai received a system warning notification. The system alerted him to extreme danger, stating that a golden-level beast had been detected nearby. The system urged him, "Please leave immediately. Lethal threat level, 5 stars. Extreme danger." Su Bai was shocked to realize that the shadow was indeed a golden-level beast. The monster that emerged from the shadows was the Shadow Cat King, a mutated golden-level beast with 272 constitution, 345 agility, and 275 mentality. After sustaining severe injuries, the Shadow Cat King entered a bloodthirsty berserk state, increasing its agility and attack by 100%, while reducing its defense by 50%. Luo Yong was horrified, exclaiming, "It's a golden-level beast. Even our teacher probably hasn't faced one." Manny, trembling with fear, fell to the ground, crying, "I want to go home. I don't want to die." Seeing that reinforcements had not yet arrived, Captain Fu charged at the Shadow Cat King, ordering, "Everyone, escort the wounded and retreat. I'll cover you." With determination, he leaped to attack, shouting, "Beast, I'll fight you to the death." However, with just one swing of its claws, the Shadow Cat King sent Captain Fu flying. The monster then raised its claws, ready to strike the finishing blow. Seeing this, Su Bai threw Little Turtle towards Captain Fu, commanding, "Protect him!" As the Shadow Cat King's attack descended, Little Turtle jumped in between and blocked it with its shell defense. The Shadow Cat King was shocked by the turtle's exceptionally tough shell, but suddenly, deep scratches appeared on Little Turtle's shell, and it began to bleed. Captain Fu, still stunned, gasped and asked, "Little Turtle, are you okay?" Seeing Little Turtle injured, Su Bai tried to rush over, but before he could move, he also sustained injuries, coughing up blood. He felt the same pain as Little Turtle. Yanren, standing beside him, was shocked to see him in such a state, and asked if he was hurt. Instructor Yu, who was assisting Captain Fu, was equally shocked. She couldn't understand how Su Bai had been injured since she hadn't seen the Shadow Cat King attack him. Captain Fu wondered aloud, could it be the Beast Tamer's same origin effect? Hearing this, Instructor Yu responded, "Impossible. I'll go check on him." Suddenly, a system notification appeared for Su Bai, explaining, because the tamed beast has fallen into a serious injury state, the tamer's talent, the same origin, has been triggered. The host and the tamed beast now share energy and damage. Instructor Yu came to check on Su Bai, but found no external injuries. Shocked, she wondered, could Su Bai have truly mastered the legendary beast taming skill? In pain, Su Bai collapsed, but Yanren caught him before he hit the ground. She was deeply worried about his condition. Su Bai, reading the system notification, understood what had happened. He reassured Yanren, saying, "I'm okay." Instructor Yu, pointing her sword at the Shadow Cat King, declared, "Su Bai is sharing the attacks of the golden-level Shadow Cat King with his tamed beast. We can't let him fight alone. Let's support him, yes, we can't let him fight alone." All the students and soldiers shouted in unison. As everyone charged at the Shadow Cat King, the beast sneered. Its eyes burned with anger, and it mocked them, a bunch of ants. When the students, along with Instructor Yu and Captain Fu, attacked, the Shadow Cat King shifted into its shadow form and sent one of its shadow minions directly at Su Bai. Instructor Yu noticed this and shouted a warning to Su Bai to be careful. Yanran, seeing the shadow minion coming, tried to shield Su Bai by taking the hit herself. However, before the minion could reach them, a massive explosion engulfed the area in flames. When the smoke cleared, Su Bai and Yanran were unharmed. Yanran, shocked, asked, "What just happened?" Su Bai smiled, realizing what had occurred. The core crystal of the Silver Yuming Cat King has finally been absorbed. A system notification appeared, announcing, "Little Turtle has upgraded to bronze level, Black Turtle." The Black Tortoise bloodline has been activated, allowing the Black Tortoise illusion to be maintained for a short period. Little Turtle has gained a new talent, Turtle Gravity. With 10% of its bloodline activated, all attributes have improved, and talents are enhanced. The system detailed Little Turtle's new stats. Its physical strength is 218, defense is 362, agility is 55, and spirit is 60. Now it has 3 skills. First skill is Black Turtle Barrier. Gathers Little Turtle's energy to form a defensive barrier, increasing defense by 300%. Second skill was Turtle Spirit Possession. Consumes physical energy to envelop Little Turtle's body, enhancing attack power by 100% and defense by 200%. Third skill was Turtle Gravity. Launches a gravitational skill at a designated target, pulling them in. As the Black Tortoise bloodline awakened, Little Turtle entered its spirit form. A colossal beast, resembling a projection, emerged from Little Turtle's body. Everyone was awestruck, staring at Little Turtle's spirit form. Instructor Yu asked, "Has Su Bai's beast evolved?" Seeing the golden light radiating from Little Turtle, Captain Fu wondered, could this be the mark of an epic beast tamer? After Little Turtle's awakening, Su Bai stood up. Yanren asked him, "Is your injury healed?" Su Bai reassured her, "I'm fine." He then pointed at the Shadow Cat King and commanded Little Turtle, "Kill that beast for me." On Su Bai's command, Little Turtle's spirit swung its massive hand and struck the Shadow Cat King, sending it flying with just one attack. Everyone was astonished by Little Turtle's power. Captain Fu was shocked and exclaimed, "Su Bai's tamed beast is only at the initial bronze level, but it has such terrifying strength. The bloodline level must be extremely high." Luolong couldn't believe their eyes, marveling that Su Bai, a bronze-level beast Tamer, managed to knock away the Shadow Cat King. The Shadow Cat King, though sent flying, managed to regain its balance. Now furious, it let out a thunderous roar and summoned its shadow minions. "I want you all to die!" it bellowed, releasing the minions to attack the students. Seeing the Shadow Cat King go berserk, Captain Fu yelled, "Everyone, watch out! Retreat and split up!" However, the Shadow Cat King created dozens of shadow minions, sneering, "Don't even think about running away." The minions avoided Little Turtle and charged toward the students and soldiers. Seeing this, Su Bai commanded Little Turtle, "Stop them." Little Turtle immediately used its turtle gravity skill over the entire area. A golden light spread across the battlefield, and before the shadow minions could reach the students, they froze mid-air. Little Turtle then pulled all the shadow minions toward itself, opened its massive mouth, and swallowed them whole, killing them instantly. Su Bai then instructed, "Don't hold back, finish it." On his command, Little Turtle began gathering immense energy, a golden aura radiating from its body. It then unleashed a powerful energy beam directly at the Shadow Cat King. The Shadow Cat King, despite its strength, couldn't withstand the attack, and was vaporized in an instant. A few minutes later, Mr. Wen arrived at the battlefield, only to find the fight already over. The ground was scorched, with a massive crack running through it. Surveying the destruction, he wondered, what on earth did they endure on such a tragic battlefield? Meanwhile, Captain Fu was commanding his troops to clean up the battlefield quickly. Mr. Wen hurried over to Yanren, who was collecting monster cores with Instructor Yu. Relieved to see her unharmed, he said, "I'm so glad you're okay." Yanren was a little surprised to see him there, while Instructor Yu, confused, asked her, "Why is Mr. Wen here?" Captain Fu immediately saluted Mr. Wen and introduced himself as Fu Lin, the Deputy Battalion Commander of F-269 Military Base. Recognizing Mr. Wen's high rank, Captain Fu reported, "In this battle, a squad of my troops cooperated with the instructors and students from Wuhan University. We encountered a large group of nether cats. Over 800 nether cats were killed, including several bronze-level ones, 1 silver-level one, and 1 gold-level. Casualties are still being counted, and initial treatment is being provided to the seriously injured." Mr. Wen was stunned. "A gold-level beast appeared?" he asked in disbelief. Looking at the massive crack in the ground, he continued, "Captain Fu, you actually killed this gold-level monster? It's unbelievable." Pointing at Su Bai, Captain Fu reported to Mr. Wen, "It was Su Bai and his trained beast who killed the Shadow Cat King." Hearing this, Mr. Wen turned to Su Bai and asked, "Did you really kill this Shadow Cat King?" Su Bai, acting modest, replied, "It wasn't just my effort. The Deputy Battalion Commander, the instructors and I worked together to take it down." Impressed by Su Bai's humility, Mr. Wen patted him on the shoulder and asked, "After graduating from Wuhan University, would you be interested in studying at the Jiangzhou Fortress? Even though the Beast Tamer division has dwindled, I will personally guide you." Hearing this, Su Bai was thrilled, but replied politely, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Wen. I haven't thought that far ahead yet." While they were talking, Captain Fu approached and reported to Mr. Wen, "The battlefield has been cleared." He then asked, "Please give us your next instructions." Mr. Wen instructed everyone to return to base. When they returned to the base, Captain Fu stood in front of the teleportation formation and asked the instructors to count the number of people and have all candidates enter the portal in an orderly manner. He then addressed the students, saying, "Go back and train hard. You are the strongest class I have ever met." The students thanked Captain Fu before leaving. As they departed, Captain Fu turned to Instructor Yu and remarked, "These students are extraordinary, especially Su Bai. He has a bright future ahead of him." Instructor Yu nodded in agreement, saying, "For a freshman to achieve this level of strength is incredible. I can't imagine how powerful he'll become in the future." Captain Fu smiled and added, "Instructor Yu, we'll meet again someday. This time, I owe Su Bai my life." Instructor Yu replied, "You're too kind," before they parted ways. One by one, everyone entered the teleportation formation and returned to Wuhan University. Su Bai and Yanran were together, and he was overjoyed to finally be back. Jin Jun was ecstatic, exclaiming, "This trip was absolutely thrilling." Upon their return to the university, they were greeted with banners and cheers from the other students, who had gathered to welcome the heroes back from victory. All the teachers and students of Jiangzhou Wuhan University were present. A teacher handed a bouquet of flowers to Luo Yong, saying, "Welcome home, hero." Luo Yong was surprised and humbly responded, "The real hero is Su Bai. We're nothing. We were just cannon fodder." The other injured students agreed, telling the teachers, "It's good enough that we made it back alive. If not for the many missing classmates, We might have thought this was all just a dream. Instructor Jian approached and patted Subai on the back, saying, I already heard about your actions on the battlefield. You are all heroes of Zhangzhou Wuhan University. Your test scores this time will be the highest ever recorded. Hearing about the assessment results, Subai was overjoyed and said, All I want to do now is go back to the dormitory, take a shower, and have a good night's sleep. All the students laughed and agreed that they all needed rest. In Subai's room, Jinjun joked, Don't you feel like the bed is extra soft tonight? Fan Chao laughed and replied, I've already been trapped by this bed. Turning to Han Jin, Fan Chao asked, Since we accomplished such a great feat this time, will we be credited with a military achievement? Han Jin laughed and teased, How many resources do you think you can exchange for your limited capabilities? But our brother Su killed the gold-level monster, so he'll definitely exchange it for a ton of cultivation resources. Suddenly, Han Jin remembered something and stood up, asking Subai, What kind of turtle is yours? I want to buy one to raise at home. If nothing else, it's calming to watch a turtle. He chuckled, though watching it makes me feel a little jealous. Meanwhile, Little Turtle was lost in its dreams of a harem filled with female turtles. The next day, early in the morning, someone continuously knocked on Subai's room door. Irritated by the sounds of knocking, Han Jin woke up. He shouted, telling the person outside to stop knocking already. He was angry, wondering who it could be knocking this early in the morning. But when he opened the door, he was shocked to see many girls standing in front of the door holding gifts in their hands. A girl in glasses came forward and said, Juniors, we're from Zhongwu's student council. You're all heroes who just returned from the battlefield. We came to bring breakfast for you. A red-haired girl added that they seniors made it all by themselves and hoped he didn't find it lacking. A purple-haired girl, while giving the breakfast to Han Jin, asked him who Subai was among them. Han Jin got very happy after seeing that many beauties early in the morning. He thanked the seniors, saying he certainly wouldn't let their efforts go to waste. He let all of them enter the room. The purple-haired girl, looking around their room, again asked Han Jin who Subai was. Hearing all that commotion, Fan Chao also woke up. The red-haired girl asked him where Subai was and if she could take a photo with him. Pointing at Subai's bed, Fan Chao told those girls that his brother Su went out for a run. He asked them if they knew his brother Su. Hearing that Subai wasn't there, those girls got very disappointed and asked Fan Chao why he didn't say so earlier. The purple-haired girl told him that everyone on campus now knows Subai. With a sad face, she said, Too bad Subai doesn't know me. Jinjun also woke up and was surprised to hear that his brother Su is famous now. While leaving, the purple-haired girl told them to turn on the TV and take a look. She also took back the breakfast box she gave to Han Jin, saying, Since Subai isn't here, I'll just take the breakfast back then. Han Jin and the other two were shocked to see how these girls changed after knowing that Subai was not there. They all turned out to be gold diggers. On the other hand, Subai was running on the university's field, while taking note of his health. Suddenly, an important announcement on Longguo's military channel attracted the attention of everyone in the stadium, and they all looked at the broadcasting screen. The announcement was that yesterday, several provinces experienced large-scale attacks by ferocious beasts from the myriad races on military bases behind human lines. Among the beasts attacking the bases, gold-tier combatants were present in each instance. Students from martial arts universities across provinces were massacred, with survival rates less than 1 in 100. During this campaign, the instructors and students of Zhangzhou Martial University fought valiantly. They slew 1 gold-tier beast, 1 silver-tier beast, and numerous bronze-tier and ordinary-tier beasts. Among them, freshman Subai single-handedly held off a gold-tier beast with the support of instructors and a bronze-tier expert from the military. He achieved the feat of cross-tier slaying, a complete defeat across the board, with Zhangzhou Martial University standing as the sole victor. The news also showed Subai's photo on the screen and continued that the Longguo military has decided to award all participating students and instructors from Zhangzhou Martial University a collective second-class honor and a Great Wall silver medal. As for student Subai, for his outstanding contributions, he is awarded a first-class honor and a Great Wall gold medal. Subai was surprised and confused by the sudden awarding of the first-class honor. Everyone at the stadium was shocked to hear that Subai, a freshman, had achieved something this incredible. One guy, very jealous of Subai, remarked, A Great Wall gold medal, something I could never achieve in my life, is given to a freshman. A girl, very impressed by Subai, shouted, The Martial University is mighty. I really want to meet Subai. And she asked others who were acquainted with Subai, saying she wanted to date him. Realizing that if he stayed there, those crazy girls would not let him escape, Subai covered his face, thinking it was better to sneak away quickly. Slowly, he got away from there and hid behind a wall where others could not see him. While he was taking a breath, His phone rang. It was Subai's sister, Susia, who was very excited and told Subai that he was on TV. Subai was surprised that even people outside the university also got the news. He told his sister that he had already seen it. Susia told him that their mom and dad wanted him to come home to celebrate for him. Knowing his family's financial condition, Subai asked, "Isn't that unnecessary?" Subai's mother and father, who were sitting beside Susia, were very proud of Subai. His father told him that he had achieved such an honor, and now everyone in the neighborhood wanted to see him. Subai's mother told him that his third uncle's sister-in-law had just called, saying she wanted to introduce him to a girlfriend. Susia told him he better come back quickly. Otherwise, their front door was about to get kicked down by their neighbors. Hearing them so happy, Subai said, "The test just ended, and we have 2 days off. I'll pack up and come back to take a look." His sister was very happy, and told him that since he is so famous now, their dad will grin in his sleep. Subai laughed, and told her to hang up now. That afternoon, Subai returned to his family's apartment. All the neighbors started calling Subai's father, saying, "Old Su, your family's hero is coming home. Come out and welcome him." Subai was shocked to see that many people standing in front of their house, and asked them if all of them were waiting for him. The whole neighborhood was gathered there to welcome Subai. They started cheering that the great hero was back. A woman came forward and asked Subai if he still remembered her, saying she had held him when he was a kid. Subai was very surprised and asked, "Isn't everyone being way too enthusiastic?" Subai's family also came out. Susia jumped to hug her hero brother. His mother and father were very happy to see Subai. Subai's father grabbed his hand and asked him to come home. While he was going, another woman asked Subai to come and eat at her house, saying she made seafood dumplings. Subai thanked her but told her that he is allergic to seafood. An old man came forward and asked Subai's father to bring Subai to his house, saying he had stewed turtle soup, and they could have some together. Subai's father thanked everyone and told them that they had already prepared food at home. He added that he would bring Subai to visit each of them once he had rested. Subai told them that later on, he would definitely visit all the uncles and aunties. Hearing that, an old auntie came forward and asked Subai's father to bring Subai over later. Her granddaughter is a university student in the city, and they could meet there. But another uncle came forward and told that auntie that her granddaughter isn't worthy of Subai. His granddaughter just graduated this year, and he would introduce Subai to her. Subai's father didn't expect their neighbors to behave like that. Somehow, Subai and his family returned to their house, and Subai was exhausted from dealing with all of them. He said that if he had known it would be like this, he would have snuck back after dark. Susia told him that it wouldn't work, because Aunt Jang had installed surveillance outside their house. She was just waiting for Subai to come back so she could introduce her granddaughter to him. Subai's father immediately walked towards the kitchen, telling them he was personally cooking today. His mother told Subai to take a rest first, saying his dad and she would cook. She asked her daughter to come help out. Subai immediately threw his bag on the side of the sofa and sat down, finally getting a moment to catch his breath. But before he could rest, suddenly a system notification popped up in front of his eyes. The system detected a contractible creature, a little kitten, and asked Subai if he wished to tame the little kitten. Subai was surprised to see that notification. It was the Beastmaster's intuition. Seeing him looking surprised, Susia asked him what was wrong. Subai asked his little sister if their family got a cat. She pointed at a little cat eating food in the corner of the room and asked him if he meant Little White. Seeing the cat, Subai asked his sister if they couldn't have a more impressive pet. Susia petted the little cat and asked Subai what was not impressive about Little White, saying it's so cute. She told him that after he took Little 8, she found Little White on the road a few days ago, so she brought it home. Subai didn't argue with his sister and told her that it's cute if she says it is. He thought that if his sister likes it so much, maybe he should not tame it. But the little cat's status window popped up in front of him. The tamed beast's name is Little Kitten. Its level is Ordinary Initial Stage. It contains traces of the White Tiger Sacred Beast bloodline, with infinite growth potential and eventual god-slaying capabilities. Currently, its average physical, defense, and spirit is 1. Its agility is 3, and its ability is Claw Strike, which increases attack speed and damage by 100%. Its evolution method is consumption. The system asked Subai if he wanted to tame the kitten. Subai was too shocked to see the little cat's status window, wondering if this stray cat really could have the White Tiger bloodline. The little cat looked at Subai with curiosity. Susia told Subai that it seemed to like him. Subai clicked on the tame option, thinking he should tame it first and figure it out later. After taming the little cat, he turned to his sister, and while smiling, called her to discuss something. He told her it was about the little cat because her brother is a beastmaster. Before Subai could finish what he was saying, Susia immediately declined. She took Little Cat and said, "Since you already took Little 8, don't think about taking Little White." Subai tried to convince her, saying they could negotiate on this. He asked her if she didn't want a laptop. Susia ran with little cat, telling Subai that it wouldn't do. She wouldn't give little white to him. A few minutes later, Subai's mother came with food and saw Subai chasing Susia, who was running away with little cat in her hand. Then, 2 days later, when Subai returned to the university, he had both Little Turtle and Little Cat with him. When students at the university saw Subai, they immediately recognized him. Seeing the cat in Subai's backpack, a girl asked others why he had a cat in his bag and if he was a cat lover. Inside Subai's bag, Little Turtle was very happy to be with Little Cat. It told Little Cat that this is the boss's school and it would have her back from today. However, Little Cat was very uncomfortable in the small bag and complained to Subai that Little Turtle was squishing her. Subai didn't understand what they were talking about. While he was walking, a boy spotted Subai and said, "Isn't that Subai, the one who got the gold medal?" Another boy added, "Is that why, despite his average looks, so many girls are running to his dorm?" They were jealous of Subai's achievements. Hearing them all, Subai thought, "Looks like I'll need to wear a mask when going out in the future." While he was walking, suddenly there was an announcement asking student Subai to please report to the principal's office immediately. Subai was surprised by the announcement, wondering what the principal could want with him. When he went to the principal's office, the principal told Subai that he is truly a man of Huaxia. Because of his excellent performance at the F-269 military base, the school has decided to reward him. The principal asked Subai what he would like. Subai said that he is really grateful to the school, and also to the principal. Subai had always heard that their principal is a stingy man. It would probably be tough even trying to get some food for little 8. He acted like he was thinking hard and told the principal that he wouldn't want the school to go bankrupt over him. "So how about 100 gold tier beast cores?" The principal acted shocked after hearing 100 gold tier beast cores, and said, "Subai, I don't have that many of them. Even if you ground my bones to dust, why don't you ask for the principal's position instead?" Subai then told the principal that he could settle for 100 silver tier ones too. Hearing about the silver tier, the principal told him not to even think about it. He couldn't even get scraps with the amount of honor he has. Subai told his principal that he doesn't want that gold medal or whatever. Can he have 50 silver tier beast cores instead? He tried to make the situation emotional, saying, "Principal, you know I bled for the school." But the principal didn't fall for that and said, "Subai, humans are humans. The strong in the human race have the responsibility and duty to protect the weak. When you saved these students, you were carrying out a duty of yours as one of the strong ones." Subai was lost for words seeing the principal. "Principal, please no more yapping. Let's settle with 50 silver tier beast cores." The principal completely ignored his words and told him that the military and the school are not going to give up on a genius like him. He took a deep breath and told Subai that this is the most he can do. He will let him have 10 bronze tier beast cores. Subai was shocked to hear that his reward is just 10 bronze tier. He immediately declined and asked for 20 bronze tier beast cores. The principal agreed to 15 and told him it's final. Subai accepted the deal. The principal realized that Subai was trying to haggle with him. Subai also realized that his principal is very cheap. The principal then turned around and told Subai that, in addition to the rewards, there's a little something he needs to let Subai know. Surprised, Subai asked him what it is. The principal told Subai that he has been selected by their school as the representative from the first year and will participate in this year's 100 Schools tournament. Subai was confused to hear about the 100 Schools tournament and asked the principal if the reward offer was just a ruse. He said, "Principal, this isn't very nice of you." The principal urged him not to put it that way, explaining that as a student of the Jiangzhou Martial University, it is his duty to bring honor to the school. The principal mentioned that Subai wanted resources and that the tournament is very generous with rewards. Subai replied, "Principal, there must be lots of skilled people in the 100 Schools tournament. It'd be difficult to even get a rank, wouldn't it? It'll be hard work." The principal then asked how the youth of today could be scared of challenges and told Subai to prepare and come to the training room tomorrow. Subai agreed and left. The principal looked outside the window and thought it was getting more difficult to engage the youth today in such activities. Meanwhile, as he was leaving, Subai thought of the tales of the principal being a sly old fox and realized that the gossip was definitely accurate. The next day, 10 students gathered in the practice hall. The principal told them that the 100 Schools tournament is hosted by the military, though the Ministry of Education had given them far fewer resources compared to better-known schools like the martial universities of Beijing and Shanghai. He still sent them off with the hope that they would achieve better results. The principal started the roll call. First was third-year Hu Qing, a bronze middle-tier awakener of the wood elemental. Then came Bai Ningbing, and then Xiong Tianxiang. While the principal was calling their names, an annoyed student commented that it was unfair. Jiangzhou Martial University was founded later, so students here received much fewer resources than those going to famous schools. A girl standing behind agreed, saying she heard that their school has always ranked very low. The principal then called first-year Subai's name last. He immediately responded that he was present. The principal told the students that they are the top students in their respective years, representing the school in the tournament. Then, the principal took out a paper and announced that this year, the team leader would be Subai. Subai was shocked to hear his name and questioned if it was a mistake. When other students heard Subai's name, they became angry. One student asked why a freshman like Subai would be the team lead instead of Hu Qing, the strongest and most experienced among them. Another student pointed out that Subai is just at the initial tier of bronze, a whole tier behind Hu Qing, questioning how he could lead them. The principal became angry and asked if they had seen the news in the past 2 days, explaining that Subai is capable of defeating gold-tier beasts. He challenged anyone who wanted to be the leader to kill a gold-tier beast right now, and he would consider making the swap. Hearing this, a boy laughed and doubted Subai's ability, suggesting it might have just been luck. Another student looked angrily at Subai and said he didn't believe it either. He challenged Subai to a fight right there. All the seniors were angry at Subai, saying they also wanted to challenge him. Subai tried to calm them down, explaining that he was not aware of the whole leader situation at all. Subai was angry with the principal because he felt he was being made a target by everyone. The principal immediately walked away, stating, "That is all for today." He told them to get ready now, as the tournament was less than 20 days away, and he looked forward to their performances. While others were listening to the principal, Subai also made his escape. Some students noticed and shouted, asking where he was going. As he ran away, Subai responded, "Dear seniors, I'm in a hurry. I'll be going to my dorm now." Seeing Subai escape, a boy called him a coward, doubting that Subai had killed the gold-tier beast at all. Another boy angrily declared that he would show Subai who's boss once the tournament started. On the other hand, Subai returned to his dormitory and called his little turtle, telling it that it was time to eat. Looking in his inventory, Subai said, "At least the old man kept his word." He told the little turtle that there were 15 bronze-tier beast cores, enough for it to level up. When Subai gave a beast core to the little turtle, the little cat tried to snatch it. Subai told the little cat not to rush because there was something for it too. He took out some blood essence and gave it to the little cat because its level was still too low. Seeing the little cat eat the blood essence, the little turtle made an innocent face to get some too. It sure eats a lot. Subai gave it another beast core. He was crying while giving those beast cores to the little turtle because one bite cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. The little turtle ate it immediately and asked for more. Subai, while crying, asked how much more it needed to eat to evolve. He poured all the beast cores into the little turtle's bowl and told it that these were the last ones. If it still didn't evolve, then he would feed everything to the little cat in the future. The little cat was happy to hear that. After eating those beast cores, the little turtle's body started shining again. Subai got a little scared seeing the golden light coming out of the little turtle's body. The whole university started shaking because of the little turtle's evolution. Everyone was confused, asking what happened and wondering if it was an earthquake. A system notification congratulated Subai because his mystic tortoise had leveled up to the bronze middle tier. Subai's level also increased. Currently, the little turtle's level is bronze middle stage, and 30% of its Zhuanwu bloodline is activated. All its attributes are enhanced, and talents are strengthened. The little turtle's physique is 568, defense is 862, agility is 95, and spirit is 90. Subai was happy that the little turtle finally leveled up. It didn't get more talents, but the stats and talent levels increased a lot. While Subai was looking at the little turtle's status window, suddenly another notification congratulated him, because the little cat also leveled up to the ordinary high tier and awakened. Subai's tamed beast, Little Kitten, is now an ordinary high-level beast. It contains traces of the White Tiger Sacred Beast bloodline, with infinite growth potential, and eventually, god-slaying capabilities. Now its strength is 39, defense is 38, agility is 79, and spirit is 25. It also has 3 talents. The first is Claw Strike, which activates by consuming stamina, increasing attack speed and damage by 100%. The second talent is Bloodlust, which activates by consuming stamina, increasing attack by 100% to 500%. The graver the wounds, the higher the bonus. The third talent is Ghostly Haunting Step. It increases movement speed by 100% to 200%. The bonus increases when more vitality is consumed. Seeing the second notification, Subai jumped in happiness that Little Cat leveled up as well. He pet both of his pets and said, "Now that Little 8 and Little White have both leveled up, It's time to show them off on the stage of the 100 Schools tournament. Subai also leveled up with his beasts and became a bronze middle level. His bonus stats increased by 30% from Mystic Turtle and 20% from Little Cat. Currently, his strength is 115, agility is 74, and spirit is 86. Subai now has 3 talents. The first is Infinite Evolution, which applies to all tamed beasts and is gifted by the system. The second talent is that he can use all skills from tamed beasts. This talent is an exclusive Beastmaster Awakened talent. The third talent is originating from the same source, with which Subai can share the energy as well as damage sustained with tamed beasts. The next day, Subai went to the Jiangzhou Martial University Library and was surprised by the huge building. He told the librarian that he didn't expect Jiang Yunyi's library to be this big. The librarian informed Subai that their school's library had been here even before the university was founded, serving as the cornerstone of Jiangzhou Martial University's heritage. While scanning Subai's ID, she was surprised to see that a freshman already had 180 credits. As a beast tamer, Subai asked her about books related to beast taming. The librarian pointed him in the right direction and told him he was free to look up whatever information he needed. Subai thanked her and went to the beast taming section. He was surprised to see quite a few books on beast taming and thought it would take him a long time to go through them all. While picking his first book, he saw one written by Luo Fan. The name sounded familiar to him. Subai picked up the book, and while flipping through its pages, he noticed the beast taming skills written in the book, which included Heavens and Earth Converge, The Undying Soul, Divine Weapons Gather, Sacred Beasts Armed, The Roots of Grass and Trees, and Origin Confluence. Subai recognized the Origin Confluence skill, as he had already mastered it. He wondered what the Undying Soul and Sacred Beasts Armed meant. While engrossed in the book, Subai didn't realize he had left the beast taming section. 3 seniors walking by noticed him coming out of the section. They were the same seniors who had been selected for the university competition with Subai. Seeing him, one senior mocked, saying, "A beast tamer has no future, no matter how much they study." They then left to get their books. Subai didn't even notice them, as he was fully focused on the book. He was amazed by what he read, saying he didn't expect Senior Luo Fan to be so powerful. Luo Fan had created 3 divine skills: Origin Confluence, Sacred Beasts Armed, and Undying Soul, and had single-handedly fought against the invasion of all the tribes. It was a pity that he was eventually outnumbered and died on the battlefield. Just by briefly looking into the book, Subai understood that he needed to read it carefully. Suddenly, something shocking happened. While reading, the book started shining. Subai was shocked and confused. He couldn't understand what was going on and why the book was floating. He even felt a force flowing into his body. After the book stopped shining, Subai took it to the librarian and asked if he could borrow it. The librarian was surprised to see the book because it didn't have a classification label. She told Subai that it probably wasn't from the library. Subai insisted that it couldn't be possible because he took it from the bookshelf. The librarian decided to check the contents of the book, but even after using all her power, she could not open it. Frustrated, she wondered why she couldn't open the book. Subai was surprised to hear that and said, "That can't be right. I was just reading it a moment ago. Let me take a look." When Subai tried to open the book, it opened immediately. He asked the librarian to look, saying, "How is it possible that it can't be opened?" The librarian was also confused and said, "Maybe something went wrong." She told Subai to just take it to read, and that he could return it whenever he was done. Subai immediately took the book, and asked the librarian if he could borrow it for as long as he wanted. The librarian said yes. Subai was happy to hear that, and thanked the librarian before leaving. After Subai left, the librarian called the university principal, and told him that the book he left on the bookshelf had been taken by Subai. The principal was shocked, and asked if Subai could actually open that book. The librarian confirmed that it was true. She had seen it with her own eyes. The first-year student, Subai, opened that book. Hearing this, the principal was very happy. He looked up at the sky and said, "Luo Fan, the person you've been waiting for has finally appeared after 100 years. If you, in the underworld, are aware of it, you should be very happy." 2 weeks later, at the Martial University's 100 Schools League, people started to gather at the stadium. A reporter informed the audience that the 100 Schools League was divided into 5 major battle zones: East, South, West, North, and Central. Each battle zone would have 2 qualifying teams. The 8 martial universities of Jiangzhou province would all gather at Jiangzhou Martial University to compete. The stadium was full, and tickets for this year's 100 Schools League were hard to come by. University buses began to arrive, carrying the participants of the competition. A group of students from Fuchuan made fun of the Longying Martial University students, saying, "Longying Martial University dares to show up? They're just here to get beaten. The Longying Martial University students responded saying, "Who gets beaten is still up in the air. Just wait and see, you trash from Fuchuan." All the students were very competitive towards each other as they entered the stadium. The audience also started to gather as the competition was about to start. At the seating stand of Subai's Jiangzhou Martial University, Instructor Fu arrived and asked if everyone was there. A senior told Instructor Fu that Subai hadn't arrived yet, but everyone else was there. Another senior said, "Subai is our team captain. He wouldn't back out at the last minute." Just as he said that, a voice came saying, "How could I back out at the last minute?" It was Subai. Instructor Fu was shocked to see Subai. It had only been a few days, but she could feel that Subai's strength had improved significantly. She told Subai that the match was about to start, and they needed to arrange their lineup. Subai told Instructor Fu not to worry, saying he had it all planned out. Before the start of the competition, a host appeared on the big screen and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, teachers and students, just a month ago, the myriad beast clans deployed large-scale forces to pin down the military's frontline capabilities. Meanwhile, smaller groups of vicious beasts bypassed the front lines to attack several provinces' rear military bases. The Martial University students in the attacked provinces were nearly wiped out by the myriad beast clans, with less than 1 in 100 surviving." The host asked, "Compatriots, shall we avenge this?" The whole audience shouted together, "We must avenge them! Kill all the vicious beasts! The human race must win!" Seeing the audience's energy, the host said, "If our human race has this spirit, how can the vicious beasts not be destroyed? This is the very purpose of today's 100 Schools League. Now, I declare the official opening of the Jiangzhou Provincial League." Then the rules of the competition were announced. As this is a team battle format, each team can have up to 5 participants in each match. The loser is eliminated, and the winner continues. The team with the last remaining participant wins. The host proceeded with the random draw for the matchups. The first match was between Longying Martial University and Xinmin. The second match was between Jiangzhou Martial University and Qingyun Martial University. The third match was between Fuchuan Martial University and Xicheng Martial University. The fourth match was between Anyi Martial University and Jiangsu Martial University. The host asked participants from Longying Martial University and Xinmin Martial University to come to the field. Subai's seniors were a little surprised to see that they had actually drawn Qingyun Martial University. Instructor Fu was also worried because the fight between Longying and Xinmin had already started, and their lineup hadn't been decided yet. While they were talking, suddenly the principal of Jiangzhou Martial University came and asked Subai if he had arranged the lineup. Subai proudly told the principal that for the lineup, he would be the first to go. The remaining 4 could figure it out themselves. Everyone was surprised to hear that and asked Subai if this was a strategy. A senior asked Subai if they shouldn't make targeted arrangements based on Qingyun Martial University's lineup. Other seniors agreed with that senior and asked Subai what would happen if he couldn't win. It would be an embarrassment for Jiangzhou Martial University. The seniors were very angry at Subai. Subai told everyone not to worry, saying he would not disappoint them. While they were talking, the principal noticed that in just a few days, Subai's level had increased so much. The principal admitted that his comprehension was really impressive. The principal whispered to Subai not to go too far, and at least leave some soup for his seniors to drink. Otherwise, if he offended them all, it would be hard for Subai to get by in school in the future. Subai nodded that he understood. On the other hand, the Longying Martial University and Xinmin match ended, with Xinmin Martial University winning. Seeing their fight, Instructor Fu said, "Xinmin Martial University is incredibly strong. They defeated Longying so quickly." She then turned to Subai and wished him all the best as it was his turn to take the stage. Subai walked towards the arena. He asked his seniors to watch closely. His seniors didn't like his attitude, saying, "Let's see how capable he is." When Subai went on the arena, Waifu Yanran started cheering for him. Subai's roommates were also there cheering for him. To fight, a red-haired student from Qingyun Martial University came on the stage. When the red-haired student saw Subai, he immediately recognized him and said, "You must be that freshman who slayed the golden tier vicious beast, right?" Subai, a little annoyed by his title, admitted that it's him. That red-haired guy was Qingyun Martial University squad captain, Li Lingfeng, a mid-bronze rank stone power user. Li Ling transformed his arms into stone and said to Subai that today, he would show him what true power is like. Subai completely ignored his warning and focused on taking out his little turtle from the bag. Li Ling was surprised to see the little turtle and asked Subai if this was his tamed beast. He laughed at Subai saying, "Don't tell me you brought your household pet to the competition." Subai completely ignored him again and took out some food to eat, saying he was in a bit of a rush this morning and hadn't had breakfast yet. When the audience saw Subai's little turtle, they also became very confused. wondering why he had brought a little turtle to the competition. A guy commented that Zhangzhou Martial University really doesn't have anyone worth mentioning anymore, so they are actually letting this kind of trash go on stage. Even Subai's seniors thought he was seriously underestimating his opponent. A senior asked others if Subai's opponent, being at the mid-bronze rank, was really someone he could handle. While they all were wondering about the little turtle, Instructor Fu was wondering why Subai was eating peanuts and drinking cola on the stage. After taking out the little turtle, Subai sat on the stage, opened a can of cola, and told the little turtle that after eating so many beast cores, it shouldn't embarrass him. The little turtle moved forward and released bright light from its body. Li Ling felt the power coming out of the little turtle's body and wondered if this turtle could really be his tamed beast. Subai's little turtle took on its black tortoise form. This time it was a stable form, and the little turtle fully controlled the transformation. Li Ling got too scared seeing the little turtle's terrifying form. The whole audience was shocked to see such a massive turtle. A guy remarked that just one eye of the turtle alone is as big as a basketball. Looking at the little turtle's armor, one guy asked, "Is that its skin? This is clearly an armor, and it's actually shining like metal." Looking at the little turtle's claws and limbs, one man said, "No wonder Subai can kill a gold-ranked beast. This turtle could crush anyone with a single slap." Yanren was very happy knowing that her future husband, Subai, is stronger now. Subai's roommate, Fan Chao, was very shocked, wondering when Subai's little turtle got this big. Subai, while drinking cola, ordered the little turtle to finish the fight quickly. On Subai's command, the little turtle swung its huge claws at Li Ling, who could not even react to the little turtle's attack. With just one move, the little turtle sent Li Ling flying. Li Ling went flying and fell on the ground with a solid impact. He didn't get injured because he used his stone power and turned his back into stone, but Li Ling was too shocked after seeing how formidable the little turtle was. Subai told Li Ling to just hold on a little longer because he wanted to finish his cola before going down. Seeing Subai's arrogance, Li Ling got very angry. He stood up, thinking it was just a sneak attack. He must focus all his power. Li Ling said, "Subai, you think you're tough? Then let's see who's tougher." Saying that, Li Ling used his stone transformation and fully turned his whole body into stone. He jumped high in the sky and used his rock fist skill to attack the little turtle. But before his punch could even land, Subai's little turtle hit him with its claws and sent him flying off the field. Instructor Fu was shocked that the fight was over, and that Subai had actually won. Subai's seniors were also very shocked, admitting that the turtle is too strong. The principal praised Subai, saying, "The younger generation is truly formidable." From the audience, a guy asked others if the captain of Qingyun Martial University was actually an idiot, questioning how he could not dodge such a big slap when the speed didn't even seem that fast. Another guy seated beside said, "Bro, it's clear you didn't study physics well. The speed of that turtle doesn't seem fast, but that's because he's big." Amazed by the little turtle's power, a guy said, "Even a mid-tier bronze-level ability user can't stop Subai's turtle's attack. This turtle is unstoppable, a creature that can slay a golden-level fierce beast. How could it be so easy to deal with?" Fan Chao was also very shocked because he knows that the little turtle wasn't this strong before. The host then announced that in the first match, Zhangzhou Martial University's Subai wins. After that, the second contestant from Qingyun Martial University, Zhang Xuan, came on the stage. Zhang Xuan, a mid-bronze rank blade user from Qingyun Martial University, took out her blade and thought, "I'll rely on speed to win, and I can't let that turtle get close to me." Thinking that, she charged at the little turtle with full speed, changing her direction again and again to confuse the little turtle. The host told the audience that Xuan was using her speed advantage, constantly staying outside the range of the giant turtle's attacks. Hearing that, the whole audience shouted, "Yes, that's how you fight." The guy who went up earlier was dumb. Xuan was thinking that as long as she found an opportunity, one strike would be enough to win. Instructor Fu was a little worried seeing that Xuan had been dodging, looking for an opportunity, and the turtle couldn't hit her at all with its speed. The seniors were also worried, thinking Subai was still underestimating his opponent. They all were worried for Subai, but Subai was enjoying his snack with cola. Xuan moved to the right side of the little turtle, who attacked her with full power, even destroying the ground. But Xuan jumped into the air and dodged the little turtle's attack. Landing on the ground, she said, "Subai, your turtle is really strong, but I can choose to directly deal with the beast tamer." Saying that, she jumped to attack Subai, thinking it was too late for Subai to reverse the situation now. Subai was still drinking his cola. Instructor Fu got scared seeing that Xuan was going to attack Subai directly. Yanran was also very worried, asking Subai to be careful. Xuan struck at Subai with her sword, saying, "Subai, you lost." but before her sword could even touch him, the little turtle hit her and sent her flying. The little turtle used its tail to attack, which Xuan was unaware it could use. Seeing the little turtle's attack, the audience jumped in excitement, calling that move the turtle's divine tail swipe. Yanran also took a sigh of relief, as that was a close call. Subai's seniors were shocked to see that Subai won again, asking, "Isn't that too fast?" Both Instructor Fu and the principal admitted that Subai is really strong. Xuan lost her sword, so there was no point in fighting anymore. On the other hand, Subai was finally full. Then he stood up and came near Xuan, told the little turtle that it was too close to him, then told Xuan to hurry up and heal herself because his little turtle's strike was a bit too harsh this time. Xuan was really heavily injured. Some doctors took her off the stage on stretchers. On the other hand, Subai returned to his turtle and said, "All right, I'm going to get serious now." He stood beside his little turtle and asked who was coming up to challenge him next. Subai had already defeated 2 members of the Qingyun Martial University squad when the third opponent came to fight. Subai's little turtle didn't even give her any chance and hit her with its huge claws. The third opponent was defeated in just 1 move without Subai even giving the little turtle any instruction. Subai started to get bored and asked for the next opponent, but even the 4th opponent was easily defeated by the little turtle. Subai didn't even look at the opponent and started taking selfies. After Subai's little turtle defeated the 5th opponent, the host came onto the arena and announced that Jiangzhou Martial University's Subai wins. The whole audience was shocked to see that Subai from Jiangzhou Martial University had been eating peanuts the entire time, relying on a turtle to fight in the ring, and still won. They had never seen such an unbridled contestant in their whole life. All the girls became Subai's fans. Waifu Yanran was also very happy seeing Subai win. Han Jian praised Subai's little turtle as it won 5 consecutive matches. Fan Chao gave Subai a nickname, 1 man, 5 wins. All the audience followed after Fan Chao and started calling Subai, 1 man, 5 wins. While leaving the arena, Subai felt very embarrassed when he heard what people were calling him. He wondered why it sounded so weird because it felt like he was being called a turtle. When Subai returned to his team, Instructor Fu patted his shoulder, telling him that he did well. The principal was also very happy seeing that Subai single-handedly defeated the formidable Qingshan Martial University, bringing great honor to their Jiangzhou Martial University. Subai thanked everyone for the praise. Then, Instructor Fu turned to everyone and told them to go rest for a bit because the morning matches were over. After the lunch break, they would continue with the second round. The principal told all the students that during the league, the cafeteria was open to all contestants for free. Everyone could go and enjoy the food to replenish their energy. Hearing that food was free of charge, Subai got very happy and immediately went to the cafeteria with his little turtle. While Subai was eating and resting, all the other universities were planning their strategies. At the Fuchuan Martial University Lounge, Fuchuan University's principal told his students that if they faced Jiangzhou Martial University in the next match, Jiangzhou University would likely send Subai again. A student asked the principal what they should do, because Subai's tamed beast was almost invincible in close combat. The principal pointed at a purple-haired boy named Mao Kai, telling him that if they really faced Jiangzhou Martial University, Mao Kai would have to handle Subai because he was their team captain and a poison-type user, so there was no need for close combat. Mao Kai agreed, saying when the time comes, he would keep his distance and use poison to take down Subai's turtle. On the other hand, at Shinmin Martial University Lounge, Shinmin University's principal asked his students not to be discouraged. He told them that Subai was strong, but his weaknesses were also very obvious. Finding the right opportunity to bypass his turtle's defense line and then defeating Subai was the only way to win. A student named Li Feng came forward saying, "The principal is right. If we face Subai this afternoon, I'll handle him." Actually, Zhang Xuan's strategy this morning was correct. It's just that she wasn't fast enough. Shinmin University's principal agreed with Li Feng, since Li Feng was a speed-focused fighter with enhanced combat skills. Shinmin University's principal told him to find the right moment to attack Subai. Then, after some time, the host came onto the area and complimented the morning matches, saying they were truly exciting. The students demonstrated spirited determination and a tenacious, fearless spirit. The host told the audience that the second round of the competition would begin shortly, and that they would proceed with a random draw. All the teams started to gather in the arena. Seeing the Jiangzhou Martial University team coming, a guy from the audience said, "I feel like the other members of Jiangzhou Martial University don't even need to compete this time. Subai alone can defeat all other schools. It's really great to have such a teammate." Hearing that, another guy from the audience laughed and told the first guy not to get complacent, because this is still within the province. Facing martial universities from other provinces, Jiangzhou Martial University will still be beaten so badly that it won't be able to hold its head up, he said. Students from Jiangzhou Martial University agreed with him, because Jiangzhou Martial University had always struggled to hold their heads up before. But now with Su Bai, they are even more irrelevant. While they were talking, the host announced the results of the second-round draw for the Provincial League. The first match was between Jiangzhou Martial University and Xinmin Martial University. The second match was between Fuchuan Martial University and Anyi Martial University. The third match was between Longying Martial University and Qingyun Martial University. And the fourth match was between Xichang Martial University and Jiangsu Martial University. The second round starts, and for the first match, Su Bai from Jiangzhou Martial University and Li Feng from Xinmin Martial University come onto the arena. Seeing Su Bai coming into the arena, Li Feng said, "As expected, Jiangzhou Martial University has sent Su Bai to take the lead. Luckily, we've already prepared a strategy specifically for him." Li Feng started stretching. When Su Bai, who was very relaxed, saw Li Feng stretching, he asked Li Feng not to be so nervous, telling him that he just had to endure for a bit, and it would be over soon. The host gave the signal, and the match began. Captain of Xinmin Martial University, Li Feng was a high-level bronze-rank hunter. He immediately got ready to attack, telling Su Bai not to be too arrogant. Li Feng used his clear wind step skill and charged at the little turtle. He was so fast that he created an afterimage. When the little turtle tried to attack, it could not touch Li Feng's afterimage, nor his real body. Li Feng got behind the little turtle and, with all his power, kicked the little turtle. But his attack didn't deal any damage to the little turtle. Li Feng was surprised to see that he couldn't even break through the little turtle's defense at all. The little turtle used its tail to attack Li Feng, but he jumped and dodged the little turtle's tail. This continued. The little turtle tried to attack Li Feng, but Li Feng easily dodged its attacks. People in the audience were surprised to see that the little turtle was unable to hit Li Feng. A guy laughed at the little turtle, asking others to look at how Su Bai's turtle seemed provoked by Li Feng and was angry, howling repeatedly. A girl asked her friend if Li Feng suddenly charged at Su Bai, would he have any chance of winning? Her friend told her that Li Feng might actually have a chance because right now Li Feng was just bullying Su Bai's turtle for being so dim-witted. The girls who were cheering for Su Bai before now started cheering for Li Feng, shouting, "Come on, Li Feng!" In the arena, Li Feng ran away from the little turtle, provoking it to chase him. Su Bai's seniors immediately realized that Li Feng was trying to lure the little turtle away from Su Bai. Instructor Fu started to get worried, wondering what Su Bai was doing and why he wasn't coming up with a solution. A senior looked closely and told Instructor Fu that it seemed like Su Bai was looking for something. Indeed, while the little turtle was fighting with Li Feng, Su Bai was looking for cola in his bag because his lunch had been a bit salty. He was very carefree and started drinking cola in the middle of the fight. Meanwhile, little by little, Li Feng was luring the little turtle away from Su Bai. The whole audience started cheering for Li Feng. After creating quite a bit of distance between the little turtle and Su Bai, Li Feng thought that at this distance, even a tail swipe wouldn't work. But when he turned around to attack Su Bai, he was shocked to see that Su Bai was drinking cola. He got very angry and charged at Su Bai, shouting, "Su Bai, you're looking down on me too much." Li Feng jumped to attack Su Bai, saying he would make him pay the price. Su Bai didn't even look at him and called his little turtle. Just as he called, a yellow light came towards Li Feng. Before Li Feng could hit Su Bai, his body turned yellow and froze in midair. Li Feng was shocked. He couldn't understand why he couldn't move. That yellow light came from the little turtle's black tortoise illusion form. Su Bai ordered the little turtle to stop playing around and hurry up to finish the battle. The little turtle brought Li Feng near itself, then used its black tortoise gravity, and started collecting energy into its mouth. Seeing the little turtle collecting energy, Li Feng got scared and asked Su Bai to wait, wondering what he was going to do. But Su Bai's little turtle didn't stop and shot an energy beam from its mouth, which hit Li Feng and sent him flying, crashing into the stadium. Li Feng hit the stadium wall so hard that it created a hole in the wall. The little turtle's attack was too powerful, and seeing that, the whole audience was shocked. The guys who were laughing at the little turtle finally understood that it wasn't that Li Feng wasn't strong enough. It was that Su Bai was just too overpowered. A guy commented that if it was him, he would just surrender right away when facing Su Bai. How can one even fight against him? Seeing Li Feng's condition, a girl from his team asked their principal what they should do, because Li Feng had already been injured so badly. Left with no choice, Xinmin Martial University's principal decided to just give up. After a few minutes, the host came and announced that, unfortunately, facing the powerful opponent Su Bai from Jiangzhou Martial University, Xinmin Martial University had chosen to forfeit. He announced that the next university to face off against Jiangzhou Martial University is Fuchuan Martial University. The audience was surprised to hear the announcement, wondering how Shinmin Martial University could forfeit without even fighting. But deep down, they all understood that Subai was indeed too strong. So forfeiting was better than being humiliated in vain. Hearing that Shinmin had voluntarily forfeited, Instructor Fu said, "Subai can conserve his strength for Fuchuan now." Hearing that, one of Subai's seniors got annoyed and asked Instructor Fu where Subai even needed to save his strength, as he had not even moved a muscle to fight. Another of Subai's seniors told the others that this next fight was going to be interesting, because the captain of Fuchuan is a poison-type user, so it won't be so easy to deal with him. Then, after a few minutes, Subai from Zhangzhou Martial University and Mao Kai from Fuchuan Martial University entered the arena. But just as the match began, Mao Kai asked Subai to wait, saying, "Let's not rush to fight yet." Mao Kai was a mid-level bronze rank hunter. While hiding one hand behind his back, Mao Kai walked towards Subai and said, "Subai, I admit you're very strong, and I know I'm no match for you. So how about we make a deal?" Subai, who was drinking cola, was surprised to hear Mao Kai and asked him what deal he was talking about. Mao Kai walked a little closer to Subai, telling him that he admits he might not be Subai's match in this round, but he really wants to discuss beast taming with him. Subai became very confused, hearing that Mao Kai wanted to discuss beast taming with him. He could not understand what Mao Kai was up to. On the other hand, Mao Kai, while hiding one hand behind, was continuously mobilizing his poison elements. It didn't take too long for Subai to realize that Mao Kai was trying to stall for time, because it takes a long time for poison-type ability users to mobilize their elements. Subai immediately ordered his little turtle to attack. Seeing the little turtle coming to attack, Mao Kai realized that Subai had figured out his plan, but it was too late. Mao Kai had already mobilized his poison element. He threw poison fog towards the little turtle, telling Subai that even a divine beast can't escape his poison fog. The poison fog immediately surrounded the little turtle and moved towards Subai. Seeing the poison fog coming, Subai realized there was no way to dodge this. A senior from Subai's team panicked, saying, "Subai is too careless. I heard that Mao Kai poisoned quite a few high-level beasts in the previous trials." Instructor Fu also panicked, seeing Subai in danger and asking what they should do. However, Subai's principal was calm and told others not to panic because the match wasn't over yet. When the poison fog hit, the little turtle immediately held its breath and closed its eyes. The little turtle could not see in the poison fog, but Mao Kai was unaffected. While smiling, he passed through the little turtle easily, thinking, "Subai, let's see how long you can last in my poison fog. You were too careless. Once I release my poisonous fog, the match is over." When Mao Kai walked past the little turtle, he saw Subai's shadow sitting on the ground. He realized that Subai was meditating to resist the poison fog. But Subai was not just facing poison fog. Mao Kai took out his poison claws and then jumped high to attack Subai. But before his poison claws could even touch Subai, a shield appeared and blocked his attack. Subai smiled, seeing a sneak attack from behind in the poison fog, and said, "Mao Kai, too bad that you ran into me." Mao Kai was shocked, wondering how this was possible. As a beast tamer, how could Subai withstand his full-powered poison claw attack in the poison fog? Subai's principal was shocked to see Subai use shared origin. Confused, Instructor Fu asked the principal what shared origin was. The principal told her that it is a high-level beast tamer talent. The principal was surprised to see that Subai could already transfer the beast's defense onto himself. In the arena, after blocking Mao Kai's attack, Subai said, "Let's end this quickly because this poison fog stinks." Just as he said that, the little turtle turned around and looked at Mao Kai. Seeing the little turtle's red glowing eyes, Mao Kai became very scared because his location had been exposed. The little turtle didn't even give Mao Kai a chance to react and attacked with its claws, sending him flying out of the arena. Seeing Subai win, Fan Chao jumped in happiness, shouting, "Brother Su is insane. He sent the poison ability user flying out of the poison fog." Waifu Yanran was also very happy, but seeing how powerful Subai had become, she said that she wouldn't let Subai get too far ahead of her. The whole audience started cheering for Subai and his turtle, calling him, "One man, 5 wins." The host then appeared on the big screen and announced that since student Mao Kai of Fuchuan Martial University was unable to continue fighting, Fuchuan Martial University had also chosen to forfeit. The winner of this provincial league is Zhangzhou Martial University's Subai. After winning the competition, Subai was very happy and proud of his beast, Little Turtle. He patted the little turtle, saying it was time to wrap up. When Subai came down from the arena, his principal praised him, telling him that he had brought honor to Zhangzhou Martial University this time. "Well done," he said. Hearing his principal's praise, Subai asked the principal if, in that case, he could get some more medicine resources. Hearing that, the principal understood that Subai was trying to take advantage of him again, but he wouldn't fall for it so easily. The principal tried to change the topic and pointed at Subai's seniors, telling them that since Jiangzhou Martial University won the provincial league, the military would award them with military merit points, and they could exchange them for resources at the logistics department. Hearing that, an annoyed senior asked the principal if, since they only sent out Subai, the military merit points had anything to do with them. The principal was at a loss for words hearing that, and he changed the topic again, saying, "In 3 days, we'll be heading to Luo City to participate in the All Warzone League. Do you have confidence?" Subai immediately replied that they do have confidence. Hearing that, the principal said, "Good." He turned around and said, "Since everyone's tired, go back and have a good rest to prepare for the Warzone League in 3 days." Subai tried calling the principal again to ask him about the resources, but the principal didn't even look back, and, while leaving, told Subai that he was looking forward to seeing his outstanding performance in 3 days. Seeing the principal running away, Subai called him an old fox, because he runs so fast when it comes to resources. Then, after some time, it was telecast on the news that the Provincial League of the 100 Schools League had now concluded. The top 3 were Imperial Capital Martial University, Magic City Martial University, and Great Wall Guard Martial University. Many talented individuals performed exceptionally well in this league, but the most dazzling of them was Subai from Jiangzhou Martial University, who, winning all 3 matches 1 versus 5, secured the overall championship for Jiangzhou Province. Students of Jiangzhou Martial University were amazed to see that Subai was in the news again. Now those fangirls really wanted to meet him. Meanwhile, Subai went to his university's training room. He was happy to finally find a quiet place. He took out his little cat from his bag, telling it that he knew it was eager, but there would definitely be a chance for it to go on stage later. Subai exchanged his military merit points for 4 high-grade silver beast cores. He showed them to the little cat, telling it to eat them sparingly. He first gave 1 core to the little cat, and seeing that core, the little cat's eyes lit up, and it immediately ate the core. Just as the little cat ate the core, its whole body started shining, releasing yellow energy. Subai immediately received a system notification informing him that his ordinary high-grade common bronze rank cat had upgraded to a sharp gold white tiger. The little cat's sacred beast, white tiger bloodline was activated, and it acquired the sharp gold gale talent. Subai was amazed to see that his little cat leveled up after eating just 1 core, and that its white tiger bloodline had been activated. Subai immediately gave the other 3 remaining beast cores to his little cat, telling it to eat a few more. Seeing the 3 more cores, the little cat jumped in happiness and started eating them immediately. Subai told it to eat slowly, saying, "No one's going to steal them from you." Subai thought that after eating these, his little cat should be able to level up again. However, after the little cat ate those 3 cores, there was no change. Subai was very confused, seeing that his little cat had eaten all of them, and there was no reaction. He wondered if those high-grade silver beast cores were fake, but suddenly, the little cat's whole body started shining again in yellow light, but this time, the light was 10 times stronger than the first time. When the light stopped, Subai was too shocked to see his little cat. The little cat's body had transformed completely. It grew bigger than Subai's height, and looked even more amazing. Seeing that, Subai thought it was way cooler than Little Turtle's transformation. A notification informed Subai that his sharp gold white tiger had upgraded to the intermediate bronze level. Immediately, Subai checked his little cat's status window. The little cat had leveled up to the intermediate bronze level. Its white tiger bloodline had been activated 30%. All its attributes had greatly improved, and its talents had been enhanced. Currently, its constitution was 158, defense was 105, agility was 295, and spirit was 60. The little cat has 3 talents. The first talent is Sharp Gold Claws, which consumes a certain amount of physical energy to launch 100 attacks on a single enemy in a very short period of time. The first attack power is 150% of the basic attack value, and after each attack, the amplitude of the next attack increases by 2%. The second talent is Sharp Gold Spirit, which consumes a certain amount of energy to cover the whole body with sharp gold energy. Each attack has a 200% tearing effect. It can be used in combination with the Sharp Gold Claws to greatly increase the damage caused by the Sharp Gold Claws. The third talent is Sharp Gold Ghost, which consumes a large amount of physical energy, causing the movement speed and attack speed to increase by 300%. It can be used in combination with Sharp Gold Claws, allowing Sharp Gold Claws to complete 100 attacks instantly. Seeing the little cat's status window, Subai became very happy, saying it was worth giving the little cat 4 high-grade silver beast cores because these stats are insane. Subai petted the little cat, telling it that he was counting on it for the Warzone League. The little cat became very happy to hear that and hugged Subai. Meanwhile, at the Imperial capital where the Warzone League is going to be held in 3 days, in a huge mansion, a man watching Subai's match on the television said, "This Subai is interesting. It seems he has a lot of secrets." That man ordered his subordinate to go and investigate Subai, saying, "Maybe his turtle is even more ridiculous than Luo fans back then." His subordinate said yes and left. 3 days later, at the Luohe Martial University competition venue, teams from across the country arrived for the competition. They were all amazed by the venue, commenting, "As expected of Luohe Martial University, their competition venue is several times larger than others." When Subai and his team entered the venue, they saw the whole audience cheering for Luohe Martial University to claim the championship. Subai and his seniors were confused to see everyone cheering for Luohe Martial University. The principal of Jiangzhou Martial University told Subai and others that Luohe Martial University was trying to intimidate them. While walking, Subai noticed an empty area and asked his principal why it was there. The principal explained that only 9 martial universities were participating this time, and 1 university had voluntarily forfeited. Subai asked the principal if that meant 1 university would have a bye during the random draw. The principal confirmed this and said it all came down to luck. Whoever got the bye would advance directly to the next round. Hearing this, Subai prayed to God that they wouldn't get the bye during the draw later, because he was counting on playing more matches to earn military contributions to feed his turtle and cat. One of Subai's seniors stepped forward and asked the principal to please allow him to participate this time no matter what. Hearing this, other seniors also stepped forward, requesting to participate. Subai was shocked to see that all of them wanted to participate. The principal laughed and reassured all the seniors, saying, "This time, all of you will have the opportunity to compete." Walking towards their university's area, the principal asked them to wait for Subai to draw lots first. A few minutes later, when the draw was complete, the host appeared on the big screen to announce the matchups. The first match was between Luohe Martial University and Fuchuan Martial University, and the university with a bye this round was Jiangzhou Martial University. Subai was too shocked to hear that because now he would get fewer chances to fight. Subai's principal laughed, telling him that he was truly their lucky charm. Instructor Fu was also very happy as they skipped the first round and went straight to the next, but only Subai was sad, wondering why he was so unlucky to have drawn the bye, because he wanted to compete. Then, after a few minutes, the first round matches began. Students from both Luohe Martial University and Fuchuan Martial University came onto the arena. When the match began, Fuchuan Martial University's contestant struggled to hold on, as Luohe Martial University's contestant pressed the attack. 2 hours later, the host came onto the big screen, announcing that the first round quarterfinals had concluded, and now they would announce the results of the second round draw. But when the host saw the draw results, she was shocked herself. She announced that the university with a bye this round was still Jiangzhou Martial University. Hearing this, people in the audience were very shocked, asking what was going on, and if there was some kind of shady business happening. A guy asked, "What kind of luck is this? Jiangzhou Martial University hasn't done anything. Just sitting in the audience watching the matches." Another guy said he traveled all this way just to watch Subai sitting in the ring, eating peanuts and drinking cola. So one bye is understandable, but why a second time too? A girl suggested that perhaps Luohe Martial University is afraid of facing Subai directly, so they deliberately gave Jiangzhou Martial University a bye. Others in the audience agreed with the girl, saying the competition system is unfair. How could such a strong competitor like Subai keep getting a bye? This is disrespectful to the opponents. Hearing the audience's complaints, a representative from the military came forward to clarify that after a thorough inspection, there is no evidence of any bias or foul play by Jiangzhou Martial University, and the competition will continue. Hearing the announcement, Subai's principal became very happy, because this meant they had ranked 3rd in this competition zone, and as long as they win one more match, they can participate in the final of the 5 major competition zones. On the other hand, Subai was shocked, asking, "How is it another bye? Can't they let me compete?" Then, 1 hour later, a host announced that the exciting moment was coming soon. The final match of this round's competition zone was about to begin. The next match is Jiangzhou Martial University versus Lanzi Martial University. But even when it was Jiangzhou Martial University and Lanzi Martial Universities competing, people from Luohe Martial Universities were cheering for Luohe. When it was finally Jiangzhou Martial University's turn, all of Subai's seniors surrounded the principal, asking him to let them go first this time. The principal asked everyone to please calm down, saying, "Although we have been very lucky, we still can't be complacent." The principal pointed at Luo Yonghao and Bai Ningbing, telling them to go up first and second. After them, Wang Qingqing would go, then Hu Qingshu, and then Su Bai would go last for the grand finale. Hearing the principal's fight order, all the seniors became very happy and excited, saying, "All right, principal, we'll definitely bring glory to the school." Only Su Bai was disappointed, because it looked like there was no chance for him in this match. When the match began, Luo Yonghao went first into the arena. He tried to take on a bronze mid-level opponent with his bronze low-level strength, and, in the end, he lost narrowly. Next, Bai Ningbing stepped onto the stage, and immediately went into a berserk state, completely abandoning defense and fighting recklessly. He actually forced his opponent to retreat continuously, and Jiangzhou Martial University won. Next up was Wang Qingqing, the school beauty, who showed that her combat skills were no joke with a soft whip technique that combined both offense and defense. She sent her opponent flying out of the ring, giving Jiangzhou Martial University another win. Instructor Fu was very happy to see that they won again, because now they only needed to win one more match to win this round. Seeing the other students, Su Bai's principal felt like their strength had skyrocketed. He wondered if it could be that Su Bai had influenced them. On the other hand, Su Bai was crying inside because his seniors were taking all the military contributions. He wondered when it would finally be his turn. Then, for the next match, Hu Qingshu from Jiangzhou Martial University entered the arena. When he entered, he invited the two remaining students from Lanza Martial University to come together, saying it would save him time. Hearing this, the students from Lanza Martial University became very angry, warning Hu Qingshu not to get too cocky, otherwise, he would lose miserably. However, the host informed everyone that the competition rules allow one person to challenge multiple opponents at the same time. Hearing this, both students from Lanza Martial University came onto the stage, and the match began. As the match started, Hu Qingshu closed his eyes and concentrated all his energy into one point. Suddenly, a huge spiritual tree appeared behind Hu Qingshu. This was a wood-type supernatural ability. With one swing of his finger, Hu Qingshu shot the leaves of the huge spiritual tree toward the students of Lanza University. When the tree leaves touched the students, they cut their skin. Both students were surprised by the attack. One senior student cautioned the other to be careful, noting that the leaves were suspicious, and just to hold on, as Hu Qingshu's psychic power wouldn't last much longer. Su Bai was surprised that a wood-type user could summon a millennium-old maple tree like this. He admitted that Hu Qingshu's psychic power was pretty terrifying. Even Su Bai's principal was impressed, seeing that Qingshu's strength had increased again. The principal thought that Hu Qingshu was truly living up to being from that family. People in the audience were also amazed, commenting that the current batch of Jiangzhou University was truly full of hidden talents, with one dark horse after another emerging. Even senior Hu Qingshu was this strong, but a guy from the audience commented that he still thought Su Bai was stronger. After all, his tamed beast had already defeated a golden-ranked one. On the other hand, Hu Qingshu's leaf attack was getting stronger by the second. The two students of Lanza University were struggling in the middle of that leaf attack, starting to panic because there were no signs of weakening in Hu Qingshu's attack. To end the match, Hu Qingshu collected hundreds of leaves together and shot them at the students of Lanza University to break through. In that attack, both students of Lanza University went flying without even being able to defend. Both of them fell out of the arena and lost consciousness. The host announced that in this round's competition, Jiangzhou Martial University won. On the other hand, Luohe Martial University also won their match. The host congratulated Jiangzhou Martial University and Luohe Martial University for advancing to the national finals. After winning, Hu Qingshu returned to his university's venue, where the principal praised him, telling him that his performance this time surprised everyone. Hu Qingshu thanked his principal, who then told everyone that the real hero of this competition was still Su Bai. Su Bai was shocked to hear that he was a hero. He thought the principal was making fun of him for not being able to go on stage. The principal explained that if it weren't for Su Bai getting 2 consecutive buys in the draws, they wouldn't have won so easily. Everyone was at a loss for words. The principal then told them that since they were all exhausted, they should get some rest and be ready, because 1 week from now, they would be heading to the national finals. He informed the students that this time, in addition to the military contribution rewards earned by each student in the competition, the school would provide extra resources as training rewards. Su Bai was shocked to hear that because he was coming back empty-handed this time. He had to figure out how to gather some resources to feed those 2 gluttons. On the other hand, Su Bai's seniors became very happy hearing the principal and started cheering, saying, "Long live the principal." Meanwhile, at the Lin family mansion of waifu Yanren, while she was practicing with some robots, her uncle Wen came to tell her that it was time to eat. Yanren, while practicing, kicked a robot and sent it flying. She then turned to her uncle and told him that she wasn't hungry yet and wanted to practice for another hour. Hearing this, Uncle Wen sighed because ever since Subai participated in the 100 Schools League, all Yanren did every day was watch Subai's matches and practice like crazy, completely ignoring the balance between work and rest. Suddenly, Yanren called to her Uncle Wen, telling him that the pills he gave her were almost used up, and asked if he could help her ask her father for some more because she wanted to increase her strength as quickly as possible. Her uncle said, "Okay," and left. He was very annoyed because many top families in the imperial capital had proposed marriages to Yanren, but she rejected them all with a single word. Her uncle was worried, wondering what kind of potion Subai had given her. 7 days later, Subai and his team arrived at Magic City. When they reached the university, all the seniors were amazed to see a huge golden gate. Examining the gate closely, a senior asked if the university gate was made of solid gold because it was sparkling. Another senior commented that it was just too luxurious. However, Subai was not impressed by the gate and said, "This gate alone must have cost billions. What a waste." The principal told Subai that it cost more than just billions. The materials alone cost 1.8 billion. Not to mention that the gate was built in 1 day by 20 gold level and 5 platinum level experts working together. The principal asked Subai to look at the motto of Magic City Martial Arts University and this grand gate, explaining that it's all meant to showcase the spirit that only the strong can protect the nation. While they were talking, a black-haired man came to welcome the students from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. The man greeted Principal Zhou and introduced himself as Zhang Ming, the vice president of the student council at Magic City Martial Arts University. Zhang welcomed them into Magic City Martial Arts University and asked them to please follow him. The principal agreed, and they started following Zhang. While walking, a senior told another senior that Magic City Martial Arts University sure knows how to put on airs. Their principal traveled all the way here in person, and they only sent a student council vice president to greet us, he said. Another senior agreed, saying if it were someone from Imperial City Martial Arts University, their principal would come out personally to welcome them. While going towards their rooms, Subai noticed a huge building on the campus and asked his principal what it was. The principal told Subai that it was the Gravity Adjustment Training Ground. Hearing that, Subai said that if their academy had one of those, they could train at least 100 silver-level students every year. Subai's words struck the principal in the heart. Eventually, everyone arrived at the hotel. Zhang told Subai and his team that this was the hotel where they would be staying and dining. Zhang mentioned that the first floor offers a 24-hour buffet, and all the ingredients are meat from ferocious beasts of various species, cooked by top chefs. He added that it's very beneficial for enhancing a martial artist's blood energy, and there's no limit to how much they can eat. Subai again asked Zhang if it was really unlimited. Zhang assured him that, since they had come from far away, Magic City Martial Arts University wouldn't let them go hungry. They could eat to their heart's content. Hearing that, Subai jumped in happiness and immediately ran towards the buffet, telling his little turtle and cat that they were in for a feast. Surprised by Subai's enthusiasm, Zhang asked his principal if Subai was starving. A senior told Zhang that they could not imagine how much Subai's turtle could eat. Another senior worriedly said to the others that if Subai went in, there might not be anything left for them to eat. Hearing that, all the seniors hurried to the buffet, or they would go hungry that night. Seeing them like that, Zhang was at a loss for words. The principal laughed and said, "Young people, so full of energy." The next day, when Subai's team entered the competition venue, they were surprised to see how big it was. A senior commented that the competition venue at Magic City was really on another level. She had only ever seen such a large venue on TV. Subai's principal was already at the venue, and asked all his students to stop acting like they had never seen the world before. He then explained the competition rules to them, mentioning that this final tournament features martial arts universities from 13 schools competing. The Great Wall Guards Military Academy, being directly under the military, automatically enters the top 4, so there would be no buys. Surprised, a senior asked the principal why the Great Wall Guards Military Academy got a free pass to the top 4. Other seniors agreed, saying it was so unfair. The principal explained that it was because the Great Wall Guards Military Academy is a military genius training base, and the only martial arts university located on the front lines of the battlefield against the multiracial invaders. The seniors were shocked to hear about a military genius training base, and even Subai was surprised to hear about an academy located on the front lines of the battlefield, commenting that it was intense. The principal told them that this is why the national finals are full of hidden talents, and he instructed his students to never underestimate anyone. He decided to let Subai take the lead, with Hu Qingshu as the anchor. The whole team understood the plan and cheered, confident that Jiangzhou Martial Arts University would win. Sometime later, the host appeared on the big screen, asking all the teachers and students to please settle down, because the 100-school competition finals were about to begin. She then announced the draw for the first round of matches. The first match was between Jiangzhou Martial Arts University and Yokohama Martial Arts University. The second match was between Imperial City Martial Arts University and East China Martial Arts University. The third match was between Magic City Martial Arts University and Nanjing Martial Arts University. These three matches would happen simultaneously. Seeing the draw, Subai's principal said their luck wasn't bad, as they hadn't drawn any of the top 3 universities in the first round. A senior said Yokohama Martial Arts University was about on par with them, and asked the principal to let him go first. But before the principal could say anything, Subai intervened, saying he would go first because he wanted all the schools to know Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's attitude. However, it was a straight lie because he just wanted to earn military merit for himself. Students from both universities entered the arena, and the match began. When they entered, a student from Yokohama University immediately mocked Subai, saying, "Subai, your university making it to the finals is already impressive enough, but this is the end of the road for you." Subai completely ignored the student and opened his bag to take out the little turtle, telling it, "Let's finish this quickly." The little turtle came out of the bag and immediately transformed, roaring loudly into the arena. New people in the audience were surprised to see that Jiangzhou Martial Arts University actually sent a beast tamer to compete. Those who had seen the little turtle before were amazed to see that it looked even bigger than before. Everyone was very excited, thinking this was going to be good. On the other hand, after seeing the size of the little turtle, the student from Yokohama Martial Arts University got very scared and exclaimed, "This is way too big. This has to be cheating. I don't accept this." But before he could complete his words, the little turtle hit the student and sent him flying out of the arena. The little turtle had already defeated the student, and Subai was still pulling out his chair to sit down and eat. Seeing the student defeated, Subai acted surprised and said, "You're that weak? I haven't even started eating my peanuts yet." The student from Yokohama Martial University thought that beast tamers were supposed to be weak, but was shocked to find that beast tamers are handling martial artists as if it's nothing. Seeing Subai take out a chain, a girl from the audience said, "This is the national finals, and Subai actually brought a small stool. Isn't that too disrespectful?" Hearing the girl, a guy sitting beside her asked if she had not watched Subai's previous matches. He told her that Subai's turtle has insane defense and strength, definitely at the silver level, and if one had a beast like that, he would be crushing bronze-level martial artists as if it's nothing. Meanwhile, in the arena, another student from Yokohama Martial University came in. Seeing Subai sitting on a chain and eating peanuts, the student became very angry, telling Subai that he was humiliating them. She jumped towards Subai shouting that she would make him pay, but Subai completely ignored her and continued reading his comic, saying, "This comic is really good." When the girl got near Subai, the little turtle shot an energy beam from its mouth and sent the girl flying. The host announced, "Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's Subai wins." Seeing that Subai not only snacks on peanuts but even brought his own stool, a senior of Subai asked if this was the attitude he was talking about. Seeing this, Subai's principal sighed, saying, "Subai really doesn't know how to keep a low profile. Humiliating his opponent like this is not good. Now how am I supposed to face Yokohama Martial Arts University's Principal Chen after this?" Though he was saying this, he was very happy inside. Hu Qingshu warned his principal not to celebrate too early, because Subai might meet a real challenge soon. He pointed at a different arena and asked the principal if the red-haired boy was the team captain from Imperial City Martial Arts University. The principal looked into that arena, where a red-haired boy from Imperial City Martial Arts University and a boy wearing a mask were fighting. The masked boy jumped to attack the red-haired boy, and when he hit, there was suddenly a huge explosion. When the smoke cleared, the masked boy was on the ground, and it was announced that Imperial City Martial Arts University wins. The red-haired boy, a flame user, apologized to his opponent, saying he hit a little too hard. Seeing that red-haired boy, Subai's principal felt a little nervous, because that boy was a fire attribute martial artist, and he's at the peak of the silver level. Seeing a silver-level fire attribute martial artist, Subai's seniors were shocked, asking, "Is this the terrifying strength of Imperial City Martial Arts University?" Hu Qingshu told the other seniors that if the Great Wall Guard's military academy doesn't step in, only Magic City Martial Arts University might be able to match them. While they were talking, Subai defeated another student from Yokohama Martial University. The host announced on the big screen that Jiangzhou Martial Arts University had won the match. Subai and his little turtle were very happy hearing that. While he was celebrating, two people were looking at him from the side. One was the principal of Luohe Martial Arts University, and beside him was Wang Mingkun, a silver rank student of his university. Mingkun asked his principal to let him handle Subai, saying he would let Jiangzhou Martial Arts University taste the feeling of 1 versus 5. The principal of Luohe Martial Arts University agreed, and advised Mingkun to use his speed to win, and not to go head-to-head with that turtle. Mingkun laughed and told his principal not to worry. Then the host announced that the next match would be between Jiangzhou Martial Arts University and Luohe Martial Arts University. After the announcement, Wang Mingkun entered the arena from Luohe Martial Arts University, and the match began. Mingkun walked towards the little turtle, telling Subai that he got lucky last round, but this time, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University wouldn't be so fortunate. Subai didn't argue with him. He sat on his chair, opened his bag, and took out a cola. He was a little excited, seeing that his opponent this time was a silver rank wind attribute ability user, and ordered his little turtle to charge. Seeing Subai's arrogance, Mingkun got very angry and shouted, asking Subai to feel the power of the wind. Just as he said that, a strong gust of wind started blowing around Mingkun. This was one of Mingkun's skills. He smiled and said he was going to show Subai the strength of a silver rank. Saying that, he mixed in with the wind, turned into a tornado, and attacked the little turtle, trying to take it out. Mingkun was shocked to see that Earth's gravity couldn't lock onto the little turtle. So, he left the little turtle and went after Subai, thinking he would take out Subai before he could even react. He got behind Subai and struck with a wind blade, shouting, "Goodbye, bronze brat." But Subai was still drinking his cola, and wasn't paying any attention to Mingkun. He was only concerned that the wind was making it hard for him to eat his peanut. Seeing that Subai was still not paying attention, Mingkun got even more angry, and struck with multiple wind blades, telling Subai that he would make his defeat swift and painless. The wind blades hit and destroyed the ground where Subai was sitting. While landing on the ground, Mingkun said, "Subai, I couldn't help but hit a bit too hard. Go rest and recover." He thought he had defeated Subai, but when the smoke cleared, Subai was completely fine, as he had used his little turtle's golden shell skill to create a barrier just before Mingkun's wind blade hit. He came out unscathed, and asked Mingkun what he had said. Mingkun was shocked to see Subai using source synchronization. He could not understand how it was possible that someone had actually mastered Luo Fan's divine technique. Subai then finished his cola, and got a little serious. He looked at Mingkun and said, "You are a wind attribute ability user. Confident in your speed, are you?" Subai then turned to the little turtle and called it back into his bag. He then opened his bag and took out his little cat, telling Mingkun that since he wanted to play with speed, then he would play with him using speed. Subai told his little cat that it was her time to shine. Seeing the little cat, Mingkun started laughing, asking Subai if he was so stupid that he brought his pet cat. Many people in the audience, seeing Subai and his little cat for the first time, also started laughing, asking each other which university this guy was from. A girl from the audience told others that he was from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. That girl complimented Subai, saying he was interesting for bringing his pet cat, and that the little cat was so cute she wanted to raise one too. Subai's seniors were also very confused seeing the little cat, wondering what Subai was doing. Was he trying to mock his opponent? First a small stool, then a small cola, and now he's brought out his pet to mock his opponent, worried a senior. He asked the other seniors if this would work because Subai's opponent is a wind attribute ability user, but the principal of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University was very calm, as he could see that the little cat was not a normal cat. He told all the senior students not to rush and just watch, because that's no ordinary cat. Mingkun, unaware of this, continued laughing. He asked Subai to just bring out that turtle, but Subai completely ignored his words, and told his little cat not to hit too hard, because this was just a match, not a battlefield. Just as he said that, the little cat transformed into her beast form and roared loudly. Its roar was so loud that Mingkun immediately covered his ears. Shocked to see the little cat's huge form, Mingkun wondered if the shadow he saw just now was his imagination. But when he looked towards the little cat, he got shocked because the little cat had gotten bigger, and it jumped to attack Mingkun. Seeing the little cat's transformation, people in the audience were shocked. A guy said that this is no pet cat, it's clearly a big tiger, maybe a white tiger. Another guy sitting beside the first guy told him that he had seen white tigers in zoos, but none of them were as big as Subai's cat. Subai's seniors were shocked to see that Subai's cat had transformed into a white tiger. They all wondered if this tiger was Subai's second tamed beast. In shock, a senior asked their principal how it was possible for Subai to have two tamed beasts. Because even for a silver rank beast tamer, taming a second beast is extremely difficult. Subai's principal smiled and told them it seems Subai has more secrets than they know. On the other hand, in the arena, Mingkun used his super speed and struck the little cat with his wind blade. His aim and speed were completely perfect, and his attack even landed on the little cat's neck. But when he looked back at the little cat, he saw that the little cat he had just attacked had just disappeared. He was shocked to see that it was an afterimage. He couldn't understand how the little cat could be so fast. Subai's little cat started running around Ming-kun with super speed, creating many afterimages. It was faster than Ming-kun and surpassed the wind. Ming-kun couldn't believe it. He couldn't admit that the little cat's speed surpassed the wind. He turned to Subai, sitting in a corner, and decided to forget about the little cat, thinking that as long as he defeated Subai, he would win. He charged at Subai with all his speed to attack, but before Ming-kun could reach him, the little cat reached there first, and raised its paws to attack. Ming-kun was too shocked to see that the little cat reached Subai before him. He said this was impossible, but he didn't have any chance to dodge the little cat's attack. In a single strike, Subai's little cat sent him flying out of the arena. Ming-kun hit the ground with a solid impact and fell unconscious. The host appeared on the big screen and announced that Subai from Zhangzhou Martial Arts University had won. The audience was shocked to see that Subai had actually won. A mid-tier bronze had defeated a silver-rank captain from a prestigious university. A guy commented that this was almost complete domination, questioning if it was fake. A girl from Zhangzhou asked others why it felt like Subai's white tiger was even fiercer than the turtle, wondering about the deal with this big tiger. Regardless of what the audience was thinking, it was clear that Subai had won, and everyone was cheering for him. From the judges' panel, a judge asked the other judges if they had ever heard of this Subai before, and what year he was at Zhangzhou Martial Arts University. Another judge commented that even the top students from the elite university in the capital and the army aren't this strong. He continued, saying Zhangzhou Martial Arts University had actually produced such a monster this year, predicting that Zhangzhou Martial Arts University was about to rise. Meanwhile, at the Imperial City Martial Arts University rest area, a student told his captain that Ming-kun from Luohe Martial Arts University was too weak. Looking at Subai, an Imperial City Martial Arts University student angrily said, "This country bumpkin, bringing 2 tamed beasts to freeload on our tens of thousands worth of buffet. If we meet him, we won't let him off easy." Imperial City Martial Arts University captain, Cao Zixuan, laughed and told his teammates that Subai was cocky, so if they meet him in the semi-finals, they should beat him to death. His teammates agreed, saying this country bumpkin needed to be taught a lesson. On the other hand, Subai's little cat continued winning its matches. She also defeated the second participant from Luohe Martial Arts University by easily overpowering him. When the third participant entered the arena, the little cat sent her flying in 2 seconds and also won the third match. The fourth guy was an ice attribute user and created an ice wall to block off the little cat's attack, but his wall didn't last long against the little cat, and Subai won the fourth match again. After that, the host came on the big screen and congratulated Zhangzhou Martial University for advancing to the top 4. The whole audience started cheering for Subai and his little cat, shouting, "Zhangzhou Martial University rises to the top." Seeing Subai win and advance to the top 4, Subai's principal started crying, saying, "Heaven has eyes. Our Zhangzhou Martial University has finally made it to the top 4. When Subai returned to his team, all his seniors praised him, telling him he did well. An excited senior said, "Now let's see who dares to look down on Zhangzhou Martial University." Subai's principal came running to Subai, telling him that he truly hadn't let them down. The principal told Subai that he was the greatest contributor to Zhangzhou Martial University in centuries. Subai acted modestly and told the principal that it was his duty. The principal then let Subai sit down, and while grabbing Subai's hand, he told him that making it to the top 4 completes their mission, and that this would be the most glorious page in the history of Zhangzhou Martial University. The principal assured all his students that their contributions to the university would be richly rewarded. Shocked, Subai asked his principal if there weren't still the top 4 matches, and how the mission was already completed. It didn't take Subai long to understand that his old principal was planning to hand over the billions of resources for the championship, but Subai wouldn't accept that. The principal told Subai that their goal of securing the top 6 and aiming for the top 4 had already been achieved. He then asked Subai if he was considering challenging the 3 top-tier universities. Subai's seniors were also shocked to hear that Subai wanted to challenge the 3 top-tier universities. Confused, Subai asked his principal why he couldn't challenge them. Subai immediately stood up and pointed out to his principal, "Look at Modu Martial University. Just their gate cost 1.8 billion. Even if Zhangzhou Martial University becomes the 4th top school, they wouldn't dare to be so extravagant." He turned to his seniors and said that, in his opinion, they should aim for first place and rebuild their university gate. "We can't let down the expectations of the people of Zhangzhou. We must strive for first place." Hearing Subai's words, the other seniors were motivated and told their principal that Subai was right. They couldn't give up like this. A senior told Subai that although he found them quite annoying, their performance made them a worthy captain. They all agreed that the top 4 matches would be arranged by Subai. Hearing all of this, the principal stood up and praised them, telling them their enthusiasm and courage were commendable. He asked them all to go back and rest, prepare well for tomorrow's top 4 matches, and strive for first place. After receiving their principal's approval, all the students left. Seeing them going, the principal thought, these kids are still young and impulsive. They actually want to challenge the 3 top-tier schools. Later, at the Dragon Nation's Supreme Military Command, a meeting was going on. The secretary told the marshal that the 100 Universities League was about to enter the top 4 finals, expected to conclude in 2 days, and the military preparations for the counterattack against the myriad races were complete. Gathered at the front lines, ready to launch the counterattack at any moment. Hearing that, the marshal said it was good. He told everyone present there that once the 100 Universities League concludes, the counterattack against the myriad races would officially begin. All students must also go to the battlefield to fight. All the military personnel saluted the marshal and shouted, "To avenge the tens of thousands of students and mentors who died, those who offend the Dragon Nation, no matter how far, will be punished." The next morning at Madhu Hotel, in Subai's room, he was practicing his martial arts with the book he got from the library, and the little turtle and little cat were eating their food, which Subai had gotten for them from the hotel's buffet. Subai was floating in the air, and suddenly his body released huge amounts of energy into the air. It was Subai's Holy Beast armament activation. Just as it activated, Subai suddenly changed places with the little turtle. He was where the little turtle had been eating his food, and the little turtle fell onto the sofa where Subai had been floating. Subai was shocked, and could not understand what had just happened. Immediately, a system notification came congratulating Subai. The system told him that he had successfully comprehended the beast Tamer's exclusive talent skill, transposition. Using this transposition skill within a range of 1 kilometer, the beast Tamer and the tamed beast can swap positions, ignoring all restrictions. In shock, Subai looked at the even more shocked little turtle, and thought about how they had instantly swapped positions. What kind of skill is this? But he didn't pay more attention to it, thinking that more skills won't hurt, and they might have unexpected effects on the battlefield. He picked up his bag and asked his little turtle and little cat to let's go, saying, "We're going to challenge the 3 top-tier schools," and then he left for the competition. In the stadium, the host told the audience that after a day of intense battles yesterday, the 100 Universities League had finally entered the top 4 competition stage. The host then introduced the audience to the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy, which was about to take the stage. She told the audience that the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy was originally a military base of the Great Wall Guardians, established in 1907, and was one of the first military bases erected on the myriad races battlefield. In its 94-year history, the myriad races have launched hundreds of campaigns against the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy, but the students and mentors fought to the death, killing countless myriad race beasts and strong warriors, and it still stands tall. The motto of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is, "As long as the myriad races exist, the Great Wall will never fall." To this day, the strongest human, the only king-level expert, Mr. Ni Qing, is the honorary principal of the Great Wall Guardians. This is also why the myriad race strongmen dare not set foot in the territory of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. Just as the host said that, king-level expert Nie Qing entered the stage with his students. The host told the people that as the strongest martial arts university in the Dragon Nation, and the frontline barrier of humanity, the Great Wall Guardians are well-deserved. The whole audience was amazed seeing the students and the principal of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. A guy from the audience told others that it's said that the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is a city of heroes, and every student inside is a hero. Another guy standing beside him said that Modu Martial University and Capital Martial University are already so strong, and the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is even stronger. It's hard to imagine how terrifying their strength must be. A guy asked others if the host said the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy has 5 team members. Don't they have substitutes? Another boy seated beside him laughed and told the first guy that he is underestimating the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. They are the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. Do they even need substitutes? Looking at the big screen, Subai's principal told him that king-level expert Nie Qing is the bulwark of our human race. For Jiangzhou Martial University to fight against the Great Wall Military Academy is already an honor. Seeing the king-level expert, Subai got very motivated, thinking about when he will be able to become the bulwark of humanity like him. After that, the host came on the big screen and told the audience that the top 4 competition is about to begin, and she showed the draw results. The first match was between Great Wall Guardian Military Academy and Capital Martial University. The second match was between Modu Martial University and Zhangzhou Martial University. Seeing the result of the draw, the captain of Modu Martial University, with an annoyed expression, said, "This is so boring. We're up against Zhangzhou Martial University. Fighting such weaklings. I can't be bothered to even make a move." A girl from their team made fun of Zhangzhou Martial University, saying, "Our opponent is Zhangzhou Martial University. That trash. Winning against them won't even be glorious." Others from their team agreed, commenting that Zhangzhou Martial University is just a troublemaker. How do they even deserve to be in the top 4? A yellow-haired girl from their team asked her captain to let her go this round, saying she would take them all down in one go. While they were talking, the first match between Great Wall Guardian Military Academy and Capital Martial University began. The host informed the audience that the first to take the stage for the Great Wall Military Academy was their captain, Han Zhan, a Lord-level expert and grandson of General Han Dong. His purple-gold armor, forged from diamond-level cores, shone brilliantly. She wondered who Capital Martial University would send to face him. When Han Zhan entered the arena holding a huge spear blade, he challenged Wang Yang, the captain of Capital Martial University, asking him not to waste time and settle this between them. He asked Wang Yang if he dared to fight. Seeing that Han Zhan directly challenged Wang Yang, the whole audience got excited, wondering if Capital Martial University and the Great Wall Military Academy were starting with a king versus king match. The whole audience started demanding the match of king versus king. Hearing the audience's demand, Wang Yang from Capital Martial University jumped into the arena. Also a spearblade user, as he entered, he mocked Han Zhan, saying, "Old Han, why make such a big deal out of it? I'm afraid you'll be a sore loser." Just as Wang Yang entered the arena, all the girls started cheering for him, calling Wang Yang their idol. Seeing the Han Zhan versus Wang Yang match heating up right from the start, Subai's principal told Subai that youth is truly wonderful. Hearing the girls cheering for Wang Yang, Subai asked his seniors if Wang Yang was really that handsome because he didn't see it. Subai then turned to his teammates and asked one of his seniors named Luo to go up first and show the audience what they are made of. Shocked, Senior Luo asked Subai if he could really do it. Meanwhile, on the arena, Han Zhan got into position and challenged Wang Yang to start, saying he would let Wang Yang make the first move. Wang Yang accepted Han Zhan's challenge, and with lightning speed, charged at Han Zhan to attack with his spear. However, Han Zhan, while standing still, blocked Wang Yang's attack. People in the audience were surprised to see Han Zhan's diamond rank armor skill. They were shocked to see that Han Zhan had developed it to this level, but Wang Yang was not going to stop. He continuously attacked Han Zhan from all directions, shouting, "Han Zhan, so what if your blood ki is high? So what if your armor is strong? I can still defeat you." Seeing them fighting, Subai's principal told Subai that Wang Yang is an extreme agility and attack-type fighter, coupled with the howling wind, making it completely impossible to see him. Subai agreed with his original comment that he is absolutely terrifying. Watching their fight, Subai thought to himself that this is the power of a mid-silver rank, wondering who he is going to stand against them as he is only a mid-bronze rank. On the other hand, in the arena, while Wang Yang was continuously moving and attacking, Han Zhan saw an opening in his movements and smiled. He raised his spear weapons high, and after collecting huge amounts of energy, he hit the ground. His attack was so powerful that it destroyed the arena ground and sent strong shockwaves all around. The shockwave hit Wang Yang, who was running around. As Wang Yang got hit, he lost his movement and stopped running. Seeing Han Zhang's attack, a judge told others that this is Grand General Han's Sky Splitter Slash. He remembered 3 years ago, Grand General Han Dang used this slash to kill a diamond rank enemy. That judge was shocked to see that this attack's terrifying power forced Wang Yang to stop. A commentator praised Han Zhan, telling the audience that Han Zhan actually used an extremely offensive combat technique as a control technique. This move was unthinkable. Another commentator said it is brilliant that Han Zhan actually thought of such a tactic. He truly deserves to be the top warrior of the Military Martial University. While everyone was praising Han Zhan, Wang Yang stood up again to fight. He was not going down that easily. While swinging his spear, he charged at Han Zhan again. He was using his full power in this attack, and was aiming to finish this match in one go. Seeing that Wang Yang was going for a direct confrontation, Han Zhan told Wang Yang he was going to lose. Saying that, Han Zhan also used his most powerful move, because of which there was a sudden blast of flames in the arena that even scared the audience. His attack was so powerful that Wang Yang could not even reach him. Because of Han Zhan's attack, Wang Yang's spear broke down, and along with the spear, All of Wang Yang's bones also broke down. Seeing Wang Yang's condition, people in the audience felt bad for him, saying it was too harsh. They felt even worse because that was just a strike with the back of the blade of Han Zhang. Otherwise, Wang Yang, the captain of Imperial Capital Martial University, would probably be a corpse by now. Some people were angry, saying it's just a competition. Is it necessary to go for the kill? It's just a tournament. Why not show some restraint? While people were talking, Wang Yang stood up again with the help of his spear. He praised Han Zhan, saying he is amazing, and then announced that he lost this match. The host immediately announced that in the semi-finals, first round, Great Wall Guard Martial University wins. It was Han Zhan's win, but after striking Wang Yang with his spear, Han Zhan's right hand was shaking. After seeing Han Zhang's power, Subai remarked, "It seems that Great Wall Guard Martial University is really strong." Then, Subai's principal came forward and said that since the first round was over, it was their turn. He asked one of his students, Luo Yong, if he was ready. Luo Yong told the principal that he was ready, and then entered the arena. The principal advised Luo Yong to know his limits because their focus was on participation, ensuring everyone gets a chance to compete. So, if he couldn't handle it, he should just surrender and not push himself. However, Luo Yong was very confident and, while taking out his longsword, told his principal not to worry, saying he wouldn't embarrass Jiangzhou Martial University. On the other hand, for the second round, Imperial City Martial Arts University sent a black-haired boy named Zheng Leiqiao. When Zheng entered the arena, the match began. Zheng, a dual-blade user, laughed as he entered the arena and took out his two blades, saying, "This will be fun." Zheng, somewhat of a lunatic who looked down on Luo Yong, licked his blade and said, "Little brother, how do you want me to play with you?" Hearing his words, Luo Yong got angry and charged at Zheng, challenging him to bring it on. With full power, Luo swung his sword at Zheng, but Zheng dodged the attack with a slight move and mocked Luo, asking if that was all he got. Then, with super speed, Zheng moved and swung his dual blades to cut Luo multiple times. Luo got cuts everywhere, but he still didn't fall. Seeing that, Zheng laughed and said, "Little brother, let me write a few words on you," and began attacking Luo's back with his dual blades. While laughing, he told Luo that he was going to toy with him. Seeing Zheng attacking mercilessly, Luo's teammate said this was going too far, and that it was clearly humiliation. Another teammate asked the principal to let Luo Yong come down, but Subai stopped them. He told them that Luo was defending his dignity, defending the dignity of their Jiangzhou Martial University. In the arena, after attacking, Zheng stopped and put his blade at Luo's neck, telling him that if he didn't surrender, it would be worse. He asked if Luo wasn't afraid, but Luo, who had cuts all over his body and had no energy to even lift his sword, told Zheng that Jiangzhou Martial University would never surrender. Hearing that, Zheng stabbed Luo with his blade, asking if he was still not surrendering. Luo threw up blood from his mouth but said he would never surrender. Hearing that, Zheng's eyes turned red, and he began striking at Luo, acting like a lunatic who enjoyed cutting others. While laughing, Zheng said, "Let's see how long he can last," but Luo replied that he would never surrender. He continued taking on Zheng's strikes, repeating that he would never surrender, and at last, Luo lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Seeing that, someone from the audience said, "This is a bit too cruel. Does Zhen have no humanity?" A girl asked if this was too much, torturing one's opponent like this. After Luo lost consciousness, the host announced that Magic City Martial University's Zheng Leiqiao won the first match. Subai and his teammates ran towards Luo to check on him. Subai was very angry, telling Magic City Martial University that they had gone too far. A senior from Subai's team carried Luo down in his arms. After Luo came down, another senior from Subai's team named Bai Ning entered the arena, telling his principal that he was going next, and he wouldn't let Zhen act so arrogantly. Subai's principal asked Ning to be careful and not to fight Zhen head-on. Ning, a sword user, entered the arena as Zhen laughed and said, "Another one's here, but it seems like he's not very durable." While taking out his sword, an angry Ning told Zhen that he talks too much. The host immediately announced the beginning of the second round. As the round began, Ning charged at Zhen, shouting, "Zhen, I want your life." Ning swung his sword at Zhen, but like before, Zhen dodged Ning's attack. Seeing Ning's ruthless intent to kill, Zhen maneuvered his body and counterattacked with his sword, telling Ning that he wouldn't give him the chance to strike. Both Ning and Zhen continuously attacked each other, aiming to kill. Witnessing the fight, a spectator from the audience questioned whether they were really just kids, and remarked on the brutality of the battle between students. People in the audience started to get worried. One person suggested that they should call it a draw, because if the fighting continued, they might end up killing each other. Another remarked that even from hundreds of meters away, he could almost smell the strong scent of blood, and it was terrifying. In the arena, both Ning and Zhen were injured by each other's blades. When Zhen began to get scared due to his injuries, he asked Ning if he was trying to die. An injured Ning responded that he wanted Zhen's life. Ning then swung his sword aiming for Zhen's neck, but Zhen dodged and attacked Ning's leg. As Ning turned, Zhen came from behind and attacked Ning with his dual blades. However, Ning blocked Zhen's blades from reaching his body with his sword. Zhen mocked Ning, telling him that he was just a lowly bronze rank from a trash martial university. Tightening his grip, Zhen smiled and told Ning that he would lose. Struggling, Ning asked Zhen if he had forgotten that Jiangzhou Martial University never gives up. Saying that, Ning turned his sword's hilt towards himself, and without any hesitation, stabbed both himself and Zhen together. Shocked, Zhen asked Ning if he was crazy for also hurting himself. Ning laughed and told Zhen it wasn't enough to kill him. Ning then pushed his sword even deeper, telling Zhen that this is how Jiangzhou Martial University fights, unlike Zhen, who only knows how to bully the weak. Ning shouted, "Go to hell!" and pushed his sword further. In pain and scared, Zhen shouted, "Don't kill me, I don't want to die." Zhen then called for his principal to save him. Just as he said that, a hand appeared and stopped Ning's sword from behind. It was the Imperial City Martial Arts University's principal, who came to his students' rescue. He declared that in this match, Magic City Martial University concedes. To everyone's surprise, the host announced that Magic City Martial University concedes. Then, the Imperial City Martial Arts University's principal pushed the sword away from Zhen and Ning's bodies. Immediately, Subai's principal entered the arena to save Ning. He caught Ning as he was falling and, in anger, confronted the opposing principal, criticizing how Magic City Martial University students behave, first humiliating their opponent on stage, then begging for help at the brink of death. While removing Zhen, the Imperial City Martial Arts University's principal told Subai's team not to think that just because they made it to the top 4, Jiangzhou Martial University is qualified to clash with Magic City Martial University. As the drama unfolded, the medical team attended to Zeng, who was less injured, instead of Ning, which angered Subai's principal. He reminded everyone that the lives of Jiangzhou Martial University students are just as valuable. As the Imperial City Martial Arts University principal began to leave, he dismissively told Subai's principal that further discussion was pointless, and that the truth would be revealed on the stage. Frustrated, Subai's principal agreed, and then urged Subai to get on stage and retaliate fiercely, to make them pay for mistreating anyone from Jiangzhou Martial University. Motivated by his principal's words, Subai confidently entered the arena, promising to make them pay. After leaving the arena with Ning and laying him down on a stretcher, Subai's principal told Ning that he had brought glory to Jiangzhou Martial University. The other seniors told Ning that they were proud of him and asked him to take good care of himself, assuring him that Subai would definitely teach them a lesson. On the other hand, Imperial City Martial Arts University's captain, Cao Zixuan, approached his principal and asked to take care of the good-for-nothings from Jiangzhou Martial University. However, his principal advised Zixuan to be patient since the championship was still awaiting him. In the arena, when Subai entered, he declared, "I, Subai of Jiangzhou Martial University, hereby challenge Magic City Martial University. If Magic City Martial University loses, I demand that they publicly apologize to Jiangzhou Martial University." He shouted, asking if Magic City Martial University dared to accept the challenge. The audience also supported Subai, encouraging him to add oil and beat Magic City Martial University, expressing their anticipation for an apology. The public became very excited. A blogger asked his audience whether they thought Magic City Martial University would apologize to Jiangzhou Martial University, while a journalist noted that Jiangzhou Martial University, being close to overtaking the famous Magic City Martial University and forcefully demanding an apology, was a good headline. Imperial City's captain, Zixuan, questioned Subai, asking if he from Jiangzhou Martial University was even worthy. Another student from Imperial City Martial Arts University, named Huang, came forward and told his principal that he would go up and teach Subai a lesson, to let Jiangzhou Martial University know the gap between them. His principal approved Huang for this round. When Huang entered the arena, Subai asked him if he was there to apologize. Tightening his fist, Huang laughed and said that this so-called apology was just the moaning of the weak. Why should the strong apologize to the weak? Strength is right. Strength is the truth. Hearing this, Subai asked the host to let Magic City Martial University send another one up, saying fighting one by one was too tiring and he was in a hurry. Seeing this, people started calling Subai arrogant. A man commented that Cao Zixuan was on par with Wang Yang, Magic City Martial University's strongest student. A girl remarked that Magic City Martial University was really overdoing it. How could Subai possibly defeat two of them? Seeing that Imperial City Martial Arts University didn't reply to his demand, Subai mocked them while showing his fingers and asked Zixuan to come up then. Seeing Subai daring to provoke his Magic City Martial University like this, the principal of Imperial City Martial Arts University got very angry. He ordered Zixuan to use his strength to show Jiangzhou Martial University that Magic City Martial University's dignity was not to be trampled on. Zixuan agreed and immediately jumped into the arena, taking out his two swords and saying, "Since Jiangzhou Martial University is so arrogant, they will satisfy their request." Zixuan immediately unleashed his power with his red and blue swords, his whole body covered with a red and blue aura. Zixuan called Subai Kid, telling him he would show him how boasting without strength is just asking for humiliation. Just as Zixuan unleashed his aura, a judge pointed out the dual swords in Cao Zixuan's hands to the other judges. He explained that they were made of Millennium Cold Iron and Molten Scarlet Iron, materials so rare that these two sharp swords were priceless. The cores at the hilt were from platinum-level experts of the myriad races. The other judges were shocked to learn that the Cao family and Magic City Martial University were really willing to invest such resources into Cao Zixuan. The first judge mentioned that the god of ice and fire, a graduate from Magic City Martial Arts University, had left the strongest cultivation method to them. Could it be that Cao Zixuan was cultivating this technique? Then, after releasing his aura, Zixuan told Subai not to accuse their magic warriors of bullying the weak. He was giving Subai time to release the tamed beast now. Otherwise, he might not have a chance. Subai thanked Zixuan for his kindness, but told him that he was enough to fight them alone, without needing to tame the beasts. Saying this, Subai also released his aura. Hearing Subai, Zixuan laughed, commenting on how a beast tamer not relying on tamed beasts dared to fight them hand to hand. A shocked senior asked his principal how Subai was supposed to fight them. The principal told the seniors that Subai had activated shared origin. In the arena, after Subai didn't take out his beasts, Zixuan immediately charged at him shouting, "Subai, you are too arrogant, you are just courting death." Huang also followed Zixuan, saying the weak should know their place. Seeing them coming, Subai smiled, telling them that they were really impatient. He then unleashed his full aura and activated his Sharp Gold Spirit, Sharp Gold Ghost Shadow, and Earth Spirit Possession. After buffing himself with all those skills and strengthening his body, Subai got ready to fight. As Zixuan and Huang approached, Subai announced that he would settle the score with all of them from Magic City Martial University. Just as Huang got near, Subai didn't even give him a chance to make a move and punched him in the face, sending Huang flying. Zixuan was surprised, asking how this was possible. Seeing that Subai's speed had already reached the gold level, a senior of Subai asked another senior how a beast tamer's body could be so strong. The other senior asked if he had forgotten the combat power of the great master Luo Fan, after comprehending shared origin back then. The first senior questioned whether they were exaggerating by comparing Subai to the great master Luo Fan. In the arena, Subai was also surprised after seeing his power. He asked Zixuan if he had ever experienced the feeling of powerlessness. Hearing Subai, Zixuan immediately used both his fire and ice swords, admitting that Subai had the qualifications to make him take the fight seriously, but that was all he had. He told Subai to prepare to die and shot flames from his sword at Subai, but to his surprise, the flames could not reach Subai. Subai asked Zixuan if that was all he had got, then immediately got behind Zixuan with super speed, telling him that he was still too slow. While Subai was fighting Zixuan, Huang also got up. He told his captain, Zixuan, to let's attack Subai from both sides, but seeing Subai, Zixuan realized that Huang was in danger. He warned Huang to be careful, but it was already too late. Subai turned around with super speed and began punching and kicking Huang. Subai didn't give Huang any chance to retaliate and punched him 7 times. When Huang started bleeding, Subai kicked him and sent him flying. After being beaten so severely, Huang lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Subai told Huang that these 7 attacks were payback for the 7 cuts Luo had received. Seeing Huang unconscious, Zixuan became very angry and charged at Subai, shouting, "Subai, come at me if you have the guts!" When Subai saw Zixuan coming, he smiled and told Zixuan that he hadn't had enough fun yet. Angry at what Subai did, Huang Zixuan became furious and charged at Subai while wielding his fire and ice swords. He swung his swords and struck at Subai with both elements, but when those strikes reached Subai, he moved, leaving only his afterimage, which got hit by Zixuan's strikes. Subai mocked Zixuan, calling him too disappointing, and using his super speed, Subai appeared behind Zixuan asking, Is this all the strength that the prodigies of Martial University have? Before Zixuan could react, Subai punched him with a solid fire fist, sending him flying into the air. After sending Zixuan flying, Subai collected energy in his feet while mocking Zixuan, asking why, as Martial University's prodigy, he doesn't fight back and is just taking hits. Saying that, he jumped higher in the air and used both hands to launch an attack at Zixuan. Seeing Subai coming with full force, Zixuan got scared and used both swords to defend, but Subai didn't slow down. With full power, Subai punched Zixuan, telling him that he is too boring. Subai's attack was so powerful that it exploded the whole stadium with energy. When the smoke cleared, Subai was seen standing on Zixuan. He made fun of Zixuan, saying he loves beating prodigies the most. When Subai put his leg on Zixuan's face, Zixuan got extremely angry, shouting, "Subai, I will kill you." Saying that, Zixuan did something that surprised Subai. He released fire from his sword which covered Zixuan's whole body. Subai immediately jumped away, and only his shoes burned. While extinguishing the fire from his shoes, Subai mocked Zixuan again, saying Zixuan doesn't have much skill, but has quite a temper. On the other hand, Zixuan was so angry that he unleashed his violent state fire, which burns oneself. He released a burst of flame from his body, tearing apart his clothes, shouting he will kill Subai. Seeing that Zixuan was using a killing move, a senior of Subai asked their principal if Subai had gone too far with his taunts, and could this attack of Zixuan be dangerous. Shocked, the principal told that senior that to use such a big move, Zixuan has lost control. While Zixuan's body burned in flame, he jumped into the air to attack Subai, saying he wants his life. Seeing him coming, Subai didn't try to dodge, saying finally, there is something interesting. With full force, Zixuan struck at Subai, but his sword couldn't even touch Subai, as he used his great wall barrier skill of his little turtle, which blocked Zixuan's full power attack. Seeing that, Zixuan was shocked, saying it's impossible to block his twin swords. He asked Subai if he was a turtle in his past life. Hearing that, Subai laughed and got ready to strike back, asking Zixuan if that is all the strength he has got. Subai used Little Cat's speed and punched Zixuan in the face, sending him flying back into the sky, making him lose his swords. With a solid impact, Zixuan fell on the ground while his sword fell far away from him. Judges of this match were shocked, seeing that Subai actually has such a terrifying killing move. But the more surprising thing was that the battle between Subai and Zixuan even cracked the golden level arena. A judge told others that this is the terror of the primordial flow. Watching Subai's figure reminds him more and more of Luo Fan from back then, and Subai is only at mid-bronze rank, which means his talent might be even scarier than those from elite families. While they were talking, on the other hand, in the arena, Subai pulled out Zixuan's swords, saying, "These two swords look quite valuable." Seeing that, Zixuan got scared and asked Subai what he was doing. He told Subai to put them down because those are his twin swords, but Subai wasn't going to let it go. He told Zixuan that after seeing how Imperial Martial University acts, he knows they definitely won't apologize or compensate. So, these two swords will be considered compensation from Imperial Martial University. Hearing that, Zixuan got extremely angry and jumped at Subai like a beast, saying, "This is too much. I will kill Subai." But Subai easily dodged Zixuan's attack, asking, "Do you still think you have the strength for that?" He immediately kicked Zixuan in the face, telling him he is overestimating himself. With just one solid kick, Subai broke Zixuan's nose and sent him flying. Subai was very angry that Imperial Martial University dared to bully his Jiangzhou Martial University people. He jumped at Zixuan, who could barely stand, and continuously punched and kicked Zixuan, telling him that this is his punishment from Martial University. People in the audience were shocked, seeing that Zixuan had no power to resist in Subai's hands. They thought Subai was a total freak. Speed, strength, technique, he does not have a single weak point. They all started to wonder if anyone in Martial University stood a chance against him. A girl said she thinks only Han Zhan might be able to match this monster Subai. People felt bad seeing Zixuan's condition, but they were still very angry at Imperial Martial University, so they supported Subai, and wanted to see if Martial University would dare to be arrogant again after today. People of Jiangzhou, Martial University were very happy, shouting, "See, this is the price of provoking our Jiangzhou Martial University." Then in the arena, Subai stopped after he was satisfied and his anger calmed down. The host announced that this round, Jiangzhou Martial University's Subai wins. After the match ended and Subai calmed down, he suddenly looked at Han Zhan wondering why he kept staring at him. Subai noticed that from the start, Hanjan had been watching him like a hawk. When Hanjan saw Subai looking at him, he smiled and said, "Jiangzhou Subai, I'll be waiting for you." Subai didn't hear him and started leaving the arena while looking at Zixuan's swords. He thought that since Zixuan was so anxious just now, that means these swords are worth quite a bit. But while he was leaving, suddenly someone stopped him. The one who stopped Subai was the principal of Imperial Martial University. He told Subai that the match is over, so he should return Zixuan's weapons to Martial University. But Subai hid those swords on his back, telling the Imperial Martial University principal that the referee just said the arena is the battlefield, so weapons seized on the battlefield don't have to be returned. But he then smiled and told the Imperial University principal that he is not unreasonable. So if Martial University apologizes to Jiangzhou Martial University and apologizes to all the ordinary martial academies they have bullied and compensates for medical expenses and mental distress, then he will return these swords. Hearing Subai, all the contestants of the competition supported him, saying Martial University went too far so they should apologize. Everyone started shouting, demanding Imperial University apologize. Hearing them, the Imperial University principal said this was outrageous. Subai was not backing off. He asked the Imperial University principal, "Isn't this the survival of the fittest philosophy your Martial University people believe in? So I am just treating them the same way they treat others." Hearing that, Subai's principal got excited, shouting, "Subai, well said. Let's see how Martial University saves face this time. Let's see if Martial University dares to act arrogant again." Hearing them, Martial University's principal, who was a diamond rank hunter, got extremely angry and unleashed his aura. In anger, he walked towards Subai, saying, "Today, I will teach this immature brat a lesson." Seeing the Imperial University principal release his aura, Subai's principal became worried and asked Subai to move away quickly. On the other hand, the military university's principal, who was also a diamond rank, got very angry seeing that the Imperial University principal was going to attack a student. In the arena, hearing his principal's warning, Subai started to back off, shocked, wondering if this was the explosive power of a diamond rank warrior. But before the Imperial University principal could attack Subai, the military university principal and Subai's principal jumped into the arena. The military university principal asked the Imperial University principal, as a dignified martial university principal and a diamond rank expert, unleashing his full power on a student, "Don't you feel ashamed?" But the angry Imperial University principal told the military university principal that this is Magic City. Martial University has autonomy here, so military university should not interfere. Hearing the Imperial University principal, Subai's principal got very angry and told him that if he dared harm a Jiangzhou Martial University student, he would fight the Imperial University principal to the death. But while they were arguing, suddenly lightning struck between them. Immediately, all the principals controlled their aura and looked at the source of the lightning. They saw a white-haired man flying in the sky. That white-haired man was Zhao Yi, a Lord-level expert, ranked 6th in the most powerful person's ranking. Seeing him, the Imperial University principal got nervous, calling him Elder Zhao. He backed off as Elder Zhao came down to the ground. With disappointment, Elder Zhao said to the Imperial University principal that it's only been a few years since he left Imperial Martial University, and they have turned Imperial Martial University into this chaotic mess. Elder Zhao added that to actually attack a junior, what face does he have? What face does he have to be the principal of Imperial Martial University when such outstanding talents emerge from the younger generation? The Imperial Martial University principal could not say anything in front of Elder Zhao. After that, Elder Zhao turned to Subai, saying, "Young man from Jiangzhou Martial University, I watched your match. You were very impressive." He told Subai, on behalf of Imperial Martial University, that he apologizes to all martial arts institutions. Subai was surprised to see a Lord-level hunter apologizing to him. He told Elder Zhao that he is too kind. Elder Zhao told them that their school motto at Imperial Martial University is "Only the strong can protect the peace of the nation." The strongest should be like the great Luo Fan, possessing supreme power, yet failing to protect the peace of a nation. Elder Zhao continued and announced that in recent years, Imperial Martial University has neglected the responsibility and duty that those who cultivate strength should have, and that's a grave mistake. In this match, Imperial Martial University lost to Jiangzhou Martial University, without a doubt. So those two swords will be given to Subai. Hearing that, Subai and others got very happy. The Military Martial University principal told Mr. Zhao that his generosity is truly admirable. Subai suddenly thanked Elder Zhao, saying as a junior he is grateful for his teachings. But the principal of Imperial Martial University was still unwilling to let go of those swords, and tried to say something to Elder Zhao. However, without hearing him, Elder Zhao told the Imperial Martial University principal that with such an impatient temperament, he couldn't be the principal of Imperial Martial University. He should just be an instructor. Saying that, Elder Zhao left the arena. Then, the host appeared on the big screen and announced that next, the school would repair the arena, and the finals of this league would begin in 1 hour. Hearing that, the whole audience got very excited, saying that Jiangzhou Martial University is really making people look at them with new eyes this year, and Subai is probably the dark horse of this year's league. After winning, Subai and his principal left the arena. All of Subai's seniors praised him, saying he had done well and won dignity for their Jiangzhou Martial University. They were all proud of him. Embarrassed, Subai asked everyone not to praise him too much, because he was also terrified just now. Subai's principal was also very happy, seeing that even Elder Zhao had appeared. He proudly said that today, Jiangzhou Martial University can finally hold its head high. While they were talking, a senior of Bai's came, telling their principal that next up is the battle against Great Wall Guard Martial University. Hearing that, Subai's principal asked Subai to take a rest, as it was already unexpected that they had made it to the finals, so now they should just do what they can. Hearing that, Subai smiled and told his principal that there's no need to rest. He then asked his principal if, today, having won glory for Jiangzhou Martial University, they think they could give him some rewards. Hearing that, Subai's principal smiled and told him that he had 2 high-grade silver beast cores here that he would personally subsidize Subai with. Hearing that, Subai thanked his principal, saying he would definitely perform well. Hearing that, Subai's principal laughed, saying, "You little rascal, you really know how to take advantage of a situation." Then, 1 hour later, the host announced that the highly anticipated 100 Schools League finals officially begin. Hearing that, the whole audience got very excited. Some people cheered for Han Zhan, while some cheered that Jiangzhou Martial University would win. Then, after a few minutes, Han Zhan from Great Wall Guard Martial University and Subai from Jiangzhou Martial University entered the arena. Han Zhan, holding his long spear, said to Subai that he had been waiting for him for a long time. He wanted one match to decide the victor, and asked Subai to play a single match to decide the victor. Subai immediately agreed, saying that's exactly what he was thinking. Knowing that Han Zhan is very powerful, he asked his system to help him scout Han Zhan's attributes. Immediately, a system notification window popped up in front of Subai with Han Zhan's information. Han Zhan is currently an early silver stage hunter with 316 constitution, but his actual constitution is unknown. His agility is 216, but his actual agility is also unknown. His spirit is 96. After system analysis, he asked Subai to be extremely cautious. Seeing Han Zhan's stats, Subai said, "As expected, Han Zhan, your strength is extraordinary." But while Subai was looking at the status window, Han Zhan charged at him, shouting, "Subai, what are you waiting for? Fight me like a warrior." Seeing Han Zhan coming in such a hurry, Subai unleashed his power by activating Sharp Metal Spirit, Sharp Metal Phantom, and Earth Spirit possession skills. After buffing himself, Subai got ready to attack, telling Han Zhan that he would now show his true power. Han Zhan moved quickly and struck at Subai with his spear, but using his super speed, Subai dodged his strikes and attacked him from all directions, challenging Han Zhan to come on and show his full power. Subai evaded and dodged while dealing damage to Han Zhan, but Subai was surprised to see that Han Zhan was matching his speed. This was just as Subai expected. Han Zhan was not being straightforward. He was actually holding back when he fought Wang Yang. Even the judges were surprised because Han Zhan wasn't this fast when he fought Wang Yang last time. They all understood that he had actually hidden his strength, even against Wang Yang. A judge said she previously thought Han Zhan's speed would be his weakness. But looking at it now, Han Zhan has no weaknesses in speed, power, or defense. Han Zhan is indeed an unrivaled existence among the younger generation. Another judge said that, unless Han Zhan is overwhelmed by a far superior cultivation level, there's no chance of victory. It seems Jiangzhou Martial University will only reach second place as Subai can't possibly be Han Zhan's opponent. Ignoring their words, Subai tried to punch Han Zhan but, to his surprise, Han Zhan easily dodged his punch, telling Subai that it was still far from enough. Han Zhan used this opportunity, when Subai was near him, to attack, but Subai immediately backed off and put some distance between them. Subai praised Han Zhan, saying, "As expected of a man who has fought on the myriad races battlefield, completely without weaknesses." But Subai smiled while dodging Han Zhan's spear, and told Han Zhan that he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge his next move. Subai asked Han Zhan to get ready to feel his most vicious attack. Well, Subai's most vicious attack was not strong, but fatal for the body. Hanjan was shocked as Subai aimed and punched below the belt. Seeing that, people in the audience started laughing, saying this was dirty and too despicable. It's shameless. But they liked it. Some people cheered for Subai, saying he was awesome, and they don't admire anyone but Subai. But some people were angry, asking if attacking that area was against the rules. However, some came to Subai's defense, saying, "What rules?" The deputy commander said, "This is a real battle, so winning is all that matters." After getting hit by Subai, Hanjan's whole body froze. While shaking in pain, he asked Subai why he resorted to such a shameless attack. Subai laughed and told Hanjan that the arena is like a battlefield. Subai then jumped to attack Hanjan while he was down and unable to defend. Hanjan tried to defend with his hand, but Subai's punch was so strong that it sent Hanjan flying. This made Hanjan a little angry. He stood up, telling Subai that he was going to get serious. Hanjan released his aura and raised his spear, saying he had tested this move many times, and Subai wouldn't be able to dodge this move either. Saying that, Hanjan swung his spear and threw hundreds of powerful energy strikes at Subai. Those attacks were too fast and too numerous. Subai didn't have time to dodge them, so he put his sword back, saying, "Since I can't dodge it, let's clash." On the other hand, the judges were shocked to see that Hanjan had actually learned this move, as this was Grand General Han's signature technique. A judge recalled that 3 years ago, Grand General Han's slash annihilated thousands of fierce beasts in an instant. Among those thousands of enemies were a diamond and several platinum ranked from other races. In the arena, to defend against Hanjan's attack, Subai activated his Great Wall barrier. But when Hanjan's continuous strikes hit Subai's barrier, it started to break. While using his full energy to maintain the barrier, Subai saw that Hanjan was really going for the kill. However, Subai's energy was not enough, and his barrier got destroyed, sending Subai flying. After destroying Subai's barrier, Hanjan pointed his spear at Subai, challenging him to show his full power, because he didn't believe that Subai was that weak. When Subai fell, a senior asked his principal if Subai had lost. The worried principal told the senior that no one could withstand such a powerful attack, but to their surprise, Subai stood up again. He took out his bag and opened its chain, telling Hanjan that he had forced him to do this. Subai raised his hand and asked his little turtle and little cat to come out and help him beat Hanjan. Both little turtle and little cat came out of the bag and activated their ancient beast forms. Seeing them, Hanjan said, "Very good, Subai. You've finally shown your full power." Subai reactivated his energy, and together with little turtle and little cat, charged at Hanjan shouting, "Old Han, you're dead." First, Subai tried to kick Hanjan, but Hanjan moved and dodged his attack. Then, after Subai, Little Cat came and struck with its claws, but Hanjan used his spear to block Little Cat's attack. But Subai's attack didn't end there. While Hanjan was busy defending against Little Cat, Little Turtle attacked him. Little Turtle's attack was so powerful that when it hit Hanjan, his armor immediately broke. Hanjan went flying as half of his gold-grade body armor broke. But Hanjan stood up again. Subai told Hanjan not to be stubborn because there's no shame in admitting defeat. However, Hanjan didn't want to give up. He grabbed his spear with his other hand while releasing his energy. He told Subai that he originally didn't want to use this move as he still can't fully control this power. However, now he had no choice. Saying that, Hanjan unleashed his full power. The purple energy that came out of his body was so much that it reached the stadium ceiling. Subai was shocked, seeing Hanjan's power, and asked if he was even human. Subai felt a little scared seeing Hanjan's aura, wondering if this was really gold rank power because it was too terrifying. Suddenly, a system warning notification popped up in front of Subai, telling him that his opponent is in extreme danger. As Hanjan's eyes turned purple, he laughed and told Subai that he was destined to lose this round. The audience were not happy hearing the judges say that everything below gold is an ant, but a guy from the audience explained to others that the gold rank is the watershed of true experts, and Hanjan was probably at the peak of the gold rank. Subai, being only bronze ranked, could not compete with a gold rank. Into the arena, after fully unleashing his aura, Hanjan shouted at Subai that he couldn't withstand his final blow. Saying that, Hanjan struck at Subai with full power. The strike was so powerful and big that it reached the stadium ceiling. Seeing that massive strike, Subai immediately realized that he couldn't withstand the blow that was about to hit him. At this moment, Subai remembered about the new transposition skill that he had unlocked a day before. He immediately turned to Little Turtle, asking it to save him. Using the transposition skill, Subai swapped positions with Little Turtle. Now, Little Turtle, having swapped into Subai's position, was hit by Hanjan's aura strike. As the aura strike hit Little Turtle, It exploded with a huge explosion, shocking the whole audience. But after swapping places with Little Turtle, Subai was completely fine. He didn't waste any time, and in the middle of that explosion, asked Little Cat to attack Han, as he would definitely be exhausted now. The judges were shocked seeing Subai swap places with his Little Turtle, asking what this spatial ability was. They couldn't believe their eyes because this is an ability that Platinum rank can barely touch. They all started to wonder if Subai was really bronze. A judge asked if this could be the characteristic of shared origin, but a senior judge immediately decided there that explaining that shifting position is a heaven rank technique, and Subai actually modified it. That judge wondered if Subai's talent could be comparable to the great Luo Fan. The students who participated in the tournament were shocked, seeing the power of Han, questioning if this was really a gold rank league. A worried student from the Magic Martial University said that this match was going to tear down their university. Meanwhile, in the arena, as the smoke of the explosion started to clear, the host said that it looked like the winner had been decided. And just as he said that, when the smoke cleared, Subai was still standing, and Han was under Subai's Little Turtle, lying on the ground. Han admitted his defeat, telling Subai that in this match he had won. Hearing that, Subai laughed, saying, "Old Han, you're a pervert." The host was quite shocked seeing that Subai won because most of the people didn't see Subai swapping places with his Little Turtle at the last second. While collecting his composure, the host announced that the champion of this league was Jiangzhou Martial University's Subai. Hearing that, all of Subai's seniors jumped in happiness. While crying, Subai's principal got on his knees, saying, "Great, I didn't misjudge you, Subai." The whole audience started to cheer for Subai, saying he is the strongest of the younger generation, he is invincible. People started to call him champion. This match was live telecasted at the Jiangzhou Martial University, and the students of the university got very excited seeing that Subai really won this match. Subai's roommate, who was in the audience, started shouting that Brother Su was too awesome. Waifu Yanren was also there, and she got very happy seeing Subai, saying he is the best. In the Su family living room, Subai's sister jumped in happiness, seeing that her brother had won and was now the champion. She asked her dad to look quickly, telling him that Subai had won and was now the national champion. Subai's father started crying, seeing that his son had won the match and become the national champion. In the arena, after Subai was about to leave, many reporters suddenly surrounded him from all directions. Some asked Subai if he had anything to say to his opponent Han, while others questioned him about his next plan as the champion of this 100 Schools League. Subai, very exhausted from the fight, was not happy seeing all those reporters charging at him together. Then, Subai's principal came to his rescue, asking the reporters to please make way, because Subai needed to rest now, and they would talk about the questions later. The principal somehow rescued Subai from those reporters and helped him come down from the arena. While going, the principal told Subai that he had consumed too much energy and should go back to the hotel to rest first, and that he would handle the rest. With excitement, the principal told Subai that he had made a fortune after this battle, and they were rich. The military's resource rewards were all Subai's now. Hearing his principal's words, Subai immediately got excited and asked the principal how much it was. The principal told him that it was at least 600 million. Hearing that, Subai's jaw dropped. In excitement, he asked his principal to let him go because the match wasn't over yet. He wanted to fight 10 more Han. Later, at the Magic City Hotel, it was reported on the Dragon Kingdom military channel that the 100 Schools League had recently concluded. The students of the martial universities had also shown their impressive talents to the world through this 100 Schools League. The most remarkable of them was the overall champion of this 100 Schools League, Subai of Jiangzhou Martial University. In recognition of Subai's brave and fearless performance on the stage, the military had decided to award him a first-class merit, a Great Wall Honor Medal, and 60,000 military merits. They hoped other martial university students would learn from Subai, and, no matter how strong the enemy was, they must have the spirit to fight to the end. The new ranking list of hundreds of schools had also been announced. First place was Jiangzhou Military University, where the military would invest 50 billion every year. Second place was Great Wall Guards University, where the military would invest 50 billion every year. Third place was Imperial Capital Military University, where the military would invest 20 billion every year. And in fourth place was Modu Military University, where the military would invest 10 billion yuan every year. With that, the Heaven's prodigy, both wise and brave, Subai, the successor of Luo Fan, had attracted worldwide attention. Dragon Kingdom official news reported that all current Beast Tamer and Esper students in all martial universities across the nation were submitting transfer applications. It was expected that Jiangzhou Martial University would become the national training base for beast tamers and espers in the near future. Even the common folk had written a children's rhyme for Subai that had spread across the internet. The 100 Schools League had concluded, and Subai of Jiangzhou Martial University had won the championship. Hearing the news, people started to praise Subai, saying he was truly amazing for fighting against various martial arts schools single-handedly. But one person told others that he had heard Subai was also seriously injured, and almost didn't make it. Hearing that, others got worried, asking the man if he was telling the truth, and where Subai was now. While they were all worried for Subai, he was taking a long nap in the hotel room with Little Turtle and Cat sleeping beside him. After a long sleep, Subai finally woke up, wondering why he had been sleeping for so long. Before he could understand anything, one of his seniors named Manny entered his room with some food after seeing that Subai was awake. She told him that the principal didn't let them wake him up. Shocked, Subai immediately covered himself with a blanket and asked Manny why she was there. Manny told him that the principal said that when he woke up, they would all go back to Jiangzhou Martial University together, and that the special car downstairs would be waiting for them. While Manny placed the food on the table, Subai tried to stand up, saying, "I will get ready so we can go back to school. But before we go back, I want to take Little Turtle and Little Cat to the Magic City Martial University buffet for another feast." Hearing that, Manny laughed, saying, "This time, Magic City Martial University is really going to suffer." Later, at Jiangzhou Martial University, when the bus carrying Subai and others returned to the school, there was a huge crowd already present to welcome him. Pointing at the university's main gate, the principal asked Subai if he remembered saying before that he didn't like the gate of Jiangzhou Martial University. On Subai's demand, he was going to change it because this year, they were not allocated 1.8 billion. Jiangwu had been allocated 50 billion yuan. Subai was amazed to hear that their university's gate was going to be even more imposing than Magic City Martial University's. As Subai stepped off the bus, the whole crowd came forward to welcome their hero with a victorious return. They all started cheering, saying, "A top university should have the grandeur of a top university." Later, Jiangzhou Martial University hosted an award ceremony. Principal Jin took the stage and told the students that, as they had heard, Jiangzhou Martial University had won the championship in the 100 Schools League, which could be said to be unprecedented. He invited everyone to welcome the hero's victorious return. Just as the principal said that, the whole crowd started chanting that Jiangzhou Martial University is invincible. Next, the principal invited the captain who had performed best in the league, Subai, to speak. When Subai got the mic, he told the crowd that what he wanted to say most about this league was that there is no myth that cannot be broken, no matter how strong the opponent is. As long as they never give up, they can definitely defeat them. Hearing Subai, all the students got very motivated. He added that in this league, their school won the championship, and officials had increased funding support for their school. The principal asked Subai if he had any suggestions regarding the development of their school. Subai thought for a second, and told his principal that he thought the key difference between them and top universities was cultivation resources, so he suggested they hire alchemists to refine potions for them, which would fill the gap in students' cultivation resources. The whole crowd agreed with him. Subai then handed over the mic to the principal, saying that's all he wanted to say, and hoped that in the future, they could all work together to revitalize Jiangzhou Martial University. Hearing that, people in the crowd praised him, saying student Subai is truly worthy of being the overall champion of the 100 Schools League, a role model for Jiangzhou Martial University. Later, in the principal's office, the principal gave Subai the medal he had received after winning the tournament. While giving the medal, the principal told Subai that when he had earned his first Great Wall gold medal, he knew Subai would accomplish great things in the future. Hearing that, Subai blushed and told the principal that this is what he should do. He then mentioned the money, telling the principal that he hadn't forgotten about the 500 million the principal owed him. Shocked, the principal asked Subai if it wasn't 50 million, and how it had become 500 million. Subai told the principal that he had earned 50 billion for the school, and compared to 50 billion, is 500 million a lot? The principal was shocked that Subai really had the nerve to ask for so much. The principal told him that, including what he owed Subai, he would give him 100 million at most. The principal added that he would transfer 10,000 military merits to Subai. The school's logistics officer hadn't left yet, so Subai could go directly to him to exchange them for resources. Subai was shocked to hear that he was only getting 100 million. He asked the principal if he was treating Subai like a beggar, even after he had sacrificed so much for the school. However, the principal didn't listen to him and kicked him out of the office. Subai got angry, telling the principal that he was ungrateful, that he was biting the hand that feeds him, that he was kicking away the ladder. The principal didn't argue and told Subai that he must be tired, so he should go back and rest early. Saying that, he closed the door immediately. Seeing that, Subai became very angry, telling the principal that he was too cruel. He then left there and headed to his room, saying, "A gentleman waits 10 years for revenge." Subai decided to take the 100 million because that should be enough for Little Turtle and Cat to level up for now. A few days later, many girls came to Subai's dormitory with many gifts, asking if this was student Subai's dorm room, and saying they wanted to see Subai. But the dorm head told the girls that they got the wrong place. Subai wasn't in the dorm. Meanwhile, in the same dorm, Subai was in his room lying on the bed and was feeding Little Turtle and Little Cat. He told them to eat slowly and not to choke because he had bought them a huge amount of high-grade food. He praised them, saying both of them performed well in the league and should keep up the good work. But before he could complete his words, suddenly, there was a bright light below his bed. Subai was surprised to see that Little Turtle had leveled up. A system notification informed Subai that his Little Turtle had been upgraded to the first level of Silver, evolved into the Earth Spirit Turtle. The Black Tortoise bloodline was activated to 40%. It also obtained the talent power of natural elements. The origin of Earth. Subai's level also increased to Silver Primary Stage. Now, the tamed beast Little Turtle is at the Silver Beginner level. As the Xuanwu bloodline is activated by 40%, Subai's inheritable attribute ratio is increased to 40%, and the Earth Gravity talent is strengthened. Currently, Little Turtle's constitution is 738, defense is 862, agility is 120, and spirit is 120. Now it has 4 talents. The first talent is Earth Wall, which can gather the power of the earth to form a defensive posture, increasing defense by 500%. The second talent is Earth Spirit Possession, which consumes a certain amount of physical energy to fully cover with Earth Element energy, enhancing the attack power by 100% to 200%, and the defense power by 200% to 300%. The third talent is Gravity, which consumes a certain amount of physical energy and activates the terrifying gravity within a 3-kilometer radius. And Little Turtle's fourth and newest talent is Origin of Earth, which allows it to continuously draw the power of the earth element from the ground as long as it steps on it. Subai was shocked to see that he had been upgraded to the first level of Silver, saying, "It seems that this money is really not wasted." Excited, Subai told Little Turtle to continue to eat and level up more, but suddenly, Little Cat's body also started shining. A system notification informed Subai that his sharp white tiger had upgraded to the high bronze level, with the White Tiger bloodline now activated at 30%. Currently, Little Cat's constitution is 258, defense is 205, agility is 395, and spirit is 80. It has 3 skills: Sharp Gold Claws, Sharp Gold Spirit, and Sharp Full Move. It didn't get any new talent after upgrading. Subai was surprised to see that Little Cat had upgraded too. He petted Little Turtle and Cat while laughing, saying, "Hanjan has worked hard to cultivate until he is 20 years old. And he is only at the beginning of the Silver level. But with his 2 eaters, I've leveled up straight to Silver." While Subai was doing that, suddenly his room's door opened and Han Jing came running toward him, exclaiming, "Brother Su, you are my god!" Subai, shocked to see him behave like this, asked Han Jing what was wrong with him. Han Jing immediately grabbed Subai's legs in excitement. Subai asked him to talk slowly and not get so excited, but Han Jing could not stop his excitement. He told Subai that he had awakened his Beast Tamer ability, and was now an honorable and powerful Beast Tamer shifter like Su Hai. He took out a normal sea turtle from his bag, asking Subai to look at it. Surprised, Subai asked Han Jing why he had also gotten a turtle. Han Jing then told him that when his grandpa found out he had awakened the Beast Tamer ability, he was so excited and insisted on spending a fortune to hire someone to catch a bronze rank beast for Han Jing. Both Little Turtle and Little Cat were surprised to see that normal turtle. Han Jing was very excited and asked Subai what prospects a bronze rank beast could have, adding that if he was going to raise something, it would be a turtle, because a beast tamer who doesn't raise a turtle isn't a good beast tamer. Subai was at a loss for words after hearing Han Jing, and awkwardly laughed, explaining to Han Jing that not all turtles are the same. But before he could complete his words, suddenly a system notification congratulated Subai for activating the new talent, Domination. This talent allows him to use the sacred beast's blood essence to help those who admire the host to a certain extent, and subconsciously desire to become beast tamers, awaken their abilities. This allows their tamed pets to possess the bloodline of sacred beasts, becoming descendants of sacred beasts. Subai was shocked, wondering what the heck this domination was. Then another system notification popped up, informing him that the beast tamers awakened through Xuanwu's blood essence can awaken up to 10% of Xuanwu's bloodline, and the host can control their power and life or death. Subai was shocked to hear that he could help other beast tamers awaken and become descendants of sacred beasts. He wondered if this meant Little Turtle and Little Cat were going to have disciples and grandchildren. Seeing Subai's surprised face, Han Jing asked what was wrong and why he was more excited than he was. Subai immediately grabbed Han Jing, telling him it was okay. He told Han Jiang that he actually thought Han Jing was right. If he was going to raise something, it should be a turtle, and a beast tamer who doesn't raise a turtle isn't a good beast tamer. He asked Han Jing to let him see his turtle. Han Jing immediately became happy and gave his turtle to Subai. At the Zhangzhou Martial University admission hall, many new students had gathered to apply. An instructor asked them if they were all there to further their beast tamer studies. The students said, "Of course, Jiangwu is a top university now, so they want to apply and study under the great Subai." Hearing that, the instructor became very happy and asked the students to please settle down, telling them that since everyone had chosen to come to Jiangwu for further study, Jiangwu would naturally welcome them with open arms. She then asked everyone to please release their tamed beasts. Hearing that, the guy who was in front opened his bag and took out a turtle, telling the instructor that this was his tamed beast. Not only him, but all the students behind also took out turtles from their bags as their tamed beasts. The instructor was surprised to see that their tamed beasts were also turtles. The students told the instructor that it had to be a turtle. Who wouldn't raise a turtle at Jiangwu is not a beast tamer. Hearing that, the instructor got annoyed and said, "This isn't enrollment, it's a turtle convention." The instructor strictly asked a student named Huo Guang if he was really a beast tamer. Showing his turtle, Huo Guang said, "Of course, teacher, this is my tamed beast." But the instructor didn't believe him because he didn't have any spiritual power. She told Huo Guang that he was clearly a warrior with decent blood qi, and his turtle was just an ordinary wild soft-shelled turtle from the market. The instructor pointed at the boy behind Huo Guang, saying he was a lightning attribute esper, and many others standing there were not beast tamers. But Huo Guang didn't agree with her, saying he didn't care. He was a beast tamer and wanted to join the beast tamer department, wanting to be in the same class as Subai. The guys standing behind Huo Guang supported him, saying, "What's wrong with being a lightning attribute esper? Who says a lightning attribute esper can't be a beast tamer? I'm raising a lightning turtle." Huo Guang told the instructor that maybe if he joined the beast tamer department and spent enough time with Subai, he could really create a lightning turtle. Hearing them, the instructor got very annoyed and said, "This is utter nonsense." While they were talking, Subai walked past there. Seeing the crowd trying to join the beast taming department, he wondered why there were turtles everywhere in the school all of a sudden. As the crowd was arguing with the instructor, a girl from the crowd noticed Subai passing by. She immediately pointed at Subai, telling everyone it was Subai. Seeing Subai, the whole crowd got very excited and ran towards him shouting, "Subai, I'm your fan, you have to help me stay. If I can't be your classmate, it'll be my life's regret." Another guy looked at him saying he had the potential to be a beast tamer. He had been raising turtles since he was a kid and is familiar with this. A girl told Subai that while watching his matches, she felt like she had found her life's goal, and even if she was not a beast tamer now, she believed she could definitely awaken in the future. Seeing the whole crowd running towards him, Subai got scared and ran away, asking why so many people had suddenly appeared. He ran away from there asking his principal to help him. Meanwhile, at the frontline military conference room, many high-level officials were gathered to talk. An official told the head that according to scout reports, the myriad races had already noticed their movements and sent 13 tribes, including the Nether Cat, Six-Eared Demon Wolf, and Drill Bear, to their base, and the specific situation was not yet clear. Hearing that, the head officer stood up telling everyone that the myriad races' movements were getting bigger and bigger, but no matter what they were, humans must take the initiative. He told everyone that before this, he had already conveyed the order to select 3 warriors from this year's 100 Schools League to go to Bishui Pool to complete a reconnaissance mission. Hearing the Bishui Pool, other officers got shocked because it's a forbidden area. They asked the head officer how they could send students from the 100 Schools League because they hadn't graduated yet. Isn't it too dangerous? Other officials agreed and asked the head instructor, Mr. Ni Qing, if they shouldn't reconsider. But Mr. Qing told them that as warriors of their human race, students will always have to go to the myriad races front line, so he believes they can complete this mission. He added that only with him stationed here, the king-ranked expert among the myriad races won't dare to act rashly. He told the officials that this reconnaissance mission is crucial, so they should go and execute it carefully. The other officials agreed and left from there. At the same time, while running away from the crowd, Subai entered his principal's office, telling him something big had happened, and their school was almost becoming a turtle farm. When the principal saw Subai, he told him that he came at the right time. Pointing at the man seated beside him, the principal told Subai that this was the Chow family head, Chow Man, who came specifically to talk to Subai about recovering the Chow family's divine weapons. Pointing at the other people on the sofa, the principal told Subai that the other few were all guests of the Chow family. When Subai heard that they wanted to get Zixuan's dual swords back, he asked the principal if the Magic City principal hadn't said he was giving them to him. Hearing that, the guys seated on the sofa became very angry and slammed the table, saying this was outrageous. These two divine weapons were originally the property of their Chow family. If it weren't for Elder Zhao's sake, would they need to talk so much with Subai? They added that today, they came with sincerity to redeem the divine weapons, and questioned if this was Subai's attitude. But hearing them, Subai didn't get angry because he knew that his principal was already very angry. Subai was right, and his principal was very angry, thinking it was daring to slam the table at Jiang Wu. The principal also slammed the table, telling everyone that this is Jiang Wu, not their Magic City. So, whether Subai sells them or not, and how he sells them, that's his freedom. The principal told Subai to talk freely. Hearing that, Cao Han smiled and asked Subai to tell them his conditions. Hearing that, Subai smiled and told them that he had been using these two weapons quite well recently. Hearing Subai, a girl from the Chow family told Subai that they would all be going to the myriad races battlefield in the future, and for that, increasing strength is the most valuable choice. So, instead of keeping two useless pieces of scrap metal, it's better for Subai to exchange them for the cultivation resources he needs. Subai thought for a second, then said that what this friend said made sense, and so in that case, let's make it 1 billion. People from the Chow family were too shocked to hear Subai demanding 1 billion. The girl from the Chow family told Subai that even reforging divine weapons wouldn't cost this much, but Subai told them it's not true, because these two divine weapons are indeed of little use in his hands, but in Cao Zixuan's hands, it's a life-saving item. So isn't Cao Zixuan's life worth 1 billion? How much time would it take to reforge a divine weapon? People of the Chow family were at a loss for words. The female got really angry, saying this was clearly extortion. She told Subai that he is so young, why doesn't he just go rob a bank? Hearing them, Subai's principal laughed inside, thinking, now they are seeing the true face of this young merchant. But while they were talking, Chow family head Chow Man agreed with Subai's 1 billion demand, saying it's a deal. Subai got very happy hearing that. Then, while leaving, Chow Man told Subai that the money would be transferred to him today, so he hopes that upon receiving the money, Subai will immediately return the divine weapons to his Chow family. Subai told Chow Man to rest assured, saying, if you give me the money in one hand, I will deliver the goods with the other, no deception. The principal guarantees it. He told Brother Chow not to worry, and to please take care. Then, after they left, Subai turned to his principal, asking if the Chow family's urgency to spend a fortune to redeem the weapons could indicate that there's some major action on the front lines. The principal was surprised to see that Subai had guessed right. He told Subai that the military's order had been officially issued, requiring all recruited students and instructors to arrive at the myriad races front line within 3 days. This time, the principal was also going, and the military had arranged a special mission for Subai and Qingshui. Surprised to hear about another special mission, the principal told Subai that this battle is the first counterattack the human race has launched against the myriad races in over 100 years. On the battlefield, they are no longer principal, instructors, and students. They are all soldiers, and they must have the courage to face death to complete the mission. Hearing that, Subai told the principal he understood. A few days later, all the universities began their preparations. At the imperial capital Martial University, the principal took the stage to motivate his students. He told them that their university is the gathering place of the Dragon Kingdom's talents, and when the human race fights, Imperial Martial will lead the way. Hearing this, all the students became very excited and cheered that they would fight for their Dragon Kingdom and the eternal glory of their Yanhuang human race. Similarly, at Magic City Martial University, the new principal told his students that in every great battle, Magic Martial would always be at the forefront, and he wished to dedicate his life to his country. He told the students that there was no need to return alive from Human Pass. Hearing him, all the students of Magic Martial University started chanting, saying, may my name be forever etched on the monument, protecting our human race, invincible in battle. 3 days later, Subai, along with his principal and seniors, arrived at the Great Wall Guard Fortress. All the soldiers of the Great Wall Guard Fortress were working very hard, because the great battle would begin the next day. They were double-checking all the magic crystal cannons, paying attention to charging, and keeping their eyes on enemy movements. They made sure not to let the enemy approach within 50 miles of the Great Wall, and to annihilate them on sight. As Su-bai walked behind his principal, he noticed other universities' principals and students. He called out to his principal, telling him that other prestigious schools were all wearing armor, but their Jiangwu students were still in school uniforms, and their survival on the battlefield wasn't guaranteed. Other seniors agreed with Su-bai, suggesting that they get some armor too, asking, "Isn't our Jiangwu rich now? We can afford a few hundred sets of armor, right?" Hearing them, their principal turned around and explained that normally, Jiangwu would be qualified to exchange money for military resources, but now, during wartime, they could only exchange military merits for resources. If they wanted armor, they had to kill enemies and earn military merit. But Jiangwu Martial University hadn't accumulated much military merit. While they were talking, there was suddenly a loud announcement of an enemy attack. They ordered all units to get to their positions, and the Great Wall Guards to assemble and prepare to leave the city to meet the enemy. Just after that announcement, an officer approached the university principals, saying it was too late for introductions. He told the teachers and students of the martial universities that the enemy had launched a surprise attack, and their responsibility was to assist the military in defending the Great Wall. Without military orders, they should not leave the city to engage the enemy. The principals of the universities received the orders, and immediately all the principals ran towards the city wall. The principal of the Magic Martial University told his students it was an enemy attack, and asked all the warriors of Magic Martial to follow him to the city wall for support. The principal of the Imperial Capital Martial University also ran towards the city wall, asking all his students to follow him to the Great Wall. Su-bai's principal was at the front, and asked his students to follow him to the Great Wall. While going to the city wall, one of Su-bai's seniors told his principal that he was a little nervous. The principal told him not to be nervous because their only mission was to hold the Great Wall. As Su-bai and his seniors followed his principal to the staircase, they arrived at a very large room with huge windows. Through these windows, Su-bai and his seniors saw a very large cloud of dust approaching, but it was not a normal cloud. It was created by the beast tide as they charged towards the city walls. Su-bai's seniors were shocked by the numbers of the beasts, commenting that it was terrifying. In that beast tide, there were many types of beasts, including some that could even fly. Seeing the overwhelming number of fierce beasts, a senior asked if they could really kill so many fierce beasts, noting that there were tens of thousands of them, and describing the situation as a meat grinder. Su-bai's principal reassured his students that the main force fighting the myriad races this time is the military, and they only need to coordinate in battle and slowly adapt to the battlefield. While the principal was explaining this, Su-bai approached him and asked if, since the order was given that no one is to engage on their own initiative, the tamed beasts could attack. Seeing so many fierce beasts, Su-bai became very excited, and didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to level up. Su-bai's principal saw through him and told him not to act recklessly, because this is a battlefield. While they were talking, the army began setting up the magic crystal cannons. The students became very excited seeing the magic crystal cannons. The army charged the cannons with full power and shot very powerful laser blasts at the fierce beasts. Whenever the laser blasts hit, they exploded with a huge explosion, destroying everything around. The power of these magic crystal cannons was truly terrifying. After the first round, the army commander ordered the soldiers to quickly charge the magic crystal cannons and prepare for the next round of fire. Before they could attack again, Su-bai suddenly noticed the fierce beasts charging from a corner and alerted his principal. Su-bai's principal immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The army commander ordered the platinum rank experts to get ready to fight the enemy. Immediately, platinum rank experts flew out of the city wall and entered the battlefield. They unleashed their aura and attacked the fierce beasts with energy blasts. Right after the platinum rank experts, the gold rank experts also moved out. The army commander asked everyone to pay attention and defend the city wall well. By now, a large number of fierce beasts had reached the city wall, so the magic crystal cannons were stopped. The army soldiers and hunters joined the battlefield. Hunters charged at the fierce beasts with full force, using their different types of power to start attacking the fierce beasts. However, the fierce beasts were also not far behind. They were also very strong, and were killing an equal number of soldiers and hunters. Seeing the battlefield, a senior of Su-bai asked his principal to let him join the battle too, saying he wanted to fight alongside the Great Wall Guards. Other seniors agreed with him, telling the principal that it's too frustrating just watching from here. But Su-bai's principal told them to stop talking nonsense, because this is a battlefield. It's not a place for them to act on impulse. Their mission is to assist in defending the Great Wall. He explained to them that the military issued this order to protect them, so letting them go into the battlefield now would be a pointless sacrifice. They will have the opportunity to kill enemies after they become qualified warriors. While the principal was explaining all this, behind him, Subai opened his bag and released his tamed beasts. Subai's senior was shocked, but it was already too late. While the platinum rank experts were fighting the fierce beasts, suddenly a laser blast was shot from the city that killed a strong fierce beast. Platinum rank experts were shocked, wondering what was going on since the magic crystal cannons were supposed to have stopped firing. Even the commander in charge of firing the magic crystal cannons was shocked, asking why the magic crystal cannons were still firing. He noticed that the power of the cannon seemed off. He asked his signalman if they didn't order the soldiers to cease fire and questioned who was firing. The signalman pointed below the city walls and told the commander, "It's over there." The one who fired that laser blast was none other than Subai's little turtle, which he had released earlier. Subai laughed and told the little turtle to keep blasting. Subai's principal was shocked to see that Subai had released his tamed beasts. Subai's seniors were also shocked to see that this method worked too, and that beast tamers could play like this. This made Subai's principal very angry, but Subai ignored them, and while pointing at a group of fierce beasts, ordered the little turtle to aim at that nest of bronze ranks and blast them. Subai fired again, and hit the target perfectly, but he hit silver rank fierce beasts instead. Seeing this, Subai got angry and shouted, "Little turtle, are you stupid? Didn't you see those are silver rank? The cannons can't blast them to death, and fighting them won't earn military merits." He ordered the little turtle to just keep blasting the bronze ranks and to be careful not to hit their own people. Subai's little cat also joined the fight and started killing the fierce beasts with its sharp claws. Subai warned the little cat to put some effort into it and not slack off, otherwise, he would feed all the beast cores to the little turtle. Hearing this, the little cat got more angry and started killing more and more beasts. Seeing this, the little turtle got competitive and increased its laser blast's power, exploding the whole battlefield with explosions. The destruction caused by the little cat and turtle shocked the hunters on the battlefield, who asked where these two tamed beasts came from. Their strength was extraordinary. A guy told others that he heard it's the tamed beast of a Jiangwu student. Everyone was shocked to hear that, saying it's impossible for a student who hasn't even graduated to actually raise such terrifying tamed beasts. With the help of platinum and gold rank hunters, great wall guards, and Subai's little cat and turtle, all the fierce beasts were killed, and the battle ended quickly. Seeing the remaining fierce beasts trying to escape, the army commander ordered that all platinum rank experts are responsible for pursuing the fierce beasts, and the gold rank experts are responsible for eliminating the remaining enemies on the battlefield. Seeing Subai's little turtle and cat's performance on the battlefield, his principal became very happy and praised Subai, saying he really can think of any trick. Then, one of Subai's seniors asked him how his two tamed beasts increased their strength so much in such a short time. Subai looked at his principal and laughed, telling that senior that it's thanks to the resource support provided by their principal. Hearing this, the principal got very angry, thinking, "Subai, you brat, why don't you mention how you alone extorted several hundred million from me?" But Subai wasn't satisfied with that, and asked his principal if he didn't think he had made another contribution this time. So how about he gives Subai some more military merit support? Hearing that, the principal got very nervous and tried to make an excuse, telling Subai that after killing so many fierce beasts in this wave, he should have earned quite a bit of military merit. As for them, they were all stationed on the city wall, so they didn't participate in the battle at all. Then, at noon, an officer reported to the general, telling him that the battle situation has been tallied, and their army lost a total of 568 warriors. All 200 magic crystal cannons are in the cooling and recharging phase, and can be used again in 5 hours and 40 minutes. In this battle, their army eliminated over 125,000 enemy fierce beasts. It took exactly half an hour, but this battle is a great victory. Great wall guards. General Huanshan was very impressed and told the officer to pass down his order. The main force will rest as there's still a big battle to fight tomorrow. The officer said yes, and then, hesitating, told the general that there's one more thing to report to him. He informed the general that the commander of the 35th Division reports that Jiangwu student Subai, although he didn't leave the city to fight, used his tamed beasts as magic crystal cannons, and eliminated many enemies in this battle. Consequently, the commander of the 35th Division wants to request military merit rewards for Subai. The general was surprised to hear that someone used tamed beasts as magic crystal cannons and said it's a bit interesting. He instructed the officer to normally reward military merits to Subai based on the number of enemies he killed. Later, at the base plaza, some guys were complaining, saying it isn't fair. They didn't even fight, so how can they get military merits? But another guy told him that if he had Subai's strength, he could do it too. While they were talking, it was suddenly announced how much military merit everyone got. All the students looked at the list and were shocked to see Subai's name on it. They could not understand why Subai, also a student like them, was able to get so many military merits. One complained, saying this must be some inside job. Cao Zixuan was also there and was very annoyed seeing the list, saying, "It's Subai again. How come you're everywhere?" When other students saw Subai's military merit numbers, they were even more shocked. He got over 40,000 military merits, which is worth over 400 million. They all wondered what exactly Subai did, because even a gold rank expert probably only gets this much. Irritated, Cao Zixuan said he would definitely surpass Subai. Just as he said that, a hand came onto Zixuan's shoulder. It was Subai, who laughed and behaved very friendly with Zixuan, saying, "Isn't this old Cao? Long time no see. Are you used to using your dual swords?" Zixuan was surprised to see him there. Subai laughed and told Zixuan that he was able to earn so much military merit this time, all thanks to Uncle Chao's generous support. He told Zixuan that if he needs anything in the future, just ask. Just say the word, because we are good friends. Don't always have to make such a long face. Hearing that, Zixuan got angry, saying, "Who's friends with you? I, Chao Zixuan, would never be friends with someone like you." Subai laughed again, and asked Zixuan to come on and tell him if he is not comfortable using his weapons. Hearing Subai, Zixuan got irritated and tried to get away from him, but Subai didn't want to let him go. He told Zixuan that he has been reading a lot of books on forging recently, and has gained a lot of experience in maintaining divine weapons. "How about I help you maintain your swords?" he added, mentioning that he charges very little. Zixuan didn't reply to him, and walked away. The next day, it was a very cloudy day, as a great battle was ahead. Early in the morning, a man flew into the air, and in front of thousands of soldiers were standing. The commander reported to that man that the Great Wall Guard reserve troops have assembled. That man flying into the air was none other than Zhao Yi, honorary principal of Magic Martial University. To motivate the soldiers, Zhao Yi told them that yesterday's attack by 100,000 fierce beasts was just a probing attack. Today, they will face an even greater number of fierce beasts, but our human race never sits idly by. Today is the day of our all-out counter-offensive. Today, I want everyone to wield their swords and protect our human lands. Hearing that, all the soldiers got very excited, shouting that they will counterattack and wield their swords and protect their human lands. Seeing their excitement, Zhao Yi immediately ordered his soldiers to charge. He went into the battlefield, and all the soldiers followed him with full speed. The city walls opened, and thousands of soldiers charged at the fierce beasts coming towards the city. Subai and other students of the university were again assigned to assisting jobs. Irritated, Subai asked his principal if they weren't going to attack this time either. Other seniors agreed with Subai, telling the principal that they couldn't keep being turtles hiding in their shells. But the principal again declined, telling them not to panic, that the orders are absolute, but there will be time for them to show their strength. While they were talking, on the battlefield, the commander ordered his Esper Legion to begin free elemental bombardment. Upon the commander's command, hundreds of elemental-type hunters entered the battlefield and started shooting their elemental blasts at those fierce beasts. In their elemental bombardment, a huge number of fierce beasts were killed, as they could not even block their attacks. Seeing the destruction on the battlefield, Su Hai and his seniors were too shocked, saying, "This is too terrifying. No wonder they say the myriad race's battlefield is a living hell. No creature can survive such a terrifying assault." Suddenly, a group of fierce bear beasts charged towards the city wall. A signalman asked the commander to watch out because the enemy's drill bears were charging. Hearing that the drill bears were charging, the commander immediately ordered the heavy armor legion to move out, because he knew that if those bears reached the city walls, they could easily destroy them. The commander ordered the heavy armor legion to withstand the drill bears' first wave of assault. The heavy armor legion captain told the commander he would complete the mission. He raised his heavy armor and ordered his heavy armor legion to charge with him. With spikes on their shields, the heavy armor legion collided with the drill bears' first wave. The captain and his team blocked the drill bears with full power, not letting them get near the city wall. While holding on, the heavy armor legion captain asked his party to block these beasts for him. On the other hand, from the fierce beast side, more and more drill bears were sent towards the human city walls. Seeing that the drill bears could not advance, the leader of the fierce beasts got very angry, and asked how the drill bear tribe could be stopped by mere humans. He ordered more drill bears to charge and crush those humans. Seeing the fierce beast talking, Subai was too shocked, asking why the leader of the myriad races was also humanoid. Subai's principal told him that platinum-ranked experts of the myriad races already possess the ability to shapeshift, and once they reach the diamond realm, they're no different from humans. Even if one lived with them, it's almost impossible to detect anything unusual unless they reveal a flaw. Hearing that, Subai got more shocked because he didn't expect the myriad races to have this ability. Frustrated, a senior asked his principal when the higher-ups would give them their mission. The principal told the senior that as the battlefield was gradually heating up, he believed their mission would arrive soon. Just as he said that, an army officer came there, telling all reserve team members to assist the main force in rescuing the wounded and cleaning up the battlefield. All the students got excited hearing that there was finally a mission. The officer told all Marshall University members to divide into squads to carry out the mission. He took out a paper and started announcing the team assignments. In the first team, there would be Subai, Hu Qingxu, and Han Zhan. The team captain is Subai, and they have no mandatory mission. Their team can assist in cleaning the battlefield or proceed to the Misty Mountains to join the main force. The team captain can make their own arrangements. In the second team, there will be Wang Yang, Cao Zixuan, Guan Jin, and Zheng Lakexiao, with Wang Yang as the team captain. Their mission is to proceed to the Misty Mountains to assist the military in exploring the terrain. Like this, the officer divided all the students into 52 teams and gave them their missions. He ordered all teams to assemble immediately and carry out their orders. All the students were shocked to hear that this isn't a same-school team formation, and almost all the teams are mixed up, but the most shocking for them was Team 1, because it includes Subai, Han Zhan, and Hu Qingxu. Everyone had the same question. Are the officials really sure there's no mistake? While they all were talking, Han Zhan came over and said, "Subai, long time no see." He asked Subai when they were going to have another great battle. Subai told him that they would talk about the fight later, and asked him what's going on with this mission. Hu Qingxu said that putting the three of them in one team and giving them a very vague mission is really strange. Han Zhan told Subai that since he is the captain, and even he doesn't know what's going on, how would he know it? Subai was speechless and started thinking about their mission. Suddenly, he realized the meaning behind their mission. He told both of them that as the orders say the team captain can make their own arrangements. He thinks he is starting to get it. Hu Qingxu asked him what he gets, but Subai didn't answer, and asked both of them to follow him. Before leaving, Subai told his principal that they are heading off to carry out the mission. Subai's principal asked them to be careful because their lives are important. Subai then immediately jumped out of the window, telling his principal he got it, and asked Han Zhan and Hu Qingxu to follow him. Subai runs towards the battlefield, telling Han Zhan and Hu Qingxu to keep up, saying he will not wait for them if they fall behind. Han Zhan and Hu Qingxu also jumped out of the window and followed Subai. Hu Qingxu asked him what exactly their mission is, but Han Zhan laughed and told Hu Qingxu that he thinks Subai has been cooped up for so long, so he just wants to let loose. He was right because Subai was running towards the battlefield after smelling the scent of beast cores. Even Little Cat and Turtle woke up after smelling the scent of beast cores. As Subai arrived at the main battlefield, he saw dead bodies of fierce beasts and human hunters everywhere. It was truly a grim sight. Little Turtle and Cat immediately came out of Subai's bag and started running around. Among those dead bodies, there was a heavily armored Legion captain who was still shielding even after his death. This side of the battlefield completely shook Subai. Han Zhan came there and told Subai that to die on the battlefield is the highest honor for a warrior. Hearing that, Subai got a little emotional and said, "Rest in peace, seniors. We'll continue on the path for you." Seeing Subai getting emotional for the first time, Hu Qingxu asked him if he is all right. Subai told him he is fine. Han Zhan, with a serious expression, told Subai that this is their fate as soldiers. But suddenly, Han Zhan noticed Little Cat and Turtle eating fierce beast cores. He asked Subai if it is against military regulations for Little Cat and Turtle to eat these beast cores on the battlefield. Subai told Han Zhan he doesn't think so, because they're also helping their comrades lighten the burden of cleaning the battlefield, as cleaning the battlefield is quite a task. A few minutes later, other teams of students arrived after seeing Subai and his team standing there. Seeing them coming, Subai asked Little Cat and Turtle to stop eating because they still had a mission. He opened his bag to let them in, telling them that work comes first, and he would let them eat to their fill later. Subai then turned to Han Zhan and Hu Qingxu, asking them to let's go. Hu Qingxu asked Subai where they were going. Han Zhan told him that they were heading toward the Misty Mountains. Hearing that, Subai said, "Hu Qingxu, see, you're not as good as Han Zhang. Now hurry and speed up, or the main force will catch up." Just as all three of them moved away, other teams arrived. Zixuan was among them. He was surprised to see that Subai and his team didn't wait for the other Marshall University teams assigned to explore the mountains. They just charged into the Misty Mountains with 3 people. Another red-haired person, who looks similar to Zixuan, commented that Team 1 seemed quite impatient. He asked Team 2 to get ready, and let's go in. He told his team that their mission was to assist in scouting the terrain, and although the Misty Mountains were still somewhat dangerous, as long as they stayed away from certain hazardous areas, there shouldn't be any problems. While running toward the Misty Mountains, Zixuan asked his team to pick up the pace, because the earlier they got in, the more military merit they could earn. Meanwhile, on Subai's side, while running towards the Misty Mountains, Subai noticed that the thick fog wasn't going to lift anytime soon, and visibility was quite limited. Seeing that, Han Zhang suggested that both of them should not stray too far from each other. As they slowed down, worried Hu Qingshu said that since visibility was too low here, and the terrain extremely complicated, if the human army came through, they could easily walk right into an ambush. Subai agreed with Hu Qingshu, saying this kind of environment suits small squads better. While they were talking, Han Zhang found something on the ground, and asked both of them to come take a look. Han Zhang took out a red-colored mushroom from the ground and told them that this is called blood cap mushroom. It's a grade 1 spiritual herb and a key ingredient for blood qi powder. Hu Qingshu, who knew about this mushroom, looked at it and told Subai that judging by its age, it's over 10 years old. So in a materials shop, it would probably go for over 100,000. Subai was shocked to hear how expensive it was. Excited, he asked both of them what they were waiting for. They'd be fools not to harvest it. Hearing that, Han Zhang grabbed his head in disbelief at how easily Subai abandoned their mission. Subai told Han Zhang that if they were in a hurry, they could go on ahead because he was going to harvest some mushrooms first. He immediately summoned his little turtle and little cat to help him look for more mushrooms. Shocked, Hu Qingshu asked if they didn't still have a mission, but Subai completely ignored him and continued searching. Under a tree trunk, he found many red mushrooms. Subai's eyes lit up, and he immediately started collecting them, saying this place is full of natural treasures, so there was no way he was heading back empty-handed. He suddenly noticed the little turtle and cat eating some mushrooms and asked them, "What are you two eating? Aren't you afraid of getting poisoned?" But while Subai was collecting mushrooms, Han Zhang suddenly noticed something approaching and warned both of them to watch out, because there were some energy surges ahead, and a few savage beasts headed their way. As some shadows appeared in the fog, Han Zhang sensed that it was a gold-tier twin-headed giant lizard and 3 silver-tier wolf fiends. Hearing that it was a gold-tier beast at the initial stage, Subai smiled and told Han Zhang that he could handle it himself. He told Hu Qingshu and Han Zhang to continue scouting, but to his surprise, both Han Zhang and Hu Qingshu jumped towards the savage beasts. Han Zhang told Subai not to even think about claiming all the credit this time. Hu Qingshu agreed with him, telling Subai that even though he was the captain, he couldn't hog all the rewards. Subai was shocked to see that both of them were actually on the same page and were working together. Han Zhang used his long blade to attack the savage beasts, while Hu Qingshu used his wind blades. But the beast Han Zhang was fighting had 2 heads, and it grabbed Han Zhang's blade with one head and tried to attack with the other. In the blink of an eye, Subai came and, using his internal energy, kicked the savage beast on the head, telling Han Zhang to take a break for now and give him 5 minutes, saying he would handle this one. Seeing Subai's energy, Han Zhang was shocked because it had only been a few days, and he was already about to break through to mid-silver tier. On the other hand, Hu Qingshu, who was fighting 2 wolf-type savage beasts, told Subai to stop talking and said, "Let's see who's really got the skills to take down these fierce beasts." Hearing that, Subai got angry and shouted at both of them, telling them not to kill all the beasts and to leave some for him. But Hu Qingshu laughed, telling Subai that his speed was just a bit too slow. Meanwhile, Zixuan's team also caught up to them in the fog. Noticing the energy presence, Zixuan told his team, "There's a battle up ahead. These energy surges, warriors and ability users, plus a gold-tier savage beast." Thinking someone might be in trouble, Wang Yang asked Zixuan if they should go provide support, but as they got closer, they found the dead bodies of savage beasts all around. Seeing that, a guy from Zixuan's team commented, "This is too brutal." On the other hand, Subai and his team had already killed all the savage beasts that attacked them. Hu Qingshu told Subai, who was sitting on the corpse of one of the beasts, that he was too sly, always targeting the beast's weak spots. Han Zhang agreed with Hu Qingshu and told Subai he was ruthless. Hearing them, Subai laughed and told them they were too kind. Subai then took out the energy crystals from the savage beasts and fed them to his little turtle and cat, saying, "You two are in luck again. Eat up. Once you're full, get ready to work." While he was doing that, Zixuan's team arrived. They were shocked and couldn't understand how, just 5 minutes ago, they could feel the powerful energy fluctuations from a large group of fierce beasts. Yet now, they had all been wiped out so quickly. Zixuan was speechless. Wang Yang told his team that it completely made sense because these 3 were just on another level. Wang Yang approached Han Zhang saying, "As expected of the strongest prodigy of the Great Wall Guard army, your strength is indeed extraordinary." Hearing that, Han Zhang got annoyed and asked Wang Yang if he was mocking him. Pointing at Subai, Han Zhang told Wang Yang that most of those fierce beasts were killed by Subai and his tamed beasts, and that Hu Qingshu and he didn't even get a chance to drink any soup. Zixuan was shocked, hearing that all of them had been killed by Subai in just 5 minutes. When Subai saw Zixuan, he again started acting like a scammer, and with a smile, asked Zixuan if he had come to get Subai to maintain his divine weapons. Subai told Zixuan that he kinda missed those 2 divine weapons after not seeing them for a while. Hearing that, Zixuan got even angrier and told Subai to shut up. Then Wang Yang intervened, telling them to stop arguing because the mission comes first. He asked Subai, since he was the captain of the first squad, what his plan was next. Subai told Wang Yang that this was a great place, so he was thinking of heading deeper into the Misty Mountain range to exterminate more fierce beasts and secure a stable rear for their human army. Hearing that, both Han Zhang and Hu Qingshu understood that Subai just wanted to collect more natural treasures, and as for why he wanted to kill more fierce beasts, it was just for military merits. Wang Yang suggested to Subai that they move out together next. Subai said he was fine with that, but reminded Wang Yang that if they found any resources, it was whoever grabbed them first. They didn't do fair distribution here. Wang Yang agreed, saying that was fine with them. Hearing that, Subai immediately turned around and started heading deeper into the fog, saying he would take the lead and that they better catch up. Hu Qingshu followed after, asking Subai to slow down. Han Zhang also followed, telling Subai not to even think about hogging everything. Hearing their conversation, Zixuan's team was confused, asking what they were talking about. Wang Yang told them they'd understand eventually, so to stop dawdling and catch up. As Zixuan's team followed Subai's team, they entered a forest. Going deeper, Zixuan saw that Subai and his team had stopped in the middle. Seeing them, Wang Yang was confused and asked why they had stopped. But when Wang Yang got closer to Subai, he was shocked and asked, "Why are so many gold-tier beasts showing up all of a sudden?" Zixuan saw that there were 2 savage beasts at the beginner stage, 1 at mid-tier, and even a gold tier at the high stage. These 4 savage beasts were standing in front of Subai, blocking their way. There was also a humanoid beast in a hooded robe, with long fangs. He laughed and called the savage beasts a useless bunch. That humanoid beast was mid-gold tier, and all the other savage beasts were kneeling before him. The humanoid beast scolded the others, asking how they dared let these silver-tier humans get this far. Subai was shocked seeing the humanoid fierce beast, thinking it was a platinum-tier expert. Hu Qingshu was also shocked, asking if it was really platinum tier, but Han Zhang corrected them. He told them that it wasn't a platinum tier expert, but a member of the Dizang Mystic Snake Clan, one of the 3 royal clans, and the strongest subordinate species under the 9 hells devouring heaven boa. It's a noble bloodline among the 10,000 races, capable of transforming into a human at a lower tier. Their combat power far exceeds others of the same tier. This is the hardest one to deal with here, Han Zhang warned. While he was explaining, suddenly the humanoid beast ordered the savage beasts to kill all the humans and not let a single one escape. Just as he said that, hundreds of savage beasts of different races and stages suddenly appeared and surrounded Subai and Zixuan's team. They were all shocked, wondering why there were so many fierce beasts. Han Zhang quietly turned to Wang Yang, telling him that since he was the fastest, he should go get reinforcements. Wang Yang agreed, activated his Earth-tier battle skill and Wind Spirit possession to strengthen his body, and before leaving, told Subai, Han Zhang, and Zixuan to hang in there. Wang Yang then, with lightning speed, ran toward their military base to get reinforcements. But just as he left, silver-tier gold-stage beasts chased after him at full speed to stop him. Before Wang Yang could even escape the forest, those savage beasts caught up and appeared ahead of him. Wang Yang was shocked, wondering how they could reach here before him. He couldn't believe they were actually faster than him. Now he had no choice but to try his best. On the other hand, Zixuan jumped at the monsters, shouting that he would slaughter every last one of them. Zixuan's team, along with Hu Qingshu and Han Zhang, also charged at the savage beasts with full power. While running towards the beasts, Han Zhang asked Subai if he could really handle the black serpent alone. Seeing Subai not attacking, the humanoid beast tried to provoke him, asking why he wasn't making a move. Was he scared? But Subai didn't fall for his provocation. Remembering what Han Zhang had said about this humanoid beast, Subai realized this one was not easy to deal with. He immediately summoned his little turtle and little cat, telling them it was time to get to work. Immediately, the little turtle unleashed his earth barrier and earth gravity pull skills. The little cat activated his sharp claw fury and unyielding metal spirit skills. Seeing Subai and his tamed beasts getting ready to attack, the humanoid beast also summoned his pet snakes, saying, "Human, you want to fight me? Fine. Time to stretch my muscles." Beasts from both sides charged at each other at full speed. Subai's little cat jumped high and used its sharp claws to strike down the snakes, while his little turtle gathered its energy and fired an energy beam at them. The humanoid monster jumped into the air, dodged the turtle's energy beam, and drew its sword to fight. Meanwhile, Hu Qingxu and Han Zhang were fighting the gold-tier savage beast together, but the beast was easily blocking their attacks. Seeing that, Hu Qingxu said, "This high-tier gold power is truly extraordinary." Han Zhang agreed, and told Hu Qingxu that Wang Yang had managed to lure away 3 of the savage beasts, so he was in danger now. While they were talking, the gold-tier beast suddenly attacked Han Zhang, who blocked it with his blade, but felt the immense power of the beast, and called out to Subai to finish it quickly, because Wang could be in trouble. Subai, who was fighting the humanoid beast's snake pet and was holding its mouth, shouted back that he got it. He unleashed his internal energy and tore the snake's body apart, telling the little turtle and cat to finish the fight quickly. On Subai's command, the little cat immediately charged at the humanoid beast and struck with its sharp claws, while the little turtle stayed behind and prepared to unleash another energy blast. Hearing Subai's words, the humanoid beast grew very angry, shouting, "You lowly humans dare to speak such arrogant words!" But when the humanoid beast looked at the little turtle, he sensed the energy was too strong. The turtle didn't give him any chance to dodge and fired its energy beam at full power, directly hitting the humanoid beast and causing a massive explosion. As the smoke started to clear, Subai thought that a normal gold-tier beast would be dead after taking that hit, but for this humanoid beast, it wasn't enough. He was right. As the smoke cleared, the humanoid beast transformed back into its savage beast form, turning into a giant snake. The giant snake roared, telling Subai that he was strong because he had actually forced him to reveal his true form. Seeing the giant snake, Subai was shocked and said, "That's a pretty big head. Even bigger than little cats." After transforming into the giant snake, the beast lunged at Subai to bite him. Seeing that the beast was targeting him instead of his tamed beasts, Subai said, "Seems like you've got some brains. You know to attack me." But before the beast could bite Subai, he activated his internal energy and dodged with lightning speed. Subai stood on the back of the little turtle and mocked the beast, telling it that its speed couldn't catch up to him. He then ordered the little turtle to attack. The turtle roared loudly, and with full speed, charged at the giant snake beast, using its body slam technique. The turtle hit the giant snake in the stomach with a solid impact, making the beast bleed from its mouth. Subai followed after the turtle, telling the little cat to attack and finish this quickly. The little cat leaped at the giant snake beast and began striking it fiercely. Meanwhile, Hu Qingxu and Han Zhang were still fighting the gold-tier beast. Han Zhang was shocked by how incredible Subai's 2 tamed beasts were. They had actually managed to put a mystic snake leader in such a state. But Hu Qingxu was very worried because the fight had been going on for a while, and they didn't know whether Wang Yang could hold on. Subai told them to stop messing around because they still had other missions to complete. Saying that, he jumped and kicked the giant snake beast on the head. Right after, the little turtle also leapt high into the air and attacked the giant snake beast. Seeing the little turtle, Subai asked the little cat, who was biting the giant snake beast, to move out of the way. With full speed, Subai's little turtle smashed into the giant snake beast with its heavy body, making it bleed heavily. After that attack, the giant snake beast stopped moving and fell unconscious with its tongue out. Seeing that it had stopped moving, Subai thought it was finally over. He then turned around to go save Wang Yang, but before he could leave, suddenly the giant snake beast's body started swelling, shocking everyone. Before Subai could react, the giant snake beast's body exploded in a massive blast. Han Zhang and Hu Qingxu shouted for Subai, thinking he was caught in the explosion. But at the last second, Subai activated his little turtle's earth barrier and was protected. Subai was surprised to see that the beast still had another trick up its sleeve. But when Subai looked ahead, he saw the giant snake beast's size had shrunk, and it was running away into the forest. Subai was shocked to see the beast was still alive, but Han Zhang, who was fighting the gold-tier beast, told Subai not to chase it, as he had already crippled the mystic snake. Now, saving Wang Yang was more important. Subai was very angry and wanted to go after the snake beast, but he agreed with Han Zhang and said he would spare its life today. He immediately turned and went in the direction Wang Yang had gone. Before leaving, Subai told Han Zhang and Hu Qingxu to hold the position, and he would go save Wang Yang. Han Zhang told Subai to hurry. They would take care of things here. On the other hand, Wang Yang, who was fighting 3 gold-tier beasts, was heavily injured. He had underestimated the speed of a gold-tier beast, thinking, Even though this white-armed ape isn't an agility-type beast, its physique and strength are too formidable. He started wondering if he was really going to die here, but Wang Yang was determined that even if he died, he would take one savage beast down with him. He unleashed his internal energy and charged at the gold-tier beasts with full power, attacking with his spear. In response, the 3 gold-tier beasts also charged at Wang Yang. The first beast dodged Wang Yang's spear and punched him in the stomach with solid impact. Hit by the beast, Wang Yang flew backward toward the other 2 beasts. The second beast punched him in the side, breaking his ribs, and the third beast kicked him in the back with full power, sending him crashing into a tree. The collision broke the tree, and Wang Yang fell to the ground, heavily injured, thinking, "This is it, I'm done for." The gold-tier beasts stood in front of Wang Yang, and one of them was holding his spear. Seeing them, Wang Yang shouted, "Come on, you beasts! Killing me is easy. But one day, you will all be slaughtered by our human race." Saying that, Wang Yang glared at the beasts. The beast holding the spear raised it to strike. Thinking he was going to die, Wang Yang said, "Hanzhang, Subai, looks like I won't get another chance to fight beside you." Just as he said that, the beast threw the spear at him. But before the spear could reach Wang Yang, it was blocked and sent flying into the air before falling to the ground. At the last second, Subai appeared, using his little turtle's energy barrier to block the spear. He asked Wang Yang how he was and told him to hang in there. Seeing Subai, Wang Yang thought, "Is he here to collect my body?" As Wang Yang lay heavily injured, he collapsed completely to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he asked Subai to avenge him. Seeing him falling unconscious, Subai shouted, telling Wang Yang to wake up. This made Subai extremely angry. He looked at the beasts and shouted that he would tear them apart. He summoned his little turtle and cat, who immediately attacked 2 of the gold-tier beasts. Seeing this, the third beast, which Wang Yang had fought and injured, jumped towards Subai to attack. As the beast came at him, Subai said, "Beast, you're still so arrogant with only 1 arm left." He grabbed Wang Yang's spear to fight. Fueled by rage, Subai channeled his internal energy and threw the spear at the gold-tier beast with full force. The spear pierced through the beast, sending it flying and crashing into a tree. Subai had used so much power that the spear not only pierced the beast, but also the tree behind it, pinning the beast to it. The gold-tier beast died instantly. Meanwhile, the little turtle and cat also killed the beasts they were fighting. After killing them, Subai turned to Wang Yang, asking him to wake up now that he had avenged him. Then suddenly, a system notification appeared, informing Subai that a high-quality target, capable of becoming a descendant of the White Tiger bloodline, had been detected, but they were currently in critical condition. The system offered Subai the option to use White Tiger essence blood to save their life, and asked if he wanted to convert them into a bloodline descendant. Subai was surprised by the notification, but there was no time to waste. He rushed to Wang Yang, trying to wake him up, telling him that he had a way to save him. But Wang Yang was not responding and started to lose consciousness. Seeing that, Subai shook him and told him again that he had a way to save him, but the price was that from now on, he would lose his freedom and be forever under his control. Subai asked Wang Yang if he was willing. Before completely losing consciousness, Wang Yang confirmed, saying he was willing. Just as Wang Yang confirmed, Subai immediately turned to Little Cat and asked it to give him 3 drops of its essence blood. Little Cat unleashed its sharp claws skill and threw 3 drops of its essence blood. As Subai got the essence blood, he ordered Little Turtle and Little Cat to protect him while he was saving Wang Yang. He then turned to Wang Yang and asked him to endure it. He first placed those 3 drops of essence blood into Wang Yang's wounds, and then infused it into Wang Yang's body, using the bloodline recast technique. As the Little Cat's essence blood infused into Wang Yang, all of Little Cat's power awakened in his body, overwhelming him with spiritual energy. There was too much energy for Wang Yang to handle, and he screamed loudly in pain. All his clothes burned from the energy his body released. After a few seconds, as the Little Cat's spiritual energy accepted Wang Yang's body, it stopped resisting and healed him. As Wang Yang regained consciousness, Subai asked him how he was feeling. Wang Yang looked at his body and was shocked to see that all his injuries had completely healed. He asked Subai how he had done it, because this power definitely didn't belong to a mortal. Not even a king-ranked expert could do this. Subai didn't answer his question and warned him, saying, "Wang Yang, before I saved you just now, I obtained your consent that you would be under my control. You must never reveal anything about my secrets." Just as Subai told Wang Yang this, suddenly, Wang Yang had a vision in which there was an unknown, very large, and powerful entity standing in front of him. That entity warned Wang Yang, telling him that it was forbidden to reveal any secrets about Subai. and any violators would be punished by heaven and earth, and their souls would be annihilated. Hearing the entity's voice, Wang Yang became very scared, and replied that he understood. Su Bai then began his money game. He turned around and told Wang Yang that he had put in so much effort to save him, and his life was worth more than those 2 swords of Zixuan, so he couldn't be shorted on this bill. Wang Yang was shocked hearing Su Bai, but before he could say anything, suddenly the whole ground around them started shaking. Wang Yang felt something coming toward them, and immediately stood in front of Su Bai, telling him to be careful. Su Bai also looked back asking, and before both of them could even react, suddenly tens of giant snakes came out of the ground. Wang Yang was shocked and asked, "What the heck is this? Where did so many snakes pop up from?" Seeing those snakes, Su Bai said, "I shouldn't have let that wretch escape," and ordered Little Cat to get rid of these disgusting things. On Su Bai's command, Little Cat immediately jumped onto those snakes and started cutting them with its sharp claws. But as it cut the snakes, their bodies turned into liquid. Su Bai was shocked to see this and asked, "What's going on?" As those snakes died, more new snakes emerged from the ground, their numbers increasing more and more. As the snakes started to surround Su Bai and Wang Yang, Han Zheng, Xiang, and others arrived. When Han Zheng arrived, he told Su Bai that he had cleared his side. As Hu Qingshu arrived, he asked Wang Yang if he was all right. Wang Yang said he was fine, but Su Bai was a little angry with them, asking why they were only there now. Both Hu Qingshu and Han Zheng immediately attacked the snakes, telling Su Bai that it seemed these snakes couldn't be killed, but there must be someone controlling them. They asked him to quickly find the controller. Su Bai told them that it must be the giant snake beast they hadn't killed earlier. While everyone was attacking the snakes, Su Bai asked Wang Yang to lend him his gun. He looked around and found the giant snake beast hiding behind a tree and controlling the snakes. As Su Bai found the giant snake beast, he shot an energy beam at it using Wang Yang's gun. But the beast jumped and dodged the energy beam, laughing at Su Bai and the others, calling them just a bunch of insects, daring to be enemies with his 9 nether clan. When the giant snake beast came out of hiding, Hu Qingshu was shocked, seeing it, and asked, "How is this possible?" This giant snake beast turned back to its original form after being hit, but it recovered into human form in a short while. Su Bai agreed, saying, "It seems like this snake beast is truly not simple." This time, the snake beast looked different, and its aura had become very strong, but it was not alone. It was holding a human body, whose whole body had turned completely dry. It laughed, and told Su Bai and the others that the one they fought before was just his clone. Seeing the snake beast laughing, everyone became very angry, but when they saw the body it was holding, their anger grew even more, because it was Zheng Leiqiao from Zixuan Academy. Seeing his friend dead, Zixuan became furious, shouting, "You snake bastard, I'm going to kill you." Han Zheng was also shocked, and couldn't understand when it had killed Zheng Leiqiao. He immediately warned everyone to be careful, telling them that this snake beast was much stronger than before. Hearing Han Zheng's warning, Zixuan turned to Su Bai and asked him to kill the snake beast for him, saying he would give Su Bai whatever amount of money he wanted. Hearing that, Su Bai immediately told Han Zheng and Hu Qingshu to deal with the snakes, saying he would handle the snake beast. Han Zheng and Hu Qingshu agreed and charged at the snakes. Hearing that Su Bai wanted to fight him alone, the snake beast laughed, saying, "You lowly insect, how dare you speak so arrogantly?" The snake beast raised its hand and unleashed its aura into the sky, but Su Bai didn't stop. He also unleashed his energy and jumped to attack the snake beast, saying he would slaughter it and make snake soup. Su Bai buffed himself with Little Turtle's Earth Spirit Possession and Earth Barrier, and Little Cat's Sharp Golden Spirit and Fierce Golden Ghost Shadow effect. Seeing Su Bai coming, the snake beast swung its hands and struck with an energy blade. Both Su Bai's and the snake beast's attacks collided and exploded with a huge burst, creating dark smoke all around. The snake beast stood in the smoke, laughing and saying, "As expected, human, you have some tricks up your sleeve." The snake beast became very confident and called Su Bai an insect, telling him to come out. Little did it know, Su Bai used the smoke to sneak behind it without being detected. Su Bai suddenly appeared behind the snake beast, shouting, "Grandpa is here!" He then covered his fist with earth energy and swung to attack the snake beast. Su Bai hit it hard, sending the snake beast flying toward the forest. But even after being hit directly by Su Bai, the snake beast didn't fall to the ground. It turned around and smiled. Seeing that, Su Bai realized that the snake beast was much stronger than before. To finish it, Su Bai told Little Turtle and Little Cat to get into the 7-star 3 evil formation. Su Bai used it because the 7-star 3 evil formation was the ultimate mystery he could unleash by using the same origin current, which complemented each other's strengths and weaknesses between him, Little Turtle, and Little Cat. It was a formation where Subai, Little Turtle, and Little Cat would surround the snake beast from 3 directions to attack. As all 3 of them got into position, Little Turtle and Little Cat shot energy beams from their mouths. Subai gathered energy into his hands and shot it toward the snake beast, shouting, "Prepare to die, beast!" But right before their attacks hit, the snake beast started transforming, telling Subai that his move was pretty creative, but it was too weak. Saying that, the snake beast transformed into its giant snake form and created a barrier around itself to block Subai, Little Turtle, and Little Cat's energy beams. Just as the snake beast transformed, all the snakes that Hanjiang and the others were fighting started moving towards Subai. Seeing this, Hanjiang warned Subai, telling him to watch out because more snakes were coming for him. Subai was shocked hearing that, and looked behind, seeing all the little snakes coming to attack. At that moment, the giant snake's eyes lit up as it used its Earth-rank battle technique, the green snake's demise. It was a control skill, and as those little snakes surrounded Subai, their bodies suddenly shined and then exploded with a massive explosion, destroying everything where Subai was. The whole forest was filled with smoke. Everyone was shocked to see the massive explosion. Seeing such terrifying power, Wang Yang said, "It's impossible. Someone like Subai cannot be defeated." Shocked, Zixuan shouted, telling Subai that whether he was dead or not, at least say something back to them. On the other hand, Subai, who activated Little Turtle's shield skill at the last moment to block the explosion, was shocked to see how powerful that attack was. Because of the explosion, even Little Turtle's shield cracked. Suddenly, Subai, Little Turtle, and Little Cat felt a very strong pressure on their bodies and started coughing blood. But as Subai felt the pressure, he smiled because he knew what it was. The next second, a huge amount of energy filled Subai's body. Not just him, Little Turtle and Little Cat's bodies were also filled with pure energy. All 3 of them shouted as they unleashed that energy from their bodies into the surroundings. Seeing the energy coming out of their bodies, the snake beast became angry and charged at them, shouting, "You actually dare to break through right in front of me at a time like this?" It told Subai that he was seeking death and used another technique. All the little green snakes' bodies started shining again, turning into energy. The snake beast gathered all the energy and shot it like an energy beam at Subai, who was in the middle of breaking through. When the energy beam hit, it exploded with a huge explosion. This explosion was even bigger than the last one. Just the wind created by the explosion was so strong that it sent everyone flying. Seeing such a powerful attack, Han Zhang became worried for Subai, thinking he was in danger. Hu Qingshu told them that they had to find a way to save Subai, but none of them moved at all. They couldn't even resist the wind created by that explosion. But suddenly, Wang Yang saw something flying into the air and asked everyone to look quickly, asking, "What is that?" Hu Qingshu was shocked seeing that, and asked if it could be what he thought it was. Even the snake beast felt fluctuations in the energy there, and before it could do anything, suddenly 3 lights flew into the sky. A voice came saying, "Want my life? You're not worthy." The snake beast recognized the voice and was shocked to hear that. Those 3 lights were Subai, Little Turtle, and Little Cat. As all 3 of them flew into the sky, Little Turtle and Little Cat turned into energy and were absorbed by Subai. Subai's expression completely changed, and he became very serious. The light in his eyes grew more determined to kill without mercy. Subai's appearance changed, and a battle armor appeared on his body, along with a long sword in his hand. This was Subai's sacred beast armament skill that allowed him to return to the human world once again. Everyone was shocked to see Subai's new form, saying, "Heaven and earth return. The divine soul is immortal." Seeing the divine weapons gathered on their own, Han Zhang said, "This is the sacred beast armament, plant's root. The origin flows together." Hu Qingshu was too shocked, asking if this was the legendary sacred beast armament. Excited, Wang Zhang confirmed it to everyone, saying, "This is the ultimate combat power, the sacred beast armament, with which Lord Luo Fan charged 10,000 LE, faced countless experts, fought 2 against 1, and forcefully killed 2 king-ranked beasts." Seeing such a heaven and earth phenomenon, even the giant snake beast started to wonder, could this be the legendary sacred beast armament, the ultimate technique of that person from 100 years ago? While everyone was thinking this, suddenly a system notification came, congratulating Subai for awakening the sacred beast armament. Subai's status window popped up. Right now, he was in sacred beast armament state, and his constitution was 5,942 and still rising. His base constitution was 430, and he inherited 3,435 from Little Turtle and 2,077 from Little Cat. His agility was 5,906 and also rising, but his base agility was only 420, and he inherited 1,800 from Little Turtle and 3,686 from Little Cat. Subai's spirit was 4,000, but his base spirit was only 800. He inherited 1,600 from Little Turtle and 1,600 from Little Cat. Now he had a new talent called Sacred Beast Armament. In Sacred Beast Armament state, Little Turtle and Little Cat's Sacred Beast bloodline power temporarily awakened to 80%, revealing a portion of Sacred Beast might. Both Sacred Beast's attributes surged, and all talent power increased threefold. Another system notification came, telling Subai that, as the Sacred Beast Armament prematurely awakened 80% of the Sacred Beast bloodline, its power became too strong, far beyond the host's current limit. It would accelerate the consumption of the host's and the Sacred Beast's vitality and spiritual energy. Currently, the host's strength was insufficient to fully control this power. When the host's vitality and spiritual energy were consumed to a certain extent, the Sacred Beast Armament state would be deactivated, and the body would enter a period of weakness. The system told Subai that the Sacred Beast Armament's estimated remaining time was 3 minutes, and asked him to please finish the battle within this time limit. After seeing the notification, Subai looked at the giant snake beast on the ground and asked, "Are you ready to die?" But the giant snake beast still couldn't believe that Subai had activated the Sacred Beast Armament. It shot another energy beam at him, like before. Little did it know, it would not work again on Sunday the second time. Subai swung his sword and cut down the energy beam of the giant snake beast into two. The giant snake beast was shocked seeing that and asked, "How is this possible?" But Subai didn't give it another chance to attack. He swung his sword again and struck the giant snake beast. Seeing that strike, the giant snake beast realized that it was going to die. So in its last moment, before dying, it asked the Lord of the 9 Nether Realms to avenge it. Just as it said that, Subai's sword strike hit it and completely erased its existence, leaving only a huge crack on the ground created by his sword strike. At the Great Wall Guard Fortress, the human race's only king-ranked expert, Nie Ching, who was standing on the crystal cannon, sensed Subai's transformation and said, "This kid is growing quite fast." But suddenly, he felt a very strong presence and looked behind, asking, "Is the Lord of the 9 Nether Realms attacking a junior?" Lord Nie took out his sword and swung it towards the Lord of the 9 Nether Realms, asking, "Do you really think you were dead?" Lord Nie's sword strike went toward the battlefield where the Lord of the 9 Nether Realms was. The Lord of the 9 Nether Realms also swung his sword and destroyed Lord Nie's sword strike. Suddenly the Lord of the 9 Nether Realms appeared and told Lord Nie, "Don't be so arrogant, your days are numbered. After your death, the human race, without the protection of a king-ranked expert, will be annihilated." Hearing this, Lord Nie Ching laughed and said, "I'll be waiting for that day." On the other hand, in the forest, after killing the giant snake beast, Subai's Little Turtle and Little Cat detached from him and fell to the ground. Right after that, Subai also fell to the ground. All three of them were very exhausted after using the Sacred Beast Armament. Immediately, everyone came running towards Subai, asking if he was all right. Han Zhang was very excited, asking Subai how he managed to surprise them again. Hu Qingshu told Subai that they had gained quite a lot from this battle. 1 Earth Treasury Mystic Snake, 1 Gold High Rank, 1 Gold Mid Rank, 2 Gold Beginner Ranks, and over 80 Silver Ranks. They had actually killed them all. Wang Yang agreed with Hu Qingshu, saying, "This is too awesome. I can brag about this for a year." Han Zhang was also very excited, saying, "This battle was too dangerous. If Subai hadn't activated the Sacred Beast Armament, we would have been wiped out." Zixuan was a little sad, saying, "It's a pity that we couldn't save Zheng Leiqiao." After regaining a little of his energy, Subai stood up and told everyone that the smell of blood here might attract fierce beasts from other areas, so they shouldn't stay long. But just as he said that, suddenly a shadow appeared in the sky, saying, "None of you will escape." As that shadow appeared, it unleashed its aura. Seeing the aura, Han Zhang warned everyone to be careful, saying, "It's an enemy above Lord rank." But that shadow in the sky didn't give them any chance to think. It created a giant snake with its aura and attacked them. Subai, who was very exhausted, could not even dodge the attack. He closed his eyes, thinking, "This is the end." But even after a few seconds, nothing happened. Surprised, Subai opened his eyes and saw Lord Huan Shan, a Lord-ranked expert of the human race, standing in front of him. Lord Huan blocked the shadow's attack and saved Subai and the others. Han Zhang thanked Lord Huan for saving them. Lord Huan looked at the shadow and said, "Long Ao, you're a Lord-rank expert attacking a group of juniors. This is a bit much." From the shadows, Lord Long Ao, a Lord-rank beast from the 9 Nether Realm, emerged. The beast told Lord Huan that his presence changed nothing. He would take the one who awakened the sacred beast armament with him today, adding that the myriad races would never allow a second Luofan to appear. Hearing that, Lord Huan also flew into the sky and told the Lord rank beast that he would never let him take that junior. Hearing Lord Huan, the beast raised his hand and shot energy into the sky, saying, "Lord Huan, let's see if you can protect him." The beast's energy that it shot into the sky divided into multiple energy beams and fell to the ground, turning into giant snakes that surrounded Subai and the others. Everyone was shocked to see so many snakes. Han Zhang told everyone that these snakes were at least gold beginner rank, and there were even platinum ranks among them. As Beast Lord released those snake beasts on Subai and the others, Lord Huan looked back to check on them. Seeing him looking back, Beast Lord grew angry and shouted, asking Lord Huan where he was looking. He released a very powerful energy beam into the sky, directing it towards Lord Huan, telling him to take it. A very powerful energy strike came towards Lord Huan, and on the other hand, those snake beasts charged at Subai and the others. Seeing the snake beasts charging, Subai asked everyone to prepare for battle. Seeing all that, Lord Huan smiled and said, "It's time to stretch my muscles a bit." Saying that, he unleashed his power. Immediately, the whole sky turned yellow and formed a tree. This was Lord Huan's parasol tree under the moon skill. Subai was amazed seeing Lord Huan's power. Han Zhang told him that this is Mr. Huan's parasol tree technique. As Lord Huan unleashed his energy, it immediately covered Beast Lord's aura, completely erasing its power. Beast Lord was shocked that Lord Huan had actually comprehended the power of a law. Beast Lord felt that this faint trace of law power that was currently eroding his vitality was actually impossible to defend against. He immediately tore apart the space itself and opened a portal to escape, saying, "Lord Huan, I'm no match for you today. You may protect the boy who awakened the sacred beast armament for now, but you can't protect him forever. The myriad clans will surely kill him. As soon as he appears outside the Great Wall, their people will send powerful experts to eliminate him." Saying that, Beast Lord entered the space portal and escaped. After he escaped, Lord Huan swung his hand and cleared out Beast Lord's aura. With just one swing of his hand, Beast Lord's powerful aura disappeared, and along with that, all the snake beasts attacking Subai and the others also disappeared. Han Zhang was amazed to see Lord Huan's power, asking, "Is this how the battle between strong opponents is supposed to be?" With each move, it feels as though the power of heaven and earth itself is at work. Its might is vast and boundless. This was Subai's first time seeing Lord rank professionals, and he wondered when he would be able to possess such strength. Seeing this, all were motivated. Lord Huan landed and told them, no matter how strong one's power is, there will always be opponents that can't be overcome. The only person you need to surpass is yourselves. Hearing Lord Huan's teaching, everyone greeted him with respect and said they would keep that in mind. Then Lord Huan landed on the ground and created a teleportation formation, saying, "All right, little ones, we should head back." Just as he said that, he activated the formation, and in the blink of an eye, everyone teleported into the human defense fortress. Subai was amazed to see that they were back in the blink of an eye, adding, "This was way too fast." Han Zhang was equally amazed to see one person activating the teleportation array with their own strength. Truly a master, Zixuan thought. I wish I had such strength. But before they could return to their rooms, suddenly Lord Ni appeared and praised Subai for his work, congratulating him on mastering the sacred beast armament. However, Subai didn't recognize Lord Ni and asked who he was, but Lord Ni didn't tell him anything and vanished, telling Lord Huan to take Subai to the meeting room. Lord Huan greeted him with respect, but Subai was shocked to see that he vanished again. He turned to Lord Huan and asked, "Who was that person just now?" Lord Huan was surprised to hear that Subai didn't recognize Lord Ni. He told Subai that the person was a hero of their human race, a king-level expert, Lord Nie Qing. Subai's jaw dropped upon hearing that it was Nie Qing. Lord Huan asked Subai to come with him, saying they could talk while walking. Both of them started walking towards the meeting room. While walking, Lord Huan told Subai that Lord Ni was from the same era as Lord Luofan. During that time, spiritual energy had just begun to recover, and martial arts had awakened. At the age of only 20, Lord Nie Qing saw the human race being defeated on the battlefield of the myriad races, and boldly proposed the idea of martial arts protecting the nation. This was met with ridicule from everyone. This made Subai curious, and he asked Lord Huan why they reacted that way. Lord Huan told him that at that time, people believed that only technology could save the human race. The idea of relying on martial arts to contend with the myriad races was considered fantasy. Only Lord Luo Fan, upon hearing Lord Nie Qing's words, became close friends with him. They made a grand vow to dedicate their lives to the rise of martial arts and the prosperity of the human race. Hearing that, Subai was amazed, saying they were truly admirable. While they were talking, both Subai and Lord Huan entered the War Fortress's official building. As they entered, everyone working in the office looked at them. Pointing at Subai, a girl said, "This is Luo Fan's disciple, Subai, who has awakened the sacred beast armament." Hearing this, everyone in the building was amazed. A man said, "If it weren't for Lord Luo Fan's fall back then, our human race wouldn't have had to fight the myriad races for so long. But now, with Subai here, our human race has finally seen a glimmer of hope in this battle." A girl told the man, "Our generation doesn't mind struggling a bit, but if Subai rises, the next generation will surely enjoy the benefits." Seeing them all looking at Subai, Lord Huan asked him if he felt the immense pressure. He told Subai that he was not yet at the stage where he needed to take on responsibilities for their nation. He just needed to focus on improving his strength for now. Subai told Lord Huan that it was okay, and that he understood. Then, Lord Huan took Subai to the meeting room, where Lord Li had asked him to come. As Lord Huan entered, he told Lord Li that he had brought Subai. Subai followed Lord Huan and saw many high-level professionals seated there. Seeing so many big shots, Subai actually felt a bit nervous. Among all those high-level professionals, Subai noticed a man named Lin Zhenan, also known as Old Tiger Lin, who was the strongest in the Diamond Realm and was also Waifu Yanren's father. Subai was very surprised and scared to see him there, wondering why he was here as well. Then Lord Lai spoke, saying, "Since everyone is here, let's get straight to the matter." He told everyone that the myriad races had caused a great disturbance due to Subai awakening the sacred beast armament, even sending a lord-level expert to assassinate him. He asked everyone to please share their thoughts on this matter. A blue-haired guy told Lord Lai that after 100 years, Lord Luo Fan's sacred beast armament had finally reappeared in the world. As long as Subai could grow strong, he would surely lead the human race to glory, so they must protect him no matter what. A glasses guy suggested that they assign the best mentors to guide Subai in breaking through his bottleneck and provide resources to help him cultivate to the lord level, or even the king level, because right now, Subai's life was worth more than all of the old folks put together. Other members agreed with the glasses guy, saying Subai must be protected at all costs. They cannot give the myriad races any chance to assassinate him. Hearing them, Subai was very happy, thinking they were all good people. But suddenly, Lin Yanran spoke up, saying that in his opinion, he thought Subai should continue to gain experience on the battlefield with the myriad races. He explained that the strength of a powerful being comes from constantly pushing their limits through life and death battles. It is through refining their spirit, energy, and essence that they achieve an invincible form. Moreover, strong individuals cannot be forged in a sheltered environment. However, others didn't agree with Lin Yanran. An old man stood up and asked Lin Yanran that, given the current situation, with the myriad races in a frenzy over the sacred beast armament, if they let Subai continue to train on the battlefield of the myriad races and something happens to him, can Lin Yanran bear the responsibility for that? Others agreed with the old man, saying that Subai is the only successor of Lord Luo Fan in a century who awakened the sacred beast armament. They couldn't take this risk. But Lord Huan supported Lin Yanran's view, saying, "A majestic eagle doesn't falter in a storm, and a wolf pack doesn't fear the long night." Hearing Lord Huan support Lin Yanran, Subai was shocked. Lord Huan continued and told Lord Li that back in the day, Luo Fan almost treated the battlefield of the myriad races as his home, and he nearly perished more than 10 times. If he knew of this from beyond the grave, he would definitely support Subai continuing to fight on the battlefield. However, Subai didn't agree with Lord Huan. He thought that if he were given unlimited resources, he would be crazy to want to go to the battlefield and fight. He valued his life too much. Hearing all this, Lord Ni said, "It's settled then." He stood up and announced that a warrior should be tempered on the battlefield. The necessary precautions must be in place. They will send 3 Lord-level experts, 38 Diamond-level warriors, and 1 million soldiers to support the front lines in the Misty Mountain Range. Hearing that, Subai sighed in relief, saying that with so many people sent to protect him, he could finally relax. But suddenly, Lord Ni threw another bombshell and told everyone that they would use Subai as bait to orchestrate a massacre of the enemy's strong forces. Hearing this, all the high-level professionals agreed with Lord Lai, saying the human race would win for sure this time. But this was too shocking for Subai. He couldn't believe that they were going to use him as bait. At the same time, at the 9 Nether King's castle of the myriad races, the Lord of 9 Nether had gathered all the race elders. Inside the palace, the Lord of 9 Nether, who was seated on the throne, told everyone that the sacred beast armament had reappeared, and many present likely still remembered the terror of Luo Fan from back then. He told everyone that they absolutely could not allow another Luo Fan to rise from the human race. They must spare no cost to kill this Subai. He told his generals that reinforcements would be sent to the Misty Mountain front line, including 8 Lord-level and 42 Diamond-level experts. He added that the Grand Elder of the ancient Demon Phoenix clan and the Great Elder of the Nine-tailed Heavenly Fox clan would restrain Ni Qing. But the Grand Elder of the ancient Demon Phoenix clan spoke up and told the Lord of Nine Nether that her clan would not send a single member for this operation. The Grand Elder of the Nine-tailed Heavenly Fox clan also spoke up and told the Lord of Nine Nether that the Nine-tailed Heavenly Fox clan would not participate either. Hearing that, the Lord of Nine Nether became very angry and asked both of them if they were trying to rebel. The Lord of Nine Nether was extremely furious because the 3 great royal clans had been jointly ordered to come to the myriad races battlefield, but now, with the great enemy upon them, they dared to avoid the battle. The Great Elder of the ancient Phoenix clan asked the Lord of Nine Nether if he wanted to make a move on their 2 great races. The Grand Elder of the Nine-tailed Heavenly Fox clan asked the Lord of Nine Nether what great enemy was upon them. She stated that invading the human race was his goal, and their only purpose here was to explore the forbidden area. The Phoenix Elder agreed with the Fox Elder, saying she thought it was his Nine Nether clan that wanted to slaughter all humans. They came here for the endless resources in the forbidden area, and so they wouldn't be accompanying him. While leaving, the Fox Elder told the Lord of Nine Nether that for fighting and killing, her Celestial Fox clan would not participate either. Both of the clan elders left with their people. Hearing this, the Lord of Nine Nether became even angrier, and told them that even if they didn't participate, his Nine Nether clan would complete it independently, and he hoped they wouldn't regret it later. The elders didn't reply to him, and left. As they were leaving, the Phoenix Elder asked her subordinates, since the Great War is imminent, and both human and myriad races experts are frequently mobilizing, have you still not found Her Highness, the Holy Maiden? One subordinate told the Phoenix Elder that the Holy Maiden was naughty by nature, so they had already ordered the clan members to expand the search area. The Phoenix Elder told them to find Her Highness before the Great War at all costs. The subordinates said yes and left. On the other hand, after the human race meeting ended, Lord Ni took out a jade pendant and told Subai that this was the Sky Dome Jade. As long as Subai wore it, it could shield him from anyone's perception except his own. Not even the King of Nine Nether could detect him. He gave it to Subai and told him to wear it. With this, he wouldn't be easily targeted by the myriad races experts. That was truly a good thing. Subai immediately accepted it and thanked Lord Ni. Then, to get more things from Lord Ni, Subai said, just hiding my aura isn't enough. It'd be better to give me more equipment and materials to improve my strength. Hearing that, Lord Ni laughed, telling Subai that his principal was right. Subai was really the best at taking advantage of the situation. He then took out a box and asked Subai to look at what was inside. Subai's eyes lit up upon seeing the contents of the box. Inside, there was a diamond rank armor, 10,000-year Dragon Soul Grass, 10,000-year Ice Heart, and even a Lord rank core. Subai's jaw dropped after seeing so many valuable items. He asked Lord Ni if these were all for him. Lord Ni told him that they were indeed all his. However, giving them all to Subai at once would be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, so he would give them to him gradually. Hearing that, Subai was very disappointed and asked, "Is this an installment payment?" He then took out the diamond rank armor and asked Lord Ni, "Shouldn't this diamond rank armor be given to me? Otherwise, if I die, you'll regret it." Hearing that, Lord Ni laughed and snatched the armor from Subai's hand, telling him that it wasn't time yet for him to have this armor. Subai was shocked and told Lord Ni that this was too ruthless. Lord Ni smiled and left Subai outside the office, telling him to hurry up and train hard. Standing outside the office, Subai started crying, thinking that just moments ago, innumerable treasures were laid before him, yet he hesitated for a second, and now he truly regretted it immensely. While he was crying, he noticed someone waiting for him outside the office. He was shocked to see that it was none other than Yanren's father, Lord Lin. Lord Lin turned and asked him to come with him for a moment, saying he had something to tell him. Hearing that, Subai thought it was about Yanren. He wanted to tell Lord Lin that he and Yanren truly didn't do anything, that both of them were very innocent, but he couldn't say that. "All right, Uncle Lin," and followed him. While walking, Lord Lin said, "Subai, I suggest keeping you on the myriad races battlefield. You won't blame me, will you?" Subai laughed and said, "Of course not," because he knew Lord Lin was doing this to cultivate him into a true expert. Hearing that, Lord Lin sighed and said, "I don't know what this girl sees in you." Hearing Lord Lin talk about Yanran, Subai immediately told him that Yanran and he were good friends, and they knew what to do and what not to do. Lord Lin said never mind, and told Subai that he was too lazy to manage their youngster's affairs. He took out a golden armor and gave it to Subai, telling him this armor was a gift from him. He asked Subai to be careful when training on the battlefield, and not to lose his life. Seeing the golden armor, Subai's eyes lit up again. He thanked Lord Lin for that. Lord Lin and asked him to go train. While leaving, Subai told Lord Lin that he would train well and not disappoint his expectations. The next day, all the bodies of the dead soldiers were taken back from the battlefield for their loved ones to say their last goodbyes. Zixuan and Han Zhang were also there to say their final goodbye to Zheng Leiqiao, who had died at the hands of the snake beast the day before. Zheng Leiqiao was from Zixuan's team. He told Zheng Leiqiao to rest in peace because Subai had avenged him. While saying goodbye, Han Zhang noticed Subai coming. As Subai arrived, he wore the armor that Lord Lin had given him. Surprised, Han Zhang asked him what that equipment was. Subai covered the armor and told him not to worry about it. While they were talking, Lord Ni came on the stage and told the warriors of the human race that the myriad race's army had advanced towards their human Great Wall, and this time their number was over 1 million. Lord Ni shouted that although they were many and we were few, our human race would prevail. Hearing him, all the warriors cheered that they would prevail. Seeing that Lord Ni was also joining the battle this time, Han Zhang told Subai that, among king-rank combatants, Lord Ni Qing was certainly stronger than the King of Nine Nethers. To contain Lord Ni, the myriad races would inevitably send several stronger Lord-rank experts to join forces with the King of Nine Nethers. Hearing that, Subai grew a little worried, and asked Han Zhang what they should do. Han Zhang smiled and told him, "Naturally we use strategy, just listen to the commands." Hearing that, Subai got confused and didn't understand what Han Zhang meant. While they were talking, the army general started assigning everyone their tasks. He ordered all military academy scouting units to follow the combat units and head to the Misty Mountains to carry out reconnaissance missions. This was Subai and all the academy students' task. A few hours later, the myriad race's army arrived at the battlefield, and the war began. The human race's gold and diamond rank experts charged at the myriad race army with full power, blasting them with their elemental attacks. Subai and the others were a little far away from the main battlefield. Seeing the explosions, Han Zhang said, "It looks like the diamond rank experts from both sides have engaged." Looking around, Hu Qingshu told them to be careful because the surrounding aura was chaotic, and the enemy's numbers were considerable. Just as he said that, Subai noticed a large wave of beasts coming toward them. He told everyone to get ready because the enemy had revealed themselves. The beast tide consisted of thousands of beasts. Han Zhang recognized them and told everyone that they were tortoise-back wolves and giant horned demon deer. Seeing them, Wang Yang got excited because they were just minions. Immediately, the beasts surrounded them and charged from all directions. Seeing them coming, Wang Yang took out his spear and charged at the beasts in the back, telling Subai to leave these tortoise-back wolves to him. Seeing the beasts surrounding them, Han Zhang laughed and said, "It seems they're afraid we'll run." Zixuan took out his sword, saying his hands were already itching. Han Zhang also charged at the beasts, telling Subai that they were all minions, so he could rest. However, there was no way Subai would let go of a free meal. He told Han Zhang that although it was just a group of minions, he couldn't give all the military merits to them either. He opened his bag and ordered Little Turtle and Little Cat to come out. Immediately, Little Cat came out and started attacking the beasts with its sharp claws, killing them instantly. Little Turtle was not far behind. It used its giant body to smash the beasts, giving them no chance to react. Seeing Little Turtle and Little Cat joining the fight, Han Zhang turned to Subai, saying, "Subai, you're too ruthless. You don't even plan to leave us these few military merits?" Zixuan agreed with Han Zhang, telling Subai that he always hogged everything. On the other hand, as soon as Little Turtle and Little Cat joined the fight, their terrifying aura scared the tortoise-back wolves and giant horned demon deer. They started shaking in fear, feeling a very strong pressure coming from deep within their bloodline, and they couldn't even muster a bit of resistance. Little Turtle and Little Cat roared loudly and unleashed their aura into the battlefield. In front of them, all the tortoise-back wolves and giant horned demon deer got on their knees. Seeing that, Subai became confused, wondering why the beasts stopped and what Little Turtle and Little Cat were roaring about. Before Subai could understand anything, suddenly a system notification popped up in front of his eyes, congratulating him for awakening the Legion function. Now, he could conquer aliens and transform them into his own Legion to fight for him. The conditions for conquering were that the target must be willing to be commanded by the host. Once the host conquers the army, the host can control their life and death, and command them through mental power. The system asked Subai if the Tortoiseback Wolf clan and the Giant Horned Deer tribe surrendered to him. Did he want to accept it? Seeing the notification, Subai got very excited, asking, "What the hell is this Legion function? Recruiting all races?" Seeing that all the beasts stopped attacking and knelt right in front of Subai, everyone became very confused. Han Zhang approached Subai and asked him what was going on. Did he tame them? Subai, confused himself, told Han Zhang that it looked like he did. Subai proudly asked if it could be that they were won over by his charming personality. Hearing that, both Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu just stared at him in disbelief, thinking, how can Subai be this stupid? As Subai walked towards those beasts, they started shaking in fear. Seeing that, Subai told the beasts that since they had submitted to him, they must follow his orders. He ordered the Turtleback Wolf clan to be in charge of securing their rear, and as for the Giant Horned Demonic Deer clan, he ordered them to be responsible for guarding both flanks. Both the Turtleback Wolf clan and Giant Horned Demonic Deer clan leaders nodded and left from there. After that, Subai and his team got back to their job of scouting the Misty Mountain, but now they were very relaxed while going. Han Zhang told Subai that with beasts guarding their rear and flanks, they could speed up their forward scouting. Subai agreed with Han Zhang and asked the others to pick up the pace, but Zixuan was still not over the fact that Subai could control those fierce beasts. He asked Subai how he managed to convince the turtle wolves to do that. Before Subai could reply, suddenly Little Turtle jumped out of Subai's bag, surprising him. As soon as Little Turtle came out, it placed its ears on the ground and released its internal energy into the ground. Seeing that, Subai got confused and asked Little Turtle what it was doing. Did it find some kind of treasure? But before Little Turtle could explain anything to Subai, suddenly a huge centipede came out of the ground, sending Little Turtle flying into the air. Seeing that huge centipede, Subai was shocked. Han Zhang immediately recognized the centipede and told everyone to be careful, saying, "This is a sawtooth centipede." Hearing that, Zixuan was shocked and explained that it's also known as the Ghost of Hell. Within a few seconds, more and more centipedes appeared. Subai, who was clueless about those centipedes, turned around and asked his team if these centipedes were really that terrifying. Hu Qingsu told Subai that this beast's body is like a centipede's, able to burrow and vanish underground without a trace, but its legs are like saw blades. Nothing can withstand them. Han Zhang told Subai that wherever the sawtooth centipede passes, not a single blade of grass remains. It's a true disaster. Wang Yang told him that once its saw-toothed legs wrap around a target, those sharp many feet can instantly slice the target into countless pieces. Hearing these dangerous descriptions, Subai looked at the centipedes and asked if it really was that exaggerated, wondering why what he was seeing was so different from the stories. Subai said that because those centipedes were running around, Little Turtle was letting them play on its body without saying anything to them. In fact, it looked like those centipedes loved it. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of Subai saying, "The Sawtooth Centipede clan offers their allegiance. Do you accept?" Subai was shocked to see that notification and asked if this was really possible, but since it caused no harm, he tamed those centipedes too. Meanwhile, deep within the Misty Mountains, in a valley, a mid-gold tier beast reported to a high-level platinum beast elder that the human ants had already entered the Misty Mountains, and he believed humans would pass through here tomorrow. But before he could complete his words, the elder beast stopped him. She sensed the ground shaking, but before she could understand anything, suddenly some creatures hiding underground charged at them. An ape beast standing beside the elder beast stepped forward to protect her. Immediately, the elder beast ordered her full army to be on guard, but before her army could do anything, those creatures attacked the ape beast. The creatures that attacked them were none other than the centipedes that Subai had just tamed. The ape beast was too shocked by the sudden attack and asked, "What the hell is this thing?" After killing that mid-gold tier ape beast, the centipedes charged at the other ape beasts. A high gold tier ape beast recognized the centipedes as sawtooth centipedes. Hearing that, the elder beast was shocked and asked, "How can there be sawtooth centipedes here?" She ordered the ape beasts to quickly send a distress signal to the 9 Nether King, but there was no time. The centipedes attacked the ape beasts and started killing them one by one, not even giving them a chance to react. Seeing her subordinates dying like that, the beast elder became very angry and used her green snake domain skill. She placed her hand on the ground and created a purple summoning formation. As she opened that formation, many giant snakes emerged from the ground to fight the centipedes. But in front of the sawtooth centipedes, the snake beasts could not even last a second. The centipedes killed all those snakes in the blink of an eye, and then attacked the elder beast. She was shocked to see that her snake summons could not stop these centipedes even for a second. This made her even angrier, and she unleashed her internal energy, transforming into her beast form. She turned into a giant snake, which was 10 times bigger than those centipedes in size. But the centipedes did not stop there. They climbed onto the elder beast's body, and using their saw-like teeth, pierced her scales. The elder beast was too shocked to see that her scales were pierced so easily. The centipedes didn't even give her a chance to counterattack and quickly cut her body into pieces, killing her instantly. Then, sometime later, another human team reached that part of the Misty Mountains. Seeing the dead body of the snake elder beast, they wondered what kind of ferocious beast could have strangled the veiled land mystic snake so thoroughly. A guy suggested, could it be a sawtooth centipede? Hearing that the sawtooth centipede, also known as the ghost of hell, had appeared on the battlefield, others got scared because they knew how terrifying it could be. Their team leader ordered them to report the situation immediately and notify the entire army that sawtooth centipedes had appeared in the Misty Mountains. If the human race encounters them, they were to flee immediately. Do not linger to fight. They said yes and immediately left from there. On the other hand, at Subai's side, Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu followed Subai while Wang Yang and Zixuan returned to report to the human war guard place. While going, Han Zhang said to Subai, according to the map, the entire Misty Mountains stretch just over 300 kilometers, and we have been traveling for quite a while now. So how is it that we still haven't reached Clearwater Lake? Hearing that, Subai got offended and asked Han Zhang if he was questioning the route he had planned. But after seeing the map, Hu Qingsu also realized that they were lost. Subai still could not believe it, saying, it's impossible. It must be the map's fault. Han Zhang told him that the map couldn't be wrong because it was a military map. Hearing this, Subai asked doubtfully, could it really be my mistake? Although, I really am a bit hopeless with directions. Hearing that, Han Zhang got furious and shouted at Subai, if you're bad with directions, why didn't you say so earlier? Now, all 3 of them were standing in the middle of nowhere, not knowing where to go. Hu Qingsu asked Han Zhang what they should do now, and who could lead them to Clearwater Lake. Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu both declared at the same time that they were also bad with directions. Hearing this, Subai got angry and shouted, you 2 are bad with directions, and you were blaming me. Han Zhang said, now we're done for. 3 directionally challenged people. How are we supposed to make it to Clearwater Lake? Upon hearing this, Subai got serious and said, if that's the case, then we have no choice but to use our last resort. The last resort Subai was talking about was Little Turtle, who was sleeping in his bag. He took it out and said, an old horse knows the way, so an old turtle should work too. Subai then took out a blood energy pill, gave it to Little Turtle to eat, and asked it to lead them to Clearwater Lake. Little Turtle got very excited to see the blood energy pill, and immediately ate it. Seeing it enjoy the pill, Subai called it a foodie, and ordered it to hurry up and lead the way. Watching Little Turtle take the lead, Hu Qingsu let out a sigh of relief, saying, thanks to Little Turtle, we're safe. Otherwise we wouldn't know what to do. Han Zhang agreed, saying he also felt this was the right direction. Little Turtle is really much more reliable. Hearing Han Zhang, Subai got angry and asked, are you actually saying I'm no better than a turtle? But putting everything aside, all 3 of them followed Little Turtle into the deep fog of the Misty Mountains. After following Little Turtle for a few hours, Hu Qingsu noticed that the fog had thinned a lot. Han Zhang agreed with him, saying it really seemed so. Subai laughed proudly, saying, thanks to Little Turtle, we actually walked out of the Misty Mountains. I didn't expect Little Turtle to actually know the way. Little Turtle was very happy to hear Subai's praise. But as the fog cleared, Hu Qingsu looked ahead and saw something unexpected. In front of them was a mountain range, and there was a deep cliff right ahead. Hu Qingsu told Subai, this doesn't seem to be the Emerald Water Pool. Subai, also confused, asked Little Turtle where it had brought them. Han Zhang opened the Misty Mountains map and told them that, based on their current location, they were now on the outskirts of the Emerald Water Pool. But just as he said that, suddenly a very dense fog surrounded them, and a loud noise came crashing over them. All 3 of them looked ahead to see what it was, and to their surprise, a huge dragon rose from the mountain range and roared loudly. All 3 were shocked to see the dragon and asked, what's going on? The dragon was so huge and powerful that its roar uprooted trees and sent them flying into the air. Seeing that, Subai, Han Zhang, and Hu Qingsu didn't hesitate for a second. They turned around and started running away as fast as they could. While running, Subai called Little Turtle an idiot, asking where the heck it had brought them. He asked Han Zhang if the 3 of them had run outside the map and into an unknown area. As they were running, suddenly a voice came from behind. Help me! You 3 lowly beings, wait for this holy maiden. Hu Qingsu heard that voice and asked Subai if there was a sound behind them. Subai replied, "Who cares what that sound is? Just run." But as they were running away, a very loud sound of wind passing by at high speed suddenly came, and the dragon disappeared. Subai and the others were confused to see that the dragon had vanished. They stopped and asked, "What the heck was that thing? Is it actually this terrifying?" While catching his breath, Subai asked someone to tell him where in the world they were, because didn't the map say the danger level outside the emerald water pool wasn't high? Subai added that he knew this map was unreliable. Hu Qingshu admitted that this was definitely not the place marked on the map, because there's no place this dangerous on it. Han Zhang guessed, could it be that little turtle led us the wrong way again? But before they could figure anything out, someone suddenly appeared before them, and saying, "You three lowly races, how dare you not come to my aid in a time of crisis, only caring about your own lives?" It was a red-haired little girl with elf-like ears. Seeing her, Subai was shocked, and asked how a little girl could be out here. Han Zhang was also surprised, saying he had been so focused on running that he hadn't noticed her. But before they could process what was happening, a system notification suddenly popped up, congratulating Subai for discovering a demon phoenix with the phoenix bloodline. The system told Subai that the demon phoenix race is inherently arrogant and difficult to tame, and asked him to please find a way to subdue her. Subai was shocked to hear about the phoenix bloodline, and immediately opened the little girl's status window to check her details. The little girl's race was ancient demon phoenix. Her attributes were fire and life, but they were still unawakened. Her level was silver high, and she possessed a certain amount of Suzaku bloodline, but not yet enough to be tamed. Her constitution was 1538, defense 862, agility 1420, and her specialty, spirit, was 2650. Her first talent was demonic phoenix fire, which uses mental power to transform the fire element between heaven and earth into demon phoenix fire, increasing the lethality of fire by 300%. Her second talent was fire spirit possession, which consumes a certain amount of physical energy to cover the entire body with fire element energy, increasing the fire's lethality by 100% to 200%, and defense by 200%. Her third talent, which was sealed, was attached spirit, allowing her to use her immense mental power to help others unlock a second origin element. Her fourth, also sealed talent, was nirvana, granting her extremely strong vitality and recovery ability, so long as the damage was not devastating. She could transform it into her own life source through the fire element. The system told Subai that the sealed innate skills could only be unlocked after being tamed by the host, or after cultivating a pure Suzaku bloodline. Seeing those stats, Subai was impressed, and walked toward the little phoenix saying, "The phoenix I've been looking for is just a kid?" Hearing that, the little phoenix became furious and asked, "Who are you calling a kid? Be careful, or I'll roast and eat you." Hearing her way of talking, Subai thought that it hadn't been this hard when he tamed Little Turtle and Cat, and started to wonder how he should tame her this time. He tried to grab her, wondering if she would be obedient after a beating. Seeing Subai approaching, the little phoenix got a bit scared, and asked what he was trying to do. She called him presumptuous, and warned him not to come any closer. But when she saw that Subai wasn't stopping, she activated her demonic phoenix fire and shouted, "You dare to be disrespectful to this holy maiden? Today I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Seeing her use fire, Han Zhang was shocked, realizing this little girl was not easy to mess with. Noticing her fiery temper, Subai made the first move. He activated his internal energy, and moving with lightning speed, got behind the little phoenix and grabbed her from behind, saying, "If a child doesn't listen, they need to be disciplined." The little phoenix was surprised by Subai's sudden move, but this only made her even angrier, thinking, "How dare this lowly being lay hands on me?" She unleashed even more terrifying demonic phoenix fire, shouting, "Vile race, you are dead today. This holy maiden will absolutely not let you off." Seeing her getting out of control, Subai immediately smashed her to the ground, shouting, "Lie down for me, little kid." As soon as the little phoenix hit the ground, her demonic fire disappeared. Without giving her any chance, Subai started hitting her on the back, saying, "Little kid, you've got quite a temper." He slapped her again for yelling at him, then again, asking if she still wanted to breathe fire. He continued slapping her, saying, "Whether you're a holy maiden or not, it doesn't work on me. Breathing fire in the forest is very dangerous. Didn't your adults teach you that?" He slapped her once more, and asked if she was going to submit or not. He told her that as long as she said she submitted, he would let her go today. Seeing Subai disciplining a little lowly, Han Zhang and Hu Qingshu were shocked. Han Zhang asked Subai if it was really okay to treat a little girl like this, but Hu Qingshu didn't intervene, knowing she was a myriad race demon beast. As Subai disciplined the little phoenix, she started crying while calling him a vile race. She told him to just wait, When she grew up, she would definitely come back to settle the score with him, and she would also beat his butt until it bloomed. Seeing her still cursing him, Subai grew irritated, thinking, why is this girl's temper so stubborn? He raised his hand again, saying, you still dare to talk back? Still not begging for mercy? He told her he would let her go if she begged. But the little phoenix was extremely stubborn and refused to submit. So Subai continued beating her. Time passed, and night fell. Han Zhang and Hu Qingshu started a fire and prepared some food. Han Zhang called Subai, asking if he wanted some chicken legs. Hu Qingshu told him to replenish his stamina and then continue the beating. Hearing this, Subai stopped beating her and said, let's stop here for today. Let's eat first. But even after all that, the little phoenix still didn't submit and was even angrier. While crying, she said, human, I'm not done with you. If you have the guts, wait until my clan's great elder comes. Watch how she'll beat you up. Subai grabbed the little phoenix by the collar and dragged her to the fire, telling her that if her great elder came, he would beat her too. He told her to come quickly and eat first, but the little phoenix tried to break free, asking him to let her go. As Subai sat down with the little phoenix, Han Zhang handed him a turkey leg. Subai was surprised by the aroma, saying, this turkey smells so fragrant. Han Zhang told him, this is bronze-grade demon chicken. Hearing that, Subai finally understood. He had been wondering why it was so fragrant, and it turned out it wasn't an ordinary chicken. Seeing the chicken leg in Subai's hand, the little phoenix turned her head to the side, thinking, what kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures has this holy maiden not eaten? A mere bronze-grade chicken is nothing. But suddenly, the smell of roasted chicken wafted into the little phoenix's nose, and she was surprised by how fragrant it was. She asked Subai what he had sprinkled on the turkey, and if food really became more fragrant after being roasted over flames. Hearing her question, Subai realized that this holy maiden had never eaten cooked food before. This was a great opportunity for him. He told her, of course it becomes tastier. Do you want to try it? The little phoenix wanted to refuse, but the aroma of the roasted chicken was irresistible. Subai added some seasoning to the chicken, telling the little phoenix not to worry, that it was even more fragrant with seasoning added. He handed the piece to her, saying, have a taste, it's very delicious. The little phoenix immediately grabbed the chicken, remarking how fragrant it was. She took a bite, and in the next second, she tasted something she couldn't even describe in words. She felt as if she were flying into the clouds and admitted, this chicken leg is too delicious. She started eating big chunks of the chicken leg, saying she wanted to eat this every day from now on, adding that this chicken leg was much more fragrant than the great elder's spiritual materials. This was exactly what Subai had been waiting for. Eating this chicken every day is easy. As long as you agree to follow me and listen to me, I'll give you chicken legs for every meal. Hearing this, the little phoenix immediately agreed, saying that as long as he gave her chicken legs to eat, she would listen to everything he said. Subai reminded her that she had to keep her word, and the little phoenix promised that she would. Immediately, a system notification popped up in front of Subai, congratulating him for successfully taming the ancient demon phoenix. With that, his level also increased to silver high rank. Seeing the notification, Subai laughed, not expecting to tame the phoenix with just a chicken leg. He then called Little Turtle and Cat to come out and get acquainted with their new comrade. When Subai summoned Little Turtle and Cat, they immediately started eating the chicken Subai had been eating. Pointing at Little Phoenix, Subai told Little Turtle and Cat that from now on, Little Phoenix was also family. Little Phoenix got very excited, calling them cute Little Turtle and Kitten. Hearing this, Little Turtle and Cat got annoyed. While eating, Little Turtle called Phoenix Little Girl and told her that he was her big brother. Little Cat told her the same, saying she was being disrespectful by calling them Little. But Little Phoenix didn't even listen to them and hugged them tightly, saying, clearly, it's a little turtle and a kitten. They're too cute. Seeing Little Turtle and Cat getting annoyed, Subai joined in, correcting Little Phoenix and telling her not to be disrespectful, adding that they were her brothers. From the other side of the campfire, Hu Qingsu and Han Zhang were watching Little Phoenix playing with Little Turtle and Cat. Looking at them, Han Zhang asked Hu Qingsu if he thought Subai would really raise that little girl as a tamed beast. Hu Qingsu replied that it looked that way. Hearing that, Han Zhang asked why he always felt like Subai's intentions weren't pure. Hu Qingsu agreed, saying he also didn't expect Subai to be a lolicon. Han Zhang was also suspicious, noticing that Subai had quietly improved in levels again, and thought there must be something fishy going on. He approached Subai and asked him if he had been promoted to silver high rank. Subai immediately admitted it, asking, isn't this a very easy thing? Hearing Subai say it was easy, Han Zhang became very annoyed. He asked Subai if he had some breakthrough secret, and how he had been promoted so fast. What Han Zhang thought was true, but Subai couldn't just tell him about the system, so he started acting. He laughed and told Han Zhang that he actually did have a secret, and given their relationship, it's not like he couldn't tell him. But there was a saying in Dragon Country: the Tao cannot be personally transmitted, especially a secret concerning cultivation to the king rank. He asked Han Zhang if he knew what he meant. Hearing about the king rank cultivation method, Han Zhang's interest increased. He smiled and told Su Bai that he got what Su Bai meant. Han Zhang immediately took out a gold rank beast core to give to Su Bai, but before he could hand it over, Hu Qingsu, who understood that Su Bai was just lying, stopped him and warned Han Zhang to be careful about being tricked. But before Han Zhang could process Hu Qingsu's words, Su Bai snatched the gold rank beast core from his hand, saying, "Not bad, Han Zhang. I have high hopes for you." He told Han Zhang that what he was about to say was something Lord Ni Qing had personally told Su Bai, so Han Zhang must write it down carefully. Han Zhang agreed. With a serious expression, Su Bai told Han Zhang, "Martial arts cultivation means cultivating the realm, but what I have cultivated is a Tao heart." He patted Han Zhang's shoulder and told him that as long as he had the heart to seek the Tao and the unwavering belief to become stronger, he would be able to go farther and faster than others. Hearing this, Han Zhang got very confused and told Su Bai that he still didn't quite understand. Su Bai then pointed at a mountain ahead and asked Han Zhang to look at it, saying, "When they only look at this mountain, it seems full of difficulties and obstacles. But if they focus on the summit, the journey from the foot to halfway up won't seem so hard. They will break through obstacles all the way and reach the top in one go." Hearing that, Han Zhang looked at the mountain and said, "I seem to understand a little, and yet I don't. You seem to have said something, and yet said nothing." Hearing Han Zhang talk like that, Hu Qingsu told him that Su Bai had tricked him out of his gold beast core. But Su Bai immediately denied it, saying what he had shared were all secrets to reaching the king rank. Suddenly, Han Zhang turned around and thanked Su Bai, saying he finally understood. Surprised, Su Bai asked him what he understood. Han Zhang told him that as long as one tells themselves every morning that they can definitely become king rank, there will be no bottlenecks. Han Zhang jumped onto a rock in excitement, saying, "I can't believe I only understood the principle of the great Tao being simple today. I must use all my time to improve myself." Seeing him talking to himself, Hu Qingsu said, "He's gone mad." Even Su Bai was surprised, but he still praised Han Zhang, saying he didn't expect Han Zhang's comprehension to be so high. Then Su Bai turned to Little Phoenix, who was lying on the ground with Little Turtle and Cat. He told her to stop playing and help Little Turtle and Cat awaken their second origin talent. Hearing that, Little Phoenix got confused and told Su Bai she didn't know how to awaken it. Su Bai smiled and told her she didn't know before, but now she does. He asked her to use her mental power to feel the changes in her body, saying there was an ability that could help others awaken their second origin talent. Little Phoenix said, "Okay, I'll try it." She stood up and started to use her mental power to feel the changes in her body, and suddenly, a new energy covered her. Little Phoenix opened her eyes in excitement and told Su Bai that she could really feel it. She immediately turned and used her newfound power on Little Turtle, saying, "Brother Turtle, you come first." As that unknown energy entered Little Turtle's body, he screamed in pain, asking Little Phoenix to stop quickly. In the next second, Little Turtle transformed into his true, massive form and tried to endure the pain. Little Phoenix was shocked to see how big Little Turtle's true form was. Su Bai asked Little Turtle to bear with it. As Little Phoenix continued to pour more and more energy into Little Turtle's body, suddenly his tail started glowing very brightly. As Little Turtle's whole body started glowing, he roared loudly, and the next second, his tail transformed into a snake-like head. Immediately, a system notification appeared, congratulating Su Bai and telling him that his Earth Spirit Tortoise had successfully awakened its second elemental talent, Water Origin. Hearing that it was a success, Su Bai got very excited and immediately opened Little Turtle's status window. He saw that Little Turtle now had two attributes, Earth and Water. But only after reaching gold level could the power of the Water Origin truly be unleashed. His level was intermediate silver, but with the awakening of his Water Origin talent, his fourth talent was strengthened. Currently, his constitution was 1,538, defense was 2,262, his specialty, agility was 400, and spirit was 400. Little Turtle had 4 talents. First, Earth Barrier. Second, Earth Spirit Possession. Third, Gravity. And fourth, Earth and Water Origin. Now possessing the dual elemental origins of Earth and Water, Little Turtle could absorb and mobilize both the water and earth elements between heaven and earth, providing extremely strong defense and recovery capabilities. Seeing Little Turtle's status window, Su Bai was very impressed, saying that now that the water element was awakened, the defensive power of the dual water and earth system was even more terrifying. By now, Little Turtle had returned to his small form, but even in this form, his tail remained a snakehead. Subai then turned to Little Cat, who was slowly trying to escape after seeing Little Turtle in pain while evolving. Subai said it was Little Cat's turn to evolve. Just as he said that, Little Cat jumped high and tried to escape, but Little Phoenix wouldn't let him go, and used her energy to stop him. Subai cheered Little Cat on, telling him he had to bear with it if he wanted to awaken. As Little Phoenix's energy entered Little Cat's body, Little Cat transformed back into his original large form, and roared loudly. As Little Cat landed on the ground, his body grew even bigger, and his claws became sharper. Little Cat's eyes started glowing, and many black marks appeared across his body, releasing a terrifying dark energy. Immediately, a system notification appeared, congratulating Subai and informing him that his Gengjin White Tiger had successfully awakened its second elemental talent, Shadow Origin. Seeing that Little Cat had actually awakened the shadow element, Subai was overjoyed. He immediately hugged Little Cat, saying, "White Tiger bloodline with shadow enhancement. This is truly a feast of strangeness and slaughter." Subai then declared, "Now that my 3 sacred beasts are in place, this time let's see if I don't slaughter my way through the myriad races." After that, all 4 of them slept around the fire. The next day, while packing up, Hu Qingsu said that after resting for a night, they must reach the Emerald Water Pool today. Hearing this, Hanzhong asked Subai if he knew where they were. Since Subai didn't know, he asked Little Phoenix if she knew. Pointing at a mountain range ahead, Little Phoenix told them that they were about 80 kilometers away from the core location of the Emerald Water Pool Forbidden Area. Hearing this, Hu Qingsu suggested they should quickly set off in that direction. Hanzhong agreed, saying he didn't expect them to actually reach the outskirts of the Emerald Water Pool. Subai also agreed, saying, "Without further delay, let's depart quickly." As they were traveling, Subai suddenly remembered and asked Little Phoenix about the faintly visible divine dragon that had appeared the previous day. Little Phoenix told Subai that it was the Azure Dragon, the guardian of the Emerald Water Pool Forbidden Area. She explained that the Azure Dragon's strength was extremely formidable, and any creature approaching the core area would be slaughtered by it. This was the first time Subai had heard about the Azure Dragon, so he asked Little Phoenix for more details. Little Phoenix told him the Azure Dragon was terrifying. Previously, even Lord-level experts who entered by mistake could not escape. Hanzhong was shocked to hear that even Lord-level experts were eaten by the Azure Dragon. Hu Qingsu then asked Little Phoenix, since there was an Azure Dragon here, why hadn't the King of 9 Nethers come to subdue it? Little Phoenix replied that back then, the King of 9 Nethers had assembled the great elders of the 3 royal clans, but they still couldn't subdue the Azure Dragon. Hu Qingsu was shocked to learn that even the King of 9 Nethers couldn't subdue it. He asked Subai if rushing over like this wasn't too dangerous. Subai told Hu Qingsu that since they had now encountered the Azure Dragon, it was just the 4 gods and beasts. He immediately asked the system to detect the nearby Azure Dragon bloodline, declaring that today he would subdue the Azure Dragon. A system notification immediately appeared, telling Subai that an Azure Dragon bloodline had been found nearby. The bloodline was extremely pure, and its strength had reached half-king level. However, it was in a state of madness, and was extremely dangerous. The system informed Subai that his current strength was too low, and he was unable to subdue the dragon, urging him to increase his strength before exploring again. Seeing this notification, Subai was shocked. He couldn't believe that he was unable to subdue the dragon, but he wasn't stupid. Seeing that even the system indicated the Azure Dragon was extremely dangerous, he decided it was better to evacuate quickly. He turned to Hanzhong and Hu Qingsu, suggesting that they should retreat from here first. Hearing that, Hanzhong and Hu Qingsu were shocked. They couldn't believe Subai, who always rushed to fight first, was saying this. Subai then turned to Little Phoenix, and asked if she knew the way out of the Misty Mountains. Little Phoenix told Subai that the path in the Misty Mountains changes with the weather, so she didn't know the way either. Hearing that, Subai grew a little worried, realizing it was going to be difficult. Then, Hu Qingsu suggested that since the Misty Mountains are west of the Emerald Water Pool, as long as they walked east, he was sure they could return to the Misty Mountains. Hanzhong supported Hu Qingsu's idea, saying the principle was simple, but the key problem was that they couldn't tell which direction was east. Subai suggested following the sun, but Hu Qingsu told him that the sun on the Myriad Races battlefield was the least reliable, and the mountain range interior was full of dense fog, making it impossible to see clearly. Suddenly, Little Phoenix remembered and told Subai that there was a small tribe nearby, so maybe they could ask them for directions. Hearing that, Subai's eyes brightened, and he patted Little Phoenix's head, asking why she hadn't said so earlier. Hu Qingsu praised Little Phoenix, saying she seemed to be more reliable, and asked everyone to go quickly. Little Phoenix got very happy when they praised her. She told them that this small tribe was called the Spirit Serpent Clan, and it was the nearest tribe within 1,000 li of the Emerald Water Pool. Subai agreed, and asked Little Phoenix to lead the way. He told Hu Qingsu and Han Zhang that they would go to the Spirit Serpent Clan, and both agreed. All four of them started walking toward the Spirit Serpent Clan. While they were walking, Little Phoenix told Subai that the Spirit Serpent Clan had originally been guarded by a platinum rank expert, but the expert had led all the clan's elite to join the army expedition. So currently, only some old, weak, sick, and disabled were left guarding the clan. The highest strength was now an elderly, high-rank gold elder. After passing through a forest, they arrived at the Spirit Serpent Clan. Hiding in the bushes, Little Phoenix pointed at the village ahead and told Subai that this was the Spirit Serpent Clan's tribe. Looking ahead, Subai said it really looked like a serpent's home. The reason Subai said that was because in the village, there was only one big house, and many caves in the ground where snakes normally lived. It was a snake den. Looking at the village, Han Zhang said that although the Spirit Serpent tribe was small, judging from the number of snake dens and auras, the entire tribe had about 10,000 fierce beasts. Hu Qingsu agreed, saying it was unknown how many fierce beasts were currently left behind. Hearing that, Han Zhang suggested they invade the snake den from 4 directions and lure the serpents out of the dens. As long as they divided their forces, they could defeat the serpents piece by piece. But Hu Qingsu told him it was too dangerous. They should first capture a gold-rank beast and force it to reveal the root. Hearing their plans, Subai got annoyed and said, "You two only know how to fight and kill." He smiled and reminded them not to forget that Little Phoenix was a dignified royal clan holy maiden. Seeing his cunning smile, Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu understood that he had a plan. They asked him what method he had, and Subai smiled, telling them he had his own brilliant plan. After a few minutes, Subai came out of the forest and shouted, "The envoy of the ancient royal clan has arrived. Hurry and come out to greet them." Hearing his voice, all the serpents were surprised and came out to see what was happening. Just outside the snake den, Subai, along with Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu, who were wearing black robes, acted as Little Phoenix's guards. Subai shouted again, "The holy maiden of the ancient fiend Phoenix clan has arrived. Hurry and come out to greet her." As the serpents sensed the royal clan bloodline aura of the ancient fiend Phoenix clan, they became very nervous. One serpent asked the others how an adult of such noble status could grace them with her presence. Another serpent pointed out that there were also 3 earth-profound tortoise adults behind her. While they were talking, a large serpent came out. He was the second elder of the Spirit Serpent Clan. He greeted the ancient Phoenix adult and the 3 earth-profound tortoise adults, apologizing. "4 adults have honored us with your presence. We have failed to welcome you properly." Hearing that this serpent was the Spirit Serpent Clan's second elder, Subai, with a serious expression, told him they were preparing to go support the front line. He instructed the serpent that if he had any spiritual materials or spiritual medicinal herbs, he should offer them all to him to help recover his strength. Hearing this, Han Zhang asked Subai, "Weren't we here just to ask for directions?" Hu Qingsu agreed, asking Subai why he was requesting spiritual materials. Subai coughed and told them it was best if they both just kept quiet. Hearing Subai's demand, the nervous serpent elder immediately said, "The 4 adults have come from afar. Our Spirit Serpent Clan will naturally treat you well." He asked them to wait a moment, then brought out some materials and offered them to Subai, saying, "These small spiritual fruits, it's not much, but please accept them." Han Zhang immediately recognized them and was amazed, telling Subai, "These are grade 4 spiritual medicines, 100 spirit fruits. They contain ample spiritual energy." Hu Qingsu added that eating just one could allow a gold-rank expert to fully recover their blood energy in a short time. Hearing that, Subai's eyes lit up with amusement, but he controlled himself and told the Serpent Elder that his clan had performed well. He added that since the hour was late, they planned to rest there. Pointing at the building above the snake den, he told the Serpent Elder they would stay in that building, and asked the Serpent Elder to send him a copy of the nearby terrain map later. When Subai announced they would be staying overnight, Han Zhang asked him, "But it's only noon. The sun is still high. Are you planning to sleep already?" The Serpent Elder also explained that the building was the clan leader's private quarters, and they could not enter without the clan leader's permission. He offered to immediately have someone build a larger house for them to stay in, asking if that would be acceptable. Hearing that, Subai shouted, "Presumptuous!" Pointing at Little Phoenix, he told the Serpent Elder that even if their clan leader were here right now, they wouldn't dare refuse his request. Do you mean to say that the holy maiden of the ancient fiend Phoenix clan is inferior to the clan leader of your small race? Seeing Subai angry, the Serpent Elder immediately got down on his knees, saying they wouldn't dare. Still, the Serpent Elder tried to make excuses again, but little Phoenix immediately used her flame and threw a fireball at their feet. Recognizing the flame aura of the ancient fiend Phoenix clan, the Serpent Elder became terrified. While he was already scared, Subai got face to face with the Serpent Elder and told him not to worry, saying, "We're just staying for one night." The Serpent Elder, even more frightened, immediately agreed. After that, Subai, along with Han Zhang, Hu Qingsu, and Little Phoenix, walked toward the building, reminding the Serpent Elder to remember to send the map later. The Serpent Elder replied that he understood. When Subai went inside the building, he laughed, saying, "This place must be hiding a lot of treasures from the Spirit Serpent clan." Hu Qingsu told him not to get too excited yet, and to wait for the Serpent Elder to bring the map. Meanwhile, Han Zhang, dying of thirst, asked everyone to have some water first. While they were talking, the Serpent Elder also arrived at the building, holding the map in his mouth. He gave it to Subai, saying, "This is the map you wanted." As he handed over the map, the Serpent Elder looked around the house and saw no signs of disturbance. "It seems I was just overthinking. The Earth-profound tortoise adults are of such noble status. They wouldn't stoop to touching the property of our small Spirit Serpent clan." After assuring himself there was no issue, he greeted Subai and the others, saying, "If there's nothing else, then this humble one will take his leave." As he was leaving, Subai told him that the few of them were going to rest for a bit, so they shouldn't be disturbed. The Serpent Elder agreed and left the building. As soon as he left, Subai and the others immediately removed their black robes and got ready. Subai ordered Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu to search the first floor for anything valuable, and asked Little Phoenix to come with him to search the second floor. He told everyone to remember to check under the beds, on top of wardrobes, in all boxes and chests, and to search carefully. Everyone was very excited and immediately started searching. Han Zhang was so excited he started punching open boxes on the first floor. While checking, Hu Qingsu found grade 5 spiritual liquid and jade qiong juice. When Subai, who was going up to the second floor, saw Han Zhang destroying the boxes, he got very angry and told him to be gentler, warning that if they made too much noise, they could get into trouble if those outside heard them. Han Zhang said okay, and resumed searching more quietly. Suddenly, Little Phoenix, who was searching the second floor, came to Subai and told him she found a box of grade 4 spiritual materials, 100 spirit fruits. Hearing that, Subai was very happy and told her to keep looking, suggesting there might be some hidden compartments. Little Phoenix agreed and got back to searching. After a few hours of searching, they collected tons of rare materials, spiritual herbs, and many other treasures. Subai then asked everyone if they were ready. Han Zhang immediately replied that they were. Little Turtle also roared, saying he was ready too. Hearing that, Subai said, "What are we waiting for? Let's eat." As soon as he said that, Han Zhang, Hu Qingsu, Little Phoenix, Little Turtle and Little Cat all jumped on those spiritual herbs with Subai and started eating like crazy, not even stopping to drink water. After eating everything, they finally stopped. Han Zhang told Subai that he thought his bottleneck at the high silver stage was starting to loosen. Hearing that, Hu Qingsu teased him, saying it looked like Han Zhang had stuffed himself. Subai then calmed them and told them that now that they had eaten their fill, it was time to take a closer look at the map. Han Zhang agreed, saying they needed to figure out a way to get out of there. Subai opened the map, and both Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu came to look at it. Subai planned that soon they would head out and gather all the members of the Spirit Snake tribe. He told Little Phoenix that the silver-ranked members of the Spirit Snake tribe were for her to handle. Hearing that, Little Phoenix got very excited. Subai then suggested to Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu that they take care of the gold-ranked members themselves. Both agreed with him. Subai decided to make their move once night fell. Han Zhang was very excited and asked Subai to just watch, because he felt overflowing with power right now. Hu Qingsu teased Han Zhang again, telling him he was not overflowing with power, but more like overflowing with food. Hearing that, Han Zhang got angry. Then, as night fell, their plan began. Subai came out of the Snake Elder's palace and called the tribe's second elder, ordering him to quickly gather all the spirit beasts of the Spirit Snake tribe. Hearing Subai's voice, all the members of the tribe immediately gathered around. The Snake Elder came forward and greeted Subai, saying, "Earth Profound Tortoise Adult, what's the matter?" Subai immediately noticed that they were keeping their distance, but 3 gold-ranked warriors already surrounded him. He removed the robe he was wearing and told the Snake Elder it was nothing much. He just needed to borrow his snake heads for a bit. Saying that, Subai jumped to attack the Snake Elder with his sharp golden multitude claws. The Snake Elder was shocked by the sudden attack and backed down to dodge. As Subai removed his robe, his identity was exposed. The Snake Elder immediately recognized that he was human. He got very angry, saying, "How despicable!" He ordered his spirit snake tribe to heed his command and attack. The Snake Elder, along with 2 gold-tier snake beasts, charged at Subai shouting, "Today, I will tear you to pieces." They then shot poison at Subai. Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu also jumped in to fight the gold-tier snakes. Subai immediately released Little Turtle, which transformed into its humongous form and attacked the snakes, crushing them under its feet. Not only Little Turtle, but Little Cat also joined in, using his sharp teeth to tear apart those snakes into 2 pieces. Little Phoenix was not far behind. She unleashed her demon phoenix fire and started running around, burning and roasting snakes that came into her contact. As those snakes started burning, they called for help, but there was nothing they could do to stop Little Phoenix's fire. Even Subai was shocked by Little Phoenix's demon phoenix fire, admitting that it was absolutely terrifying. Little Phoenix's demon fire continued to grow stronger and covered the whole Spirit Snake clan's territory, burning everything. Subai had also defeated the second Snake Elder, who was lying on the ground helplessly. Subai told Han Zhang, "This elder is yours." Hearing that, Han Zhang smiled and asked Subai to watch him. While lying on the ground, the Snake Elder asked them, "Who are you?" Han Zhang told the Snake Elder that they were the ones here to take their lives. Saying that, he swung his blade and killed the Snake Elder. But even after killing him, Han Zhang was not satisfied. He told Subai that it was nowhere near satisfying because the opponent was still too weak. Subai told him not to let his guard down because they were deep in the heart of the myriad clans. On the other hand, Little Turtle, in his language, told Little Cat that he felt like he was about to break through to the gold tier. Little Cat said he felt the same. Hearing that, Little Phoenix was shocked. After killing all the snake beasts, Hu Qingsu came to Subai and asked if they should head back to join the main force next. But Subai looked at the map of Mermaid Land and told him that he just got an idea. Hearing that, Han Zhang got curious and asked Subai what the idea was. Subai told them that since they were right in the heart of the myriad clans, why not just attack them here? But Hu Qingsu told Subai that with just the few of them, it was way too risky. Subai smiled like a devil and told them that fortune often favors the bold. The more dangerous the place, the greater the rewards. Hearing that, no one said anything. Subai told them it would be fine because he was the team leader after all. He told them to just follow his lead and rest here for the night. Tomorrow, they would march toward the Windstorm Mountain Range. Saying that, he left from there. Hearing Windstorm Mountain Range, Hu Qingsu said, "Isn't that the territory of the Wind Leopard tribe?" Hearing this, Han Zhang smiled and told Hu Qingsu that it felt like Subai was getting more and more full of himself since he became team leader. The next day, Subai, along with his team, arrived at the Windstorm Mountain Range. Many wind leopards were resting there, but when Subai explained his plan, Hu Qingsu got confused and asked why they were using the same trick again. Subai told him that it worked, saying that they came out of hiding. This time, Little Phoenix acted like a mystic snake lord, with Subai, Han Zhang, and Hu Qingsu as her bodyguards. As they came out, Subai shouted, "Wind Leopard Elders, the honored Veiled Land mystic snake lords have arrived. Why aren't you coming out to greet us quickly?" Hearing their voice, all the wind leopards got alert. One asked another to quickly report to the elders that the Veiled Land mystic snakes had arrived. Hearing that it was the Veiled Land mystic snakes, a one-eyed wind leopard elder came out holding a sword and asked Subai and the others if they were here to die. Hearing that, Subai and the others got very confused, asking what was going on. The angry wind leopard elder told them that the wind leopard tribe held an unyielding grudge against the Veiled Land mystic snakes, and today was the day of their vengeance. Saying that, he jumped to attack Subai with his sword, ordering his clan to attack with him. Immediately, all the wind leopards surrounded them from all directions. The wind leopard elder moved very fast. He jumped around to confuse them first, and then attacked. But Han Zhang blocked his sword, telling Subai that his plan didn't work. Subai told Han Zhang, "How was I supposed to know they had a grudge against mystic snakes?" Subai then removed his robe and got ready to fight, saying if worst came to worst, they would just barge right through. He summoned Little Turtle and Little Cat, telling them it was time to get to work. Immediately, Little Turtle and Little Cat came out and transformed into their beast forms, attacking and shocking the Wind Leopard Elder. Seeing the Wind Leopards jumping around, Subai said, "Little Phoenix, those leopards are really fast, so I'm counting on you." Little Phoenix said, and while they were all fighting on the ground, she flew into the sky using her internal energy. She then used her demonic phoenix fire, creating a fire phoenix in the sky and shooting fireballs at everyone. Seeing the fireballs falling, all the wind leopards started running away, but it was no use. They could not escape, and died. Subai and his party worked together, and within a few minutes, killed all the wind leopards. After killing so many, Han Zhang started to feel like he was finally going to level up. Hearing that, Subai tried to take credit, asking Han Zhang if the method he taught him was effective. Just then, 2 system notifications popped up right in front of Subai, telling him that his Earth Spirit Turtle had advanced to early gold rank, becoming the Mystic Marsh Turtle, and that his Sharp Golden White Tiger had also advanced to early gold rank, becoming the Shadowed Golden White Tiger. Subai's level increased accordingly. Seeing the notifications, Subai was impressed, saying, "That's quite a significant improvement this time." Subai looked at Little Turtle, and saw that it had grown bigger again. He immediately checked Little Turtle's status window. Little Turtle was now a Mystic Marsh Turtle at early gold rank with water and earth attributes. 50% of the Black Tortoise bloodline had been awakened, and the earth and water elements had fused to form new skills. Its constitution was 4,538, defense 6,262, and it specialized in both agility and spirit, each at 2,000. Little Turtle had 4 talents. The first talent was Wall of Despair, which consumes stamina to amplify its own defense by 100% to 300%, and simultaneously weakens the enemy's attack by 20%. The second talent was Barrier of Water, which condenses the power of the water element to form a barrier over a 10-kilometer radius. Unless the enemy's strength vastly exceeds that of the Mystic Marsh Turtle, this barrier cannot be broken. The third talent was Gravitational Core, which extends the gravity effect to a 10-kilometer radius. Its fourth talent was Origin of Earth Water. Little Turtle possesses dual elemental origin powers of earth and water, able to absorb and command the primal forces of both elements from the heavens and the earth, granting immense defensive and regenerative power. Seeing that Little Turtle could now reduce the enemy's attack by 20% and trap them in a water barrier, Subai was impressed, saying Little Turtle's graded skills were totally overpowered now. Subai then checked Little Cat's status window. Little Cat was now Shadowed Golden White Tiger at early gold rank, with gold sharp and shadow attributes. 50% of the White Tiger bloodline had been awakened, and the gold and shadow elements had fused to form new skills. Its constitution was 4,250, defense 2,850, agility 6,550, and spirit 2,000. Little Cat also had 4 talents. Its first talent was Phantom Dance, which increased attack speed by 200%, and attack power by 200% while attacking. The second talent was Shadow Strike, which amplified Little Cat's speed by 200%, and when Shadow Origin was activated, it could merge with shadows, increasing speed by 400%. The third talent was Spirit of Gold. Covered in gold power, each of Little Cat's attacks dealt 200% bonus tearing and armor penetration effects, and no defense below the same rank could withstand it. The fourth talent was Origin of Gold Shadow. Little Cat possessed dual elemental origin powers of gold and shadow, able to absorb and channel the primal gold and shadow forces of the world, granting immense lethality and incredible speed. Seeing the details of Shadow Strike, which doubled the speed, Subai got very excited because that was way faster than the sharp golden ghost steps. Subai went to Little Cat and told him that from now on, he was the master of the shadows. Little Cat didn't like that title much and turned back into its small form, along with Little Turtle. By then, Han Zhang had noticed that Subai had improved again. Confused, he asked Subai why, since he clearly already had the will to seek the Tao and the faith, he still couldn't advance. Hearing that, Subai laughed and told Han Zhang that this only meant one thing: his faith was not strong enough. He then looked at Misty Mountain Mao and asked Little Phoenix where they were going next. Looking ahead, Little Phoenix told Subai that there was only one place left she hadn't been to. She pointed at the mountain range ahead and told them that this was the main city of the Veiled Land Mystic Snakes. Hearing that, Subai got excited and asked everyone to let's go there. Hu Qingsu was shocked and asked Subai if he was serious. Han Zhang asked Subai if this wasn't a bit too crazy. After all, that's truly the great city of the myriad clans. Even though the myriad clans and the human race are at war now, there must be powerful individuals guarding the main city. He asked Subai how, with just a few of them attacking the main city, this was any different from courting death. He told Subai that they absolutely should not go there because heading to the main city was way too dangerous. Han Zhang tried to warn Subai, telling him that if their human identities were exposed, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Hu Qingsu agreed with Han Zhang and told Subai that it was still a bit too risky for the three of them to go to the main city with their current strength. Hearing that, Subai turned around and asked Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu
if they had both forgotten their faith and their will to seek the Tao. He told them that if they wanted to gain more resources to strengthen themselves, they must go to the main city. Hearing Subai's logic, both of them were speechless. Seeing their reaction, Subai tried to motivate them. He asked them to just think. When one day they reached the king-level realm, standing on top of the Great Wall, looking down at the myriad clans like mere ants, think of how much admiration they will receive, and how great a contribution they will be able to make to the human race. He told them exactly that. Besides, they would be doing this for the greater good of the human race. How glorious was that? Even if they couldn't make it back this time, they were doing something incredibly great. Hearing that, Han Zhang, who was from the military academy, got very excited and shouted, "That's right, for the greater good of humanity, I, Han Zhang, was born great and will die gloriously." This was what Subai was aiming for. He grabbed Han Zhang's hand, telling him that's the true spirit of a proud hero of humanity. Hu Qingsu was shocked to see how fired up Han Zhang got just like that, but as Han Zhang agreed, Hu Qingsu had no choice but to agree as well. Then Subai asked Little Phoenix to lead the way. Little Phoenix said, "Okay, master," and led them towards the main city of the Veiled Land Mystic Snakes. Along the way, Subai was cheering Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu, saying, "It's for the greater good of humanity." 3 days later, after walking continuously, Subai and the others were very exhausted. He asked Little Phoenix how much further the main city was. Little Phoenix, who was leading the way, told him they were almost there and arriving soon. Pointing ahead, she told Subai, "This is the main city of the Veiled Land Mystic Snakes." Subai looked ahead and saw huge buildings. Shocked, he asked Little Phoenix how this could be a main city. It looked more like a towering mountain. Seeing the city up close, Han Zhang told Subai that he suddenly regretted it a little. Subai, who himself felt a little nervous, acted tough and asked him, "What are you afraid of? We are great heroes of the human race." Hearing that, Little Phoenix smiled and told Subai that the Veiled Land Mystic Snake's main city was arguably the most magnificent of all the main cities. She told Subai that a few years back, the Grand Elder and she had come here for a visit. She then explained that each side of the main city walls has 13 gates. Generally, royal strongholds enter through the central main gate, while members of the Veiled Land Mystic Snake clan enter through the side gates flanking the main gate. As for the remaining side gates, they are reserved for certain high bloodline races. However, all of them must undergo aura verification and pay a toll to enter. Subai was surprised to hear that, and asked Little Phoenix what the toll fee was. Little Phoenix told him that basically, it's just purple crystals, and roughly speaking, 1 purple crystal is enough to buy a standard grade 3 spiritual herb. She took out a little pouch and pulled out a purple crystal, telling Subai that purple crystals aren't just used as currency. They also contain immense energy, making them useful for cultivation. She told them that cultivators at the platinum level and above use even more advanced spirit stones for their cultivation. These high-grade spirit stones don't just contain ordinary energy. They're infused with elemental forces of heaven and earth, such as gold, earth, space, and others. Hearing that, Subai's greedy mind started working. He patted Little Phoenix's head and said, "Little Phoenix, you're a dignified holy maiden. Don't tell me you've only got 1 measly purple stone in that pouch." Innocent Little Phoenix didn't understand what he meant, and told Subai that this was a spatial pouch. There's around 100 square meters of storage space inside. She turned the pouch upside down and started pouring purple crystals from it, telling Subai that she was actually pretty wealthy. She took out thousands of purple crystals from her pouch. Seeing that, Subai and the others were shocked. Han Zhang said, "No wonder Little Phoenix was so calm and unhurried when consuming spiritual materials earlier. It turns out she was cultivating with purple crystals." Subai was amazed to see so many crystals, and even Hu Qingsu was shocked, admitting that Little Phoenix was totally a little rich girl. But Little Phoenix's happiness was short-lived. Subai took the pouch from her hand. Surprised, Little Phoenix tried to tell Subai that it was hers, but Subai put back all the purple crystals into the pouch again, telling Little Phoenix that it wasn't safe for her, a child, to carry so much money. So, as her master, he would keep it safe for her. Little Phoenix tried to take it back, but Subai held the pouch high, telling her, "It's settled." Subai was very happy, thinking this time she had really struck it rich. Han Zhang then told Subai that they should enter the city now. Subai agreed, and told them that he would once again bestow upon them the breath of a Veiled Land Mystic Snake. This aura lasts for 7 days, so if they enter through the side gate, they can save on some toll fees. Everyone agreed. Then, while wearing their hope again, all of them headed towards the main city. Along the way, all the low-level beasts knelt down in front of them and greeted them. Seeing that, Subai laughed and proudly told them that this method never fails. Looking at their reactions, no one even suspected them. Then Subai and his team went to the main city's gate, where the spirit guards greeted them with respect, and immediately opened the city gate, welcoming them, thinking they were 4 esteemed veiled land mystic snakes. Easily, all 4 of them entered the main city. As they went inside, Hu Qingsu was shocked by the impressive lineup. Han Zhang asked Subai if they were going directly to the main city. Subai said, of course. But as they arrived at the main city's city square, Subai was shocked to see fierce beasts all over the place there. Surprised, Han Zhang said, this main city is too big. He asked Subai what was going on. Well, they were not wrong. This main city was bustling and lively, with thousands of beasts living there. A little nervous, Hu Qingsu told Subai that he didn't expect there to be so many fierce beasts in the main city, and their strength wasn't weak either. The foundation of the myriad clans was far deeper than they had imagined. Han Zhang agreed with Hu Qingsu, saying that with just the 3 great royal clans plus these elites from the main city, their human warriors were no match for them. Little Phoenix told them that, in fact, the 3 great royal clans possess extremely high control over lower bloodlines. This time, the King of the 9 Hells has raised an army of 10 million, but 9 million of them are just cannon fodder. The true elites are probably only the clans of the 9 Hells royal family and the veiled land mystic snake tribe. Hearing her, Subai finally understood how it was. Han Zhang said, it's no wonder Lord Huanshan doesn't take this army of 10 million seriously, so that's the real reason. While looking around, Subai told them that he didn't expect the main city of the myriad clans to be so lively, and suggested that they go for a stroll. Just as Subai said that, he got a message. After leveling up, Little Turtle and Little Cat now resided in the system space, and this message came for Little Turtle. He told Subai that he found something good about 10 kilometers in the southwest direction. Hearing that, Subai got excited. He turned to Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu, asking them to look at this royal city, suggesting that if the 3 of them stick together, their efficiency would be way too low. So how about they split up and act separately? Hu Qingsu told Subai that would work, because he wanted to see if there was a place to study the ancient records of the myriad clans. Subai then took out 2 purple crystals from Little Phoenix's pouch and gave them to Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu, telling them not to say he was an unreliable brother. He told them to take a purple crystal, play it by ear, and meet back at the city gate when they're done. Annoyed, Han Zhang said, Subai, you only give us 1? That's way too stingy. Hu Qingsu agreed with Han Zhang, saying Little Phoenix had a whole bag full of those, but Subai didn't even let them finish taking. He turned around and walked away with Little Phoenix, telling them there was no need to thank him, just remember it. That's just the next level of shamelessness, Han Zhang commented. Subai is a miser. Then, after Subai left, Hu Qingsu told Han Zhang that he was going to look for a place to check the ancient books, and asked if he wanted to come with him. Han Zhang declined, saying he would go check out the armory shops in the city. On the other hand, Subai followed Little Turtle's lead and arrived in front of a huge building. Looking around, Subai said, according to the prompt, this should be the place. He adjusted his robe and, excited, walked towards the building, wondering what good things were there. Looking at the building, Subai said, could this be the main city's treasure vault? He was thinking that since the wall wasn't even that high, he could easily climb over it. But suddenly, Little Phoenix saw something flying towards the building and asked Subai to look. It was a flying monster. Just as it got near the building, some runes activated, and the monster was struck by lightning, dying instantly. Seeing that, Subai got scared and said, luckily, I didn't act rashly. Looking closely, Subai noticed that the runes seemed familiar. He thought he had seen them before, maybe in an ancient book. Then he remembered that this was a no-fly barrier. He admitted that the Dizhu Xuanmeng clan sure pulled out all the stops because if they had this barrier, even a diamond rank expert couldn't sneak over the wall easily. But this also confirmed Subai's suspicion. Now he was very excited to find what they could be guarding inside. Suddenly, Little Phoenix saw someone coming towards the building and told Subai. Hearing that, Subai asked her to quickly hide, and both of them hid behind a wall. Then a snake beast came. The guards guarding the building greeted him and asked if he was there to inspect again. The snake beast asked if there was anything abnormal. The guards said no, and told him everything was normal. Hearing their conversation, Subai suddenly got an idea. He asked Little Phoenix to wait for him there. Little Phoenix said, okay, understanding that Subai was going to do something. Subai decided to test Little Cat's new ability. Just as he used it, he became invisible. Little Phoenix was surprised to see that he really became invisible. Then, as the snake beast went inside the building, he asked the guard to shut the door after he went in. Little did he know that invisible Subai was already following him from behind. Just as they went inside and the door closed, Subai hit the back of the snake beast's neck and made him unconscious. Seeing the snake beast, Subai smiled and said, "This shadow attack is pretty handy." Subai then went inside to see what treasures they were hiding in the building. Just as he entered, he saw many boxes filled with purple crystals. Seeing that the place was loaded with purple crystals, Subai got excited, saying, "It's a jackpot. Now I couldn't go broke even if I tried." Just then, he noticed some movement in a side room. He was surprised and asked if someone else was here. He was right. 2 people were hiding behind the room's door. Subai wondered if it could be someone from the Dizu Xuanmang clan and shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself." When the people hiding behind the door heard Subai's voice, they recognized it and came out from hiding. It was none other than Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu who were hiding there. All 3 of them were shocked to see each other there because one of them went shopping, one went to read, and one went to the weapons shop. But somehow all 3 ended up in this building. Subai pointed his finger at them and asked, "Weren't both of you always acting righteous? So what's with the stealth gear now?" Subai realized that both of them were even more talented than him. He asked them how they got in without alerting the guards. Han Zhang laughed nervously, and while pointing to that room, told Subai that there was a tunnel there, and when he was just wandering, somehow he ended up inside. Subai said, "Enough chatter," and told them to grab what they could and just don't make noise. While going in different directions, he asked them not to follow him. Hearing that, Hu Qingsu said, "Come on, Subai, don't be so stingy." Then, a few minutes later, both of them had packed their bags full. Han Zhang told Subai that he had enough and couldn't carry more. Hu Qingsu said the same. Seeing that, Subai was surprised and said, "Both of you really have no ambition." Just then, as Han Zhang had packed his bag very tightly, suddenly a bell fell from his bag onto the ground. It made a very loud noise. Hearing that, the guards outside were alerted and asked, "What's that sound?" They started shouting that there was movement in the ancient temple. Hearing their voices, Han Zhang got scared. Subai got angry and called Han Zhang an idiot for stirring up trouble again. Immediately, the guards rushed into the building and saw the snake beast lying unconscious. A guard told the others to immediately raise the alarm because the ancient temple was being robbed. Another guard pointed his spear and ordered the others to crank the no-fly barrier to maximum power and not let the thieves escape. Seeing them coming, Subai activated his internal energy and asked Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu to run, because if they didn't move now, they would be done for. Subai used his internal energy to push back the guards and create a way out. All 3 of them immediately ran away from there. Seeing them escaping, the guards went after them. The leader ordered his guards to lock down the entire city and search every house to find the intruders. While they were searching the whole city, Subai and the others were hiding on the roof of a building next to the ancient temple. Little Phoenix was a little worried and told Subai that the entire city guard was mobilized. Han Zhang told Subai that he thought they had caused a huge mess this time. Subai told him there was no doubt about it. Hu Qingsu was worried because the whole city was under lockdown and there was no backup coming for them. But suddenly, Subai got an idea. Don't they know the saying that the most dangerous place is the safest hiding spot? Han Zhang got confused hearing that and asked Subai what that meant. Subai didn't say anything and just smiled. Then, a few minutes later, Little Phoenix went in front of the guards and while pointing in a different direction shouted, "Human presence! There are humans over there." Hearing that there were humans, the guards immediately went there. As the guards went to check, they could not find anything and asked Little Phoenix where exactly the humans were. Little Phoenix told them to go a little ahead. As the guards moved forward, Subai and the others immediately jumped on them and knocked them down. Subai asked Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu to deal with the bodies, then turned to Little Phoenix and told her they were heading in. Once inside the ancient temple, Subai started searching for something. Seeing that, Little Phoenix asked him what he was looking for. Subai told her that he had a feeling there was more treasure here, because if it were just rare herbs and minerals, those snake beasts wouldn't need such a powerful barrier. Hearing that, Little Phoenix pointed at a wall and told Subai there was a hidden door. Hearing about the secret door, Subai looked there but couldn't see anything. Little Phoenix told him it was hidden with a spell so that humans couldn't detect it. She tapped a brick on the wall, and it worked like a switch. A door popped open. Seeing the door, Subai was shocked, saying, "Those cunning Xuanmang bastards. No wonder we didn't notice it earlier." Little Phoenix told him that there was a powerful energy below. Hearing that, Subai decided, "Let's go take a look." He went down the stairs, and when he reached the end, what he saw completely shocked him. There was a tree below that ancient temple with some faces on it, and all around the tree were corpses of snake beasts, releasing a bloody energy that was being absorbed by the faces on the tree. Little Phoenix was also surprised to see that tree and asked, "Could it be the Thousand-Wish Tree?" Subai said, "What kind of twisted tree is this?" While checking the corpses, Little Phoenix got angry and said, "This is forbidden sorcery. How dare the Dizu Xuanmeng clan cultivate such a thing? Could it be that they are trying to become the fourth royal clan?" Hearing the name Thousand Wish Tree, Subai faintly remembered hearing it before. Just then, a system notification popped up right in front of Subai saying, "Ancient Divine Tree Fragment detected. It contains countless fractured laws of power." The system told Subai that this tree was intimately linked to the ancient catastrophe, and advised him not to miss this opportunity. Little Phoenix was surprised to see that the Earth-hidden Profound Python clan had actually done such an evil thing, because to cultivate a Thousand Wishes tree, the number of snake lives required was probably no less than 10 million. While she was saying all that, Subai suddenly climbed onto the tree. At the top of the tree, a red ball-shaped object was hanging. Subai asked Little Phoenix, "What is this?" Little Phoenix told him that those were grade 8 spirit fruits. He couldn't imagine how many lives the Earth-hidden Profound Pythons had sacrificed for these spirit fruits. Hearing that it was a spirit fruit, Subai immediately picked it up, but to his surprise, that fist-sized fruit weighed hundreds of pounds. Subai was amazed to see the fruit as he had never seen such a spirit fruit in all his life. He asked Little Phoenix, "What's the use of this Thousand Wishes fruit?" Little Phoenix told him that each Thousand Wishes fruit contained extremely terrifying energy, which could help Lord-rank experts increase their bloodline concentration. And when the bloodline concentration reached a certain level, one must massacre countless of their own kind. Therefore, the method of cultivating the Thousand Wishes tree was jointly listed as a forbidden art by the 3 great royal clans. Subai was surprised to hear how powerful that fruit was. He came down the tree saying that he really couldn't leave it there. He asked the system, "How do I dig up this ancient divine tree?" The system told him that to transplant the sacred tree, he needed to activate the sacred tree's divinity first. It added that Subai could just place his hand on the sacred tree, and gave him a tip. With the transplantation of the sacred tree, the divinity would cause a little turmoil in the mortal world, so he should be mentally prepared. Hearing that it was just a small disturbance, Subai didn't take it seriously, and placed his hand on the tree, saying he couldn't leave the tree there anyway. He closed his eyes, released his aura, and told the system, "I am ready. Let's begin." The system immediately activated the divine tree's divinity. Just as it started, all the faces on the tree began releasing huge amounts of energy from their mouths, and the whole place started shaking. Subai was shocked to see a spatial rift, and angrily asked if this was what the damn system called a small disturbance. Subai immediately took out the subspace pouch that he had gotten from Little Phoenix and activated it. With the ground shaking, Little Phoenix got scared, and asked Subai what he had done because the space was about to collapse. She told him that they had to get out of there quickly, or they would be trapped in the spatial rift. But Subai still didn't stop. Little Phoenix again told him that if they didn't go now, it would be too late. But it was already too late, and the tree exploded with a huge explosion. Little Phoenix grabbed Subai tightly, and he stood in front of her to protect her from the explosion. Suddenly, Little Phoenix's subspace pouch started sucking in the tree, but cracks began to appear all around the space. Seeing that the place was about to collapse, he told Little Phoenix to hide for a moment. Along with that tree, the subspace pouch sucked in Subai, and Little Phoenix too. Just as they got sucked in, everything around was destroyed. Only the subspace pouch remained. Once inside, Subai sighed in relief, saying, "It's temporarily safe in here." Then Little Phoenix looked ahead, very excited. She told Subai that he had succeeded, and actually transplanted the Thousand Wishes tree. She was right. The bloody red tree had been transplanted into the subspace pouch and turned golden. Right beside that tree were the heavenly materials and earthly treasures Subai had looted. Subai was happy to see that he had succeeded, but he could understand why there was still an earthquake. When he looked at his loot, he saw that it was decreasing. Subai was shocked and asked, "Is this tree devouring my heavenly materials and earthly treasures?" Angry, Subai started kicking the tree, shouting, "My spiritual materials, you damn branch, spit them out for me." As he was kicking the tree, it suddenly started shining with golden light. Seeing that, Little Phoenix asked Subai to dodge quickly, saying, "The Thousand Wishes tree seems to be," but before she could finish her words, the tree shot a very powerful energy beam into the sky. From the Great Wall Guardian Army base, Lord Ni and his subordinates noticed it. Lord Ni said, "This energy is too strong. It seems to transcend the laws." He wondered, could it be that a more powerful existence than the King of Nine Nethers has awakened in the heartland of the myriad races? Hearing that, his subordinates were shocked and asked, "Lord Ni, is he saying there is an existence beyond the king rank?" Lord Ni immediately ordered his subordinates to contact the reconnaissance troops and find out what was going on. On the other hand, at the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox Royal City, Seeing that golden light, the Heavenly Fox Elder asked if this was deity-level power. Her subordinate asked, "How is this possible? Hasn't the Forbidden Land not been breached yet? How can there be divinity leaking out?" The Elder herself didn't know why such a terrifying power appeared in the earth-hidden profound Python's main city. She asked her subordinate to send someone to investigate. At Nine Nether's royal city, the Lord of the Nine Nethers felt that terrifying energy and was shocked. What's going on? Why would such a terrifying aura appear in the earth-hidden profound Python's main city? He asked his subordinate what was happening. The scared subordinate told the Lord of Nine Nethers that he truly did not know but would go to the main city to inquire about what happened. At the Emerald Waterpool Forbidden Land, the Asura dragon also woke up after sensing that golden energy. At Sword Mound Forbidden Land, after sensing that energy, all the swords placed in that mountain became active. Fallen Heavenly River Forbidden Land also activated. Not just those places, 100,000 mountains. Forbidden Land, Underwater Ivory Mountain Forbidden Land, and many other places all around the earth were activated. An unknown voice said, "The gods are immortal and indestructible. It won't be long before they reappear in the human world." At the Myriad Races battlefield, as that golden light appeared, the whole ground started shaking. Hearing that voice, everyone was shocked and asked, "What's going on? Is this an earthquake?" Seeing that light coming from the direction of the earth-hidden profound Python's main city, the city's lord, Long Ao, got scared, realizing that it was the Thousand Wishes tree. He knew that if the three royal clans found out he used a forbidden art to cultivate the Thousand Wishes tree, he would be finished. So he immediately flew towards the earth-hidden profound Python city, while ordering the clan to fully retreat. Hearing their lord telling them to retreat, all the beasts of the clan immediately turned around and started running. Before the other beasts could understand what was happening, the human army charged at them shouting, "Kill all the myriad races." Seeing them coming, the beasts panicked, asking how they were supposed to deal with this when the earth-hidden profound pythons had fled. Other races also decided to quickly retreat. They ordered all their beasts to retreat too, and all the beasts of the myriad races started running away. Seeing that the myriad races were in chaos, the human army chased after them, saying they would kill them all. While running, the beasts of the myriad were very angry, asking how those bastards from the earth-hidden profound python clan could just up and run. Meanwhile, at the earth-hidden profound python main city, Subai came out of the subspace pouch and was shocked to see his surroundings, asking what had happened and if he had caused all of this. The whole ancient temple along with many nearby buildings were completely destroyed. Seeing that, Subai thought, "Isn't this a bit too tragic?" But before he could understand anything, suddenly some high-level beast came there shouting, "Damnable thief! How dare you touch my clan's sacred tree?" Seeing them, Subai got scared, realizing he was done for. The ninth elder of the snake beasts, a platinum rank, ordered her men to capture Subai. Seeing those beasts coming, Subai realized that if he didn't run now, his life was forfeit. So he used Shadow Step to run away from there. Seeing him running, the ninth elder got very angry and asked, "Human, do you still think you can run?" She took out her sword and struck at Subai. Subai was using his Shadow Step and was invincible, but the ninth elder's sword strike came directly at him, shocking him completely. Subai, who was in the air, used his turtle's shield skill to block the ninth elder's strike. However, even after blocking the attack, he was sent flying. He managed to stop himself mid-air and muttered, as expected of a platinum rank. The ninth elder charged at him again, shouting, "You destroyed the sacred tree of my clan. Tearing you to pieces wouldn't even be enough compensation." Just then, Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu emerged from the rubble of a collapsed building. "What's with this sudden surge of energy? Don't tell me it's Subai again," Hu Qingsu remarked. Subai was surprised to see them, but what shocked him even more was that both of them had advanced to gold rank. Seeing Subai under attack, Han Zhang immediately jumped in between and told him to run first, saying he would hold the elder off. However, with a single kick, the ninth elder sent Han Zhang flying, crashing hard into the ground. Even his armor was sliced apart by her strike. She mocked him, asking if he really thought his armor could withstand her attacks. Seeing Han Zhang in that condition, Subai asked if he could still handle the situation. Hu Qingsu told him that if he couldn't, he shouldn't force himself, and that they should retreat together. But Han Zhang insisted they go, saying he would hold the rear. Hearing that, Subai told Hu Qingsu to retreat with him first, and the two turned and ran. As they fled, Hu Qingsu praised Han Zhang, calling him a savage. After they left, Han Zhang faced the ninth elder and told her to watch his blade technique. He swung his blade with full force, sending a barrage of strikes at her. The ninth elder easily dodged them, scoffing, "Such trivial tricks. Do you really think this can harm me?" Little did she know that Han Zhang wasn't actually aiming to hit her. While she was distracted dodging his attacks, he used the opportunity to escape as well. Seeing this, the ninth elder grew furious. Han Zhang soon caught up to Su Bai and Hu Qingsu, who were still running, and asked if they were really just fleeing. He told them to wait for him. While running, Su Bai tossed him a spirit fruit and told him to eat it quickly to restore his energy. Watching them run, the ninth elder roared in rage, declaring that none of them would escape today. But after eating the spirit fruit, Su Bai, Han Zhang, and Hu Qingsu had fully restored their energy and used their full power to escape. They ran so fast that even the ninth elder, despite being a diamond rank expert and flying, could not catch them. She was stunned, wondering if this was really the speed a gold rank should have. 3 hours later, the ninth elder had completely lost their trail. She cursed them, admitting they could really run, and told her subordinate that they absolutely could not let the 3 humans escape. If they did, their lives would be finished. She asked if he was sure he saw them heading this way, and he nodded in confirmation. Hearing this, the ninth elder grew nervous. The path ahead led to the forbidden zone of the Falling Heaven River, and beyond that lay the azure water pool. But she knew they couldn't afford to hesitate. They had to catch the humans no matter what. Meanwhile, Su Bai and the others were resting behind a large rock after finally losing the ninth elder. Hu Qingsu suggested they rest for a bit, saying those snakes shouldn't catch up so quickly. Han Zhang agreed, adding that the snakes were chasing them like mad while shouting about some sacred tree, though he had no idea what that was about. Su Bai smiled slightly and told him it was a long story. For now, he suggested they focus on recovering their strength and escaping this place as soon as possible. Just then, the 10th elder, a platinum rank expert of the snake tribe, appeared behind them, declaring that none of them were going anywhere. He called them a bunch of useless trash and mocked the 9th elder, saying she couldn't even capture 3 humans, and now he had to come personally. Su Bai and the others were shocked to see the snake beast. Han Zhang immediately drew his blade, telling Su Bai and Hu Qingsu to go first. Hearing this, the 10th elder grew angry, unleashed his energy, and transformed into a huge snake beast. He ordered them to hand over their clan's sacred tree, promising to let them die quickly. Even after seeing this, Han Zhang did not back down. The 10th elder struck with his tail, destroying the ground and sending Han Zhang flying. Seeing that, Su Bai immediately jumped in, questioning if the 10th elder still had the nerve to call that wish tree a sacred tree. He told the 10th elder he would take care of that evil thing himself. The 10th elder became furious and snarled, "Let's see how long you can hold out." Han Zhang stood up again, ate another spirit fruit, and told Su Bai to take Hu Qingsu and leave, insisting that he would handle this. Su Bai was shocked and tried to say something, but before he could, Han Zhang shouted that he wasn't joking. He told Su Bai to go, saying leaving one behind was better than all of them dying here. Humanity's victory mattered the most. Hearing this, both Su Bai and Hu Qingsu realized that Han Zhang was serious. He was ready to die to save them. Han Zhang raised his blade, unleashed his power, and ordered them to leave. Su Bai and Hu Qingsu turned and fled, telling Han Zhang they would wait for him ahead. But the 10th elder wasn't going to let them go. He lunged at them, asking if they still intended to run, and opened his massive mouth to bite them. Suddenly, Han Zhang leapt in, striking the 10th elder's head and pushing him back, saying, "Your opponent is me." This enraged the 10th elder, who lashed out with his tail, sending Han Zhang crashing to the ground with a solid impact. As Han Zhang lay there, the 10th elder went after Su Bai and Hu Qingsu, calling Han Zhang a lowly human who was overestimating himself. He said Han Zhang's life wasn't worth more than an insect's, but as the 10th elder was moving away, a voice came from behind. "I'm not done yet." The 10th elder turned in surprise. It was Han Zhang, who had stood up again. "Your opponent is me!" Han Zhang shouted, grabbing the 10th elder's tail to stop him from leaving. The 10th elder called him an ignorant human, then raised his tail, Han Zhang still clinging to it, and slammed him to the ground with full force. The impact was so powerful that Han Zhang coughed up blood, and his eyes rolled white for a moment. The 10th elder turned to him and roared, "I don't have time to waste on you!" His eyes glowed red, and suddenly, several snakes appeared around Han Zhang, who was struggling to stand. Before he could react, the snakes charged at him with full force, giving him no chance to respond. Sometime later, after running for hours, Su Bai and Hu Qingsu finally stopped. Before them was a huge pool. Su Bai immediately recognized it as the Azure Water Pool, the home of the Azure Dragon. Both became extremely nervous. Su Bai wondered aloud why it was so quiet. Could it be that the Azure Dragon wasn't home? Meanwhile, Hu Qingsu looked back and told him that Han Zhang still hadn't caught up to them, then asked, "What should we do?" On the outskirts of the forbidden area, the 9th elder was walking with her subordinates. While they moved, One subordinate remarked that it was very strange. Normally, any living being stepping into the Bishwitan Forbidden Zone would be immediately attacked. So why was it so quiet this time? He suggested to the ninth elder that since their clan's sacred tree was still in the humans' hands, and they absolutely could not let them escape, why not give it a try? The ninth elder agreed, saying that if there was danger, they would remain near the outskirts and could retreat in time. With that, she stepped into the Bishwitan Forbidden Zone's barrier with her subordinates. However, the moment they entered, the space inside changed completely. Lightning struck, and the Azure Dragon stood right before them. Seeing this, everyone was terrified. The ninth elder told her subordinates that it was the Azure Dragon and ordered them to retreat immediately. At her command, they all ran away from the area. Meanwhile, inside the Bishwitan Zone, Subai was sitting near the Azure water pool, feeding some spirit crystals to Little Phoenix, Little Turtle, and Little Cat, telling them to eat up and grow stronger. Seeing this, Hu Qingsu was surprised and asked Subai how he could eat so calmly when the snake beasts could catch up to them at any moment. Subai asked Hu Qingsu if he hadn't realized it yet. This was their forbidden zone, and the snake beasts wouldn't dare to enter. Otherwise, the two elders would have already chased them here. Subai knew they couldn't stay for long, and needed to decide where to go next. Hu Qingsu suggested that since the snake beasts wouldn't dare to come in, they should return to the Misty Mountains and regroup with the main force. But Subai disagreed, saying they had stirred up such a mess in snake territory that the beasts would definitely redeploy troops, and going back that way would almost certainly mean running into the Snake Clan. Hu Qingsu agreed that it made sense. While they were thinking of plans, Subai suddenly had an idea. He suggested going back into the heart of the 10,000 races and launching a surprise attack. Hu Qingsu was shocked and asked if Subai was crazy, pointing out that if they went back there, more than just 2 platinum-level enemies would be hunting them. Subai explained that they wouldn't take the same route. They would circle around this time. Hearing that, Hu Qingsu asked if he was sure he knew the way. Subai confidently said, "Of course," adding that they could also try to find Han Zhang. He told Hu Qingsu to relax, saying, "Trees die when they don't move, but people thrive when they do. So trust me." Hu Qingsu was speechless and didn't know how to respond. Subai then turned to Little Phoenix, Little Turtle, and Little Cat, calling them gluttons and telling them to stop eating and get moving. As they traveled, Subai told Hu Qingsu, who was following behind, that after the last few battles, he had realized something. When Hu Qingsu asked what it was, Subai said that when facing platinum-level or higher opponents, fighting wasn't even an option. It was better to focus all their energy on increasing their own speed while slowing the enemies. That way, they'd actually have a chance to escape. Hu Qingsu agreed, saying it was true. After all, there was a massive power gap between gold and platinum levels. But suddenly, Subai stopped him, warning him to be careful because there was movement ahead. In the forest, they saw some people walking, and one of them was kicking another, telling him to hurry up. Subai and Hu Qingsu hid in the bushes and took a look. To their surprise, it was Han Zhang, captured by some cat beasts. Seeing Han Zhang, Hu Qingsu tried to rush out to help, but Subai stopped him, telling him not to charge in just yet. Meanwhile, the cat beasts pushed Han Zhang, who was resisting, and told him that no one was coming to rescue him. Seeing this, Subai told Hu Qingsu that if they rushed in recklessly, Han Zhang could be put in even greater danger. They needed a flawless plan. Hearing that, Hu Qingsu asked Subai what he was planning. Subai smiled and said, "A clever move wins the day." Han Zhang, on the other hand, wasn't cooperating and even struck back at the cat beasts. One of the cat beasts took out a whip and lashed at him, saying, "You still have a sharp tongue? I'll beat you to death." But just as that cat beast was about to attack again, a voice called out, telling him to stop. Subai and Hu Qingsu had put on their black hoodies again and disguised themselves as snake beast envoys. They approached and asked the cat beasts what they were doing there. Seeing them, the cat beasts immediately greeted them respectfully and explained that they were acting under the 10th Elder's orders to escort this human back to their territory. When Han Zhang heard Subai's voice, he immediately recognized him and tried to call his name. But before he could say it, Subai struck him on the head and shouted, "Shut up, you damned human!" Hearing this, Han Zhang understood that Subai had a plan. Subai then turned to the cat beasts and asked if they were the escort team. He explained that they had also been ordered by the 10th Elder to oversee the prisoner's escort and to gather military supplies from the cat clan. At the mention of military supplies, the cat beasts were stunned. One of them said that the supplies had already been delivered, but Subai replied that with the front line failing, of course they needed another round of supplies. He stepped closer, looking the cat beast in the eye, and asked if he was questioning the orders of their clan. The cat beast became frightened and quickly said, "Of course not. It's an honor to serve." Hearing that, Subai ordered him to lead the way. The cat beast obeyed immediately, saying, "Yes, envoy," and led them to the cat tribe. Upon reaching the Nether Cat clan's territory, Subai pointed at Han Zhang and told the cat beast that he would interrogate this human prisoner personally. He then ordered him to go summon his clan elder. The cat beast immediately told his subordinates to notify the Grand Elder that an envoy from the Xuan Python clan had arrived for military supplies. Moments later, the cat clan's Grand Elder came out to greet Subai, apologizing that he hadn't been informed of their visit in advance and asking for forgiveness. Subai acted tough and replied, "Enough talk." He told the cat elder that they were there to collect supplies and gather spiritual materials. The cat elder was shocked and said that the last batch had been handed over just 10 days ago. Why were they asking again? Subai told him that the front line was desperate and they had suffered huge losses. More materials were needed to sustain the fight. Acting angry, he added, "After years of war, which tribe among the 10,000 races isn't hanging by a thread?" When the 9 Nether King gave the order, our Dizhao Xuanmong clan sent everyone, from the Peak Lord Patriarch down to barely qualified bronze levels, into battle bravely. And now your cat clan can't even offer a few supplies? Are you unwilling? Hearing this, the cat elder became frightened and blamed himself, saying, "Shame on me. Your words have enlightened this old one. Since you put it like that, our cat clan will offer our entire stockpile, 10,000 pieces of low-grade spiritual materials." Hearing that, Subai said, and told the cat elder that he would report this to the 9 Nether King, and that the cat clan would be credited. Seeing how Subai convinced the cat elder so easily, Hu Qingsu thought to himself that Subai truly was a master of gaslighting. Even Han Zhang was amazed, knowing that Subai was about to make another big score. The cat elder asked Subai and Hu Qingsu to follow him. Subai agreed and followed as the cat elder led them into a dark cave. The cave was filled with materials and spiritual fruits. The cat elder told them that, in addition to 10,000 low-grade materials, their clan had also prepared some spirit stones for both of them. Hearing this, Subai smiled and told the cat elder that he had noted his contribution and would make sure to report it to the king. The cat elder, pleased, thanked him. Subai then told the cat elder to go ahead and prepare the rations, saying they would begin interrogating the prisoner here. The cat elder agreed and told him to call if they needed anything. After the cat elder left, Han Zhang immediately told Subai to untie him quickly. He asked why, since there were only a few cat demons around. They didn't just slice them up. Subai laughed proudly and told Han Zhang that if they had done that, where would the spirit fruit to heal his injuries have come from? Hu Qingsu told Han Zhang not to move and said he would untie him first. Once Han Zhang was freed, Subai asked both of them if they felt there was something strange about the cave. Han Zhang looked confused and asked what he meant. Subai unleashed his energy and said he felt as if it was being drained, like something was siphoning it away. Hearing that, both Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu also unleashed their energy and felt the same. Han Zhang admitted that Subai was right. His energy was fading too. Subai pointed in a direction, telling them it was coming from there. As they approached, they found another cave within the cavern. Seeing this, Subai said, "No wonder the Grand Elder left so confidently. There's something strange deep inside." Hu Qingsu suggested they check it out. As they went inside, they saw many cat statues. Looking at them, Hu Qingsu asked if these were nether cat statues, and why they were kneeling like that. Han Zhang looked further inside and told them to look within the barrier. Inside the cave, there was a barrier, and within it was a massive skeleton. All three were amazed at how huge it was. Subai, shocked, asked if that was the skeleton of a cat clan elder. But what confused them even more was why there was a human statue positioned above the skeleton of the cat. That's all for today, everyone. Before we wrap up, I want to let you know that we've recently launched a membership program here, where you can enjoy perks like early access to videos and soon, exclusive content just for members. You'll also receive custom badges and emojis to enhance your interactions. If you're interested, consider joining our membership to enjoy these benefits. Check out the link in the description to join. See you all in the next video.